Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to July the 20th. Whoopee! Isn't it great? We had a little bit of rain in London. We need a little bit more than a little bit of rain, I think. And those pictures which you'll see in the newspapers today of houses literally burnt to the ground. God knows how that happened. I mean, there's one particular place, I think a place called Wellington, on the London and Essex border. That started on a compost heap and then engulfed loads of houses. Because you tend to forget, I don't know whether or not you've ever realised that the temperature inside a compost heap is absolutely white hot. The middle of it, it's phenomenal. It's like, I know it's going to sound really weird, but if you go to a cemetery and you go to a burial, the reason people are buried 6 feet under is because of the heat that is generated. You know, before you know where you are, you could have fires sprouting up in cemeteries, which is the kind of thing that we don't want. And the latest in the Andrew saga, although, as I say, everybody absolutely hates him. Nobody likes him. He was never liked. He was always a ghastly person. And then you got that same picture we had the other day in the papers. They've decided to print again of the dreary old Beckhams. They must be desperate for trying to find friends, because they don't seem to have a load of friends. They're sort of a bit fair weather. And one of them, they go to a restaurant on their little tugboat, and who should be in there? Sarah Ferguson. Where she gets her money from, God alone knows. Can't be from Andrew, he hasn't got any. And so she's let herself go. For a woman in her 60s, she really makes no effort whatsoever. And she was in this restaurant, and I couldn't work out why the Beckhams were there, because Victoria only eats grilled chicken and grilled vegetables. This is a fish restaurant. So, you know, what's the point? The answer is, it's all publicity. The pupil sent home from school. Why? Wearing shorts. A pupil turns up wearing shorts in this weather, 40 degrees, and the school send them home. What sort of stupid school is that? All the schools round my way, obviously now the kids are on holiday, they're all wearing shorts. Everybody wearing shorts. You know, because that's sort of the casual. They do it in every other country where they've got heat. Why we can't manage it, I've got no idea. I mean, the producer says he wasn't allowed to. No, that was for reasons you don't want to upset the neighbours. That's what it is. It's to do with sort of that you can't just put shorts on and things like that. You know, skirts and things like that. Just shorts, apparently. You just turned up in shorts. So there we go. I think maybe some other clothes on would be quite nice. One of Britain's biggest ever benefit scam couples. They've been on television. We didn't realise they were scammers. They're now in prison. I'll name them on this programme. News at 10's Hugh Edwards snaps at criticism of his programme because they were dealing with the weather all the time. Honestly, they're so temperamental, these auto cue readers, aren't they? You know, 1 minute we're having a nice news programme, and the next minute people dared criticise it. So consequently, he then snapped at them as well, which doesn't really help, does it? Marmite can help you beat stress. Marmite can help you beat stress. Not too much Marmite. You don't need a lot of it. And Kylie Jenner urges her fans to go green, and then hops on a private jet to go 12 minutes. I mean, seriously, what a stupid woman. Almost as stupid as that other dim couple, you know, the ex-member of the royal family and the failed actress. You know, sort of telling you mustn't do this. We have to save the world for poverty, because there's poverty. We're just going out to eat at a very expensive restaurant. And by the way, we've told everybody in the restaurant, our security have, because we can't deal with people because we're celebrities. They told them if anybody took photographs of them while they were in the restaurant, they'd be ejected from the restaurant. And unfortunately, what I would love to do is if I'd actually been in that particular restaurant and somebody had said that to me, I said, OK, everybody, up and out. Who the hell wants to eat in this ghastly place? Definitely not, thank you very much indeed. Why don't they stay at home, look after their children a bit more? That'd be a nice thing to do. Steve, yesterday you said Dawn should wear a white jacket. 4 hours later, says Roger, she's looking great in a white jacket. Of course, people take advice from this programme. We know what, listen, in the hot weather, a white jacket just looks nice. You know, with a sort of different coloured blouse underneath. Looks fantastic. Very good indeed. McDonald's and Burger King are offering points for patties. They've got loyalty cards now. Everybody's got loyalty cards. Have you noticed? I don't use loyalty cards. No, I don't have anything like that. It's not my stuff. Mainly because I don't spend enough time and money in one particular place. So a loyalty card. And also, I don't want people knowing about me. Why would you want to give people all your personal details? So did you have a Boots card? No, I don't shop in Boots. Thank you very much indeed. I filled my little water bottle up from the cold tap. So I've got some cold water. First time I've ever done it, actually. A drag queen causes outrage at a family comedy show. A foul-mouthed drag queen. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know where they're getting all these people from, but they seem to be popping up all over the blooming place. There was one who was advertising Greggs at the back of Leicester Square the other day. This particular one, I can't even repeat what she said in front of a family audience. Obviously a particularly stupid person, but there you go. The Cabinet's farewell to Boris with a gift of rare Churchill books. I thought it would have been knives in between the shoulder blades, but apparently no. And fears that depression tablets don't actually help, but some people have been on them for years, on depression tablets, so after a while, I'm assuming, they don't work. And what are the odds of your scratch card hitting the jackpot? Do you know that even if you buy a scratch card, they don't tell you whether or not the main prize has been won. They're still selling scratch cards where the main prize went ages ago. But they don't tell you that. You have to go online to find out whether or not the prize is there. So I maybe can help you out a little bit this morning. 7 million LPs. Yes, Queen. Another record bites the dust, which is fantastic. Over in Italy, a furious nun screams, "It's the devil," as she pulls aside two models who are snogging. Honestly, there's something the matter with these nuns, isn't there, really? Have you ever been to Vatican City? Places full of nuns, full of them. Absolutely, you can't move for nuns. I, of course, saw a number of them because they were in The Sound of Music, but she screams, "It's the devil." I don't know, they really they get a bit carried away, nuns, don't they? I think so. I mean, have you ever spoken to anybody who's ever been to one of those schools run by nuns? Nasty people. Nasty people. Do you know scratch cards were first introduced in 1974, created by a computer scientist, John Kozer, and a retail promoter, Daniel Bower? At the time, they noticed that with state lotteries, there was a week's delay in finding out if you had a winning number on your ticket, and they felt that an instant win alternative would prove popular. They didn't make it to the UK until 95, which was 20 years later. The scratch-off panels are made with liquid latex, which can be rubbed away after drying, and more than 40,000 shops in the UK sell scratch cards. You could even add one to your online grocery shop with Tesco, Asda and Morrison's. But do check online, because you might see somebody in any of these supermarkets and somebody would go, "Oh, I'll have that one there, which is 4 X's, gives you £100,000. That prize could have gone months ago. But they're not going to stop selling lottery tickets. So they carry on selling them, even though the prize is not available to be won. Terrible, isn't it? Andy in Wolverhampton says Operation Cooling Down the House begins. Just left work at 4 a.m. and the feeling of fresh air for once was one to savour. Amazing. Yes, I thought it was lovely, actually. Tim says coldest morning in 4 years in Melbourne, where it got to 1 degree with a severe frost warning. Had my heated blanket on all night. Lovely. And Anne, sleepless in Poole, says, "Morning, Steve. I was listening to you on catch-up yesterday afternoon, which I don't normally do, but my sleep pattern's all over the place with the heat. You mentioned the lovely Phil Vickery, who is on location down in Wimborne in Dorset. I wish I'd known he was in the local area. It's down the road from me. I could have popped over to mop his brow." Love Phil. "You'll have to visit the area, Steve. We're very lucky to live in such a beautiful place. We have the best of both worlds. The New Forest not too far away, or the lovely sandy beaches of Bournemouth or Sandbanks." I didn't go out in the heat yesterday. I didn't. I did what did I do? I did a little bit of shopping, and then decided to stay in. I did some watering when I got back in again. I watered everything because I thought it was going to be hot, and then I watered again last night. By that time, it had cooled down a bit, so I was feeling a bit sort of pleased with myself. I managed to get everything done. I tell you what, I went to Costco, and it was empty. I love it because Costco have a system. If you have a super duper card, you can get in there when it first opens. Other people have to wait till 11, but they're a bit too dim to know this. So you'll go in there and you'll do your shopping, and there's people sitting outside Costco waiting for 11 o'clock because they won't allow them in. No, they won't allow them in to shop. Definitely not. Dawn Neeson says... She's up already. She says, "Steve Allen Show, proof that I did take notice of my Uncle Steve on Jacket Gate, and here is the aforementioned jacket. And very lovely it is too." See, I think as well, Dawn, I know you were wearing black the other day, and it's very good with your colouring, it's very good. But you can also get away with these bright colours. Really, you can get away with bright colours. You can, you could have put red, yellow, green. There's quite a number of block colours that you could put underneath that jacket. The trouble is, have you noticed, white jackets don't get dirty. Gosh, truth. I've had a few white jackets over the years, and the cuffs get dirty and things like, and you think, oh, but no, very good looking, very nice. We like that. I think she could wear, I don't know, actually. Do you think red? Do you think red could be a good one as well? But she said, but proof it's... I did take notice of my Uncle Steve. Thank you very much indeed. I think today it could be the same jacket. I don't know. Are people going to notice that? No, you've got to be a different coloured jacket, hasn't it? But I think something red. Something red. I think red I like as a colour. Red I like as a colour. Very much so. So, red, Dawn. Thank you. Don't want to push for it. Mind you, there's some costumes worn by Marilyn Monroe, which have just been sold, just over £360,000, but worn by Marilyn Monroe. And Dawn is like slim as a rake. Seriously, I mean, some people are lucky. They just don't... perhaps she doesn't eat. But she does lots of exercise. So, but where she finds the time, I've got no idea. It's like Phil Vickery. He doesn't put on weight either. Jamie Oliver didn't put on weight. The last time I saw Jamie, he looked absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. And a British tourist found dead on a sun lounger. Other people thought he was sunbathing. Because you wouldn't know. If somebody was lying on a sun lounger, I wouldn't... I've been looking at them going, are they breathing? Are they not breathing? Never crossed my mind. And Stephen Webb from Gogglebox, I never liked him. I never, ever liked him. Ever since the first boyfriend who was on the show with him, he's a hairdresser in Brighton, decided he'd had enough of it. And so he's now got another person as well. But anyway, he apologised for pulling a woman into a swimming pool. Not a pleasant person. Not a pleasant person. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Good news. Elton John has stressed his farewell tour really will be goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Thank God for that. I don't think it will be. I don't think he knows what else to do. Shane says David Walliams is in Sydney. He's going to be a judge on Australia's Got Talent. Well, he's made so much money, he can afford to basically pick all sorts of jobs. Doesn't need to worry about the money. Jet says, check your Euro Millions ticket. Somebody from the UK just won £195 million jackpot, biggest prize of all time. I got 3 notifications. 3 notifications. Listen, it won't be me. I was saying to the producer, what would you imagine if you check after 6? You can only check after. You can't check now because the machines are closed, and so they say call back at 6. Imagine if it actually sort of said, yes, you've got 195 million. I don't know whether or not I'd be telling you about it, or whether or not I'd not be. I don't know. You'd certainly be very popular with a lot of people who'd be wanting to get interviews with you and all the rest of it. Imagine I'd have to turn down Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary. Is it possible Steve could come on to talk about his £195 million win? No, he said he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to do that one at all. He wants to do something else. He wants to do the Jeremy Vine show. Imagine. Trying to put you onto Loose Women. Everybody would be bidding for you. You won £195 million, so Loose Women would want you, This Morning would want you, Lorraine would want you, everybody would want you. I'd go on Nick Ferrari. I'd go on Nick Ferrari as a guest, definitely. And then I'd be saying to them, I'm going to be giving some money to make some noise. And they'd be going, how much are you going to give to make some noise, Steve? I said, well, if I did win it, it would be £1 million. Sorry, slurpy with the water. I don't mind. Doesn't make any... Can you imagine, though? That'd be a nice surprise for somebody. Probably the person on the sun lounger who'd just been told he'd won, and but you wouldn't know. You would not know. Listen, all of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. But at least today, although Adam said to me out there, he said it's going to be a bit humid today. I don't think I want it humid. I really don't, actually. I want it to be not freezing cold, but I just don't want heat. I've decided my little body can't cope with it anymore, but I can tell you it's 17 minutes past 4. Interesting. So a UK ticket holder, thank God for that. I've been very disappointed. If it hadn't been a UK ticket holder, I'm a bit funny about things. I know it's called Euro Millions, but I think it's ours. So I don't want somebody from Belgium to win it, or, somebody from wherever. And so you will win, if you match all 7 numbers, 195,707,000. Biggest winner of all time. And there's only 15 people in the UK who've ever won more than £100 million. I mean, 195,707,000 is very good. What can you buy? Oh, a private jet. You can buy anything you want. And you could buy some submarines. You could buy Southampton Football Club, not that you'd want to, or a townhouse in London's Mayfair. complete with steam room and plunge pool, cinema room and fully equipped chef's kitchen. Well, yeah, but that's not going to cost you 195 million. You can buy a townhouse in Mayfair under 30 million. Simple as that. But can you imagine winning 195 million? It must be quite exciting, really. Especially sort of, then people would be asking you onto all these programmes and all the papers be... I mean, if I announce I'd won it, I haven't, incidentally, I'm just sort of telling you. Imagine the press who'd be outside the front door. They'd all be outside the front door waiting to get pictures. So tell us, Steve, what's it like to win the money and all that? And you'd have to go through that gamut. And all you're going is, listen, I'm sorry, I can't say anything at the moment. I'm just going to catch my bus. With 195. I'll buy the bloody bus. I'll buy the bus. Can you imagine how much interest there could be in that? You could buy 4 Gulfstream G550 planes, and you'd be richer than Adele. And you hadn't had to do a show in Vegas. But the difference is, no, she did. But also the difference is between winning the £195,707,000 and then the next prize down. It only takes one number to be out, and you've missed out on it. Interesting, isn't it, when you sort of think about it? But somebody's won it, and somebody will enjoy themselves, and their life will never be the same again. So congratulations. So in other words, 5 and 2 stars is 195 million. If you match 5, 20,000, 21,000. If you match 4 plus 2 stars, that's one number away, £975.50. That's one number away. You'd be so annoyed. If you match 3 and 2 stars, that's 2 numbers away, £48.20. Small wonder nobody wins these blooming things, but some person's won it. If you match 2 and 2 stars, £11.80. I mean, it's taking the mickey, isn't it? It's taking the mickey. But I only do lucky dips, so I've got no idea what my numbers are. Well, I could probably find out. If you match 3 and 1 star, £8.50. £8.50. But I mean, who the hell wants £8.50? You want the £195,707,000. If you match 2, it's £2.70. That's probably what I've won. 3 times, £2.70s. Would be quite nice, wouldn't it? I mean, unless it's sort of somebody who hasn't done lucky dips and they've actually picked the numbers out. In which case, did I tell you what the numbers were? Did I tell you? I've got them here for you, just in case, so you can have a quick check. Number 6, number 23, number 27, number 40, number 41, and the lucky stars are 2 and 12. Whoopee! But isn't it interesting? You always get, on each of the winning things, there'll be 2 numbers that run simultaneously. In this case, 40, 41. So it's number 6, 23, 27, 40, 41, and the lucky stars, 2 and 12. 195,000. My God, the bank will be begging you. Sorry, 195 million. The bank will be begging you, please deposit your money with us. Please deposit your money with us. You imagine, I don't know where you'd begin, actually. I don't think I could sleep. I don't know what I'd be doing, first of all, actually. Same as everybody else. Thinking, right, well, we can now move. Now go and buy a nice house. Change the car? Probably not. Marcus Waring says TV bosses have ordered him to smile and not swear in MasterChef. I don't ever see Marcus Waring as smiling at all. Ozzy Osbourne looks a bit frail in the papers today. And, I mean, he's 73, but, he's past his sell-by now, isn't he? I mean, he really is. He's shuffling around. And nearly half of Brits claim to have never seen a hedgehog. I mean, I see hedgehogs all the time. Yeah. I mean, not shopping in Waitrose or anything like that. But, I see hedgehogs. See them on television programmes. Well, you probably see them less, yeah. Oh, well, I don't know. Does it make any difference? A domestic abuse charity has confirmed it's in talks with ITV over Love Island. They've said it's getting worse. The domestic abuse coming from people is not good on that programme. They're all falling out with each other, and so they should, because it's just a pile of doggy-doos. That's all it is. Doesn't make any difference at all. Putin jets to Tehran to meet the Ayatollah. Good. Stay there, love. Stay there. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, yes, I didn't realise that these residents of Upminster, Wembley, Croydon and Dartford flee their houses. They just burst into flames. Really bad. And when you look at the pictures, I mean, the London Fire Brigade have declared a major incident. And you look at these people, I wonder how many people in Wennington, on the outskirts of London, have actually got insurance just in case of a fire. And when you look at it, I mean, it's terrible. Of course, what do people do? They go out there and they take photographs. You know, let's go and take a photograph of watching our house burning. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely. Meghan and Harry go out for lunch again. What a boring pair they are too. Why don't they just stay at home, look after the children and cook something? This is Wellington, and, I mean, you'd be panic-stricken if the house next door to you burst into flames, thinking, oh, God, that could be us. The Corbyn allies used anti-Semitism as a weapon. Not going away, that one, is it? Which we didn't think it would anyway in the first place. And a record high yesterday, 40.3 degrees. 40.3 degrees. And when you look at these houses in Wennington, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses, literally all next door to each other, all completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. Shows how bad it is. Also, the swimming pool that opened its doors, people were queuing. Then after a while, they decided to close its doors. So that, because they didn't want anybody going in there to swim. Which is, you know, what people do, isn't it? I mean, why people don't fill the bath up, I've got no idea. Just get in the bath. Did I see Brighton Beach? No, I didn't see Brighton Beach. Was that, packed, yeah. I mean, I don't see any pleasure in that at all, in getting in the sea with a lot of the great unwashed. No, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. And there's a man here selling... In fact, when I went to Costco, right next to Costco at Sunbury, there is a garage. They sell Jaguars and all sorts of bits and pieces. And an ice cream enterprising young man pulled his van down the side of the building where they wash the cars, and all the employees were coming outside buying ice cream. Yeah, which is good. Ilkley in West Yorkshire. The queue goes all the way round the outdoor pool. 2-hour wait, and then they closed it. Top temperature is in Coningsby in Lincolnshire. I used to live in Coningsby in Lincolnshire. There's an RAF station there. But looking here, in Ilkley, the queue goes right round. I've never seen such a long queue in my entire life. And the pool, apart from my shows, of course. There you go. Look, there's a picture. RAF Coningsby. And the Sun Man was sitting on a deck chair, which is lovely. Also, women chilling out at the fountains in central London. Dirty people. People, the great unwashed in the fountains, thank you. But, yes, RAF Coningsby, that's where we were based for a few years. And on Tyneside, little picture of Rosie Barrow. She's, I mean, really, she should have had a sun hat on, but she didn't have. And people should have been putting on sun cream and sunglasses and stuff like that. Anything to keep you safe from it, although at the moment you're all right, because it isn't there. Kim says, hope you've kicked that cold of yours well and truly to the curb and you're managing the heat a wee bit cooler now. We've not had it nearly as bad up here. We reached 32 degrees yesterday, back to our normal today. Yay! I love it. Here he is, Gogglebox's failure. Stephen Webb apologised for pulling a woman into a swimming pool during a bust-up at an exclusive club. He was enraged after he was pushed in fully clothed by a prankster pal to howls of laughter from fellow drinkers. Angry Stephen, he's got a bit of a temper on him, then grabbed the innocent woman sitting nearby and hauled her in too. Witnesses said he then shouted and screamed at the woman. She'd been relaxing with Stephen's husband next to the banana-shaped pool. She was chatting to Daniel with her legs in the pool when Stephen was pushed in. She started laughing like everybody else, which seemed to anger Stephen. Oh, I just imagine he's got a right vile temper on him. Absolutely. And he came over and pulled her into the pool. And he says, I'm very sorry if she felt upset or hurt by my actions. It was never my intentions. I'd been swimming and having dried and got fully dressed, a friend pushed me back in the pool. Well, it's your problem, isn't it? You need to pick your friends a bit more carefully, love. Stephen lives in Brighton and runs a hairdresser. And he first appeared with Chris Ashby-Steed, since been joined by his mum and Daniel, plus their poodles. He's very annoying. He obviously thinks he's very funny, but he's not. Also, here's Sarah Ferguson, looking ancient. Seriously, this is in this restaurant on Italy's Amalfi Coast. God knows what the Beckhams were doing. As I say, Victoria Beckham doesn't eat. And she kissed her pal I don't know, fancy having a pal called Sarah Ferguson. But the Beckons have been staying aboard their £5 million yacht. I don't know, perhaps they can't afford a hotel. Perhaps they're saving up for it. Posties in a seaside town are apparently using umbrellas to ward off seagulls. They're very big seagulls. They're very big. You see them around here. They've got a wingspan, some of them, of about 6 feet. Seriously, they're brazen. They don't mind coming and attacking you. They don't care.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, new weather warning for Greater London today from thunderstorms. Thunderstorms. Yellow warning runs from 1 this afternoon until 9 tonight. So what they're saying is heavy showers and thunderstorms during Wednesday afternoon. Where flooding or lightning strikes occur, there's a chance of delays and cancellations to train and bus services. Spray and sudden flooding could lead to difficult driving conditions and some road closures. There is also the slight chance that power cuts could occur and other services to some homes and businesses could be lost. I just tell you, so it's a yellow warning. Luckily, it runs from 1 this afternoon. Doesn't make any difference to me. I'm trying to steer well clear. Yeah, Jenny says, did the pigeon spray work and what was it called? I can't remember what it was called, actually. I bought it on Amazon. Perhaps I should have a look, actually, shouldn't I? I bought about 4 sort of different bottles of it. And what you do is you spray it. They hate smell, and this smell lingers a little bit. And then they don't go back to it for a little while. And when they do go back, you just go back and spray again. It's a never-ending round of spraying. So if I can have a quick check on these. I buy so many different bits and pieces from... the parcel from Canada's arriving today, which is very nice, isn't it? Very nice. We're looking at that. Thank you very much indeed. Between 12 and 4, it's going to be arriving. So the pigeon things, yeah, they did sort of work. They did sort of work. Wait a minute. Put that there and put that there. You've got to do so many sign-ins if you do it on your telephone. It's completely different from anywhere else. Oh, here we go. Amazon Now. What have I got to do? For your security approve. Because I got a thing a short while ago and it goes, oh, somebody tried to access your account. You go, yes, it was me. It was me. They're so annoying, honestly. They really are. It's very irritating. And so you end up with this sort of thing here, sign in, attempt, tap link to respond. Because they obviously think somebody else is going to be trying to get in. There you go. It says the same as the IP address. Somebody who knows your password is attempting to sign in. That would be me. That would be me. Honestly. And so you then have to push. There you go. Thank you. The sign-in attempt was approved. It's so confusing. What's somebody going to be doing? Spending a fortune? Probably not. Probably not. And now all I want to do is just sort of actually... now I can't get into it at all. Now I can't get into the blooming thing at all, which is a pain in the rear end. But anyway, I'll find out what the name of that pigeon stuff was. I bought 4 sprays of it the other day. Temporary listener in Birmingham, Lorraine says 27 degrees indoors with a fan. I forgot what sleep is. Taking a break from the Tory leader stuff. Oh, everybody is. Everybody, we're so bored with it. I love that there's a piece of The Sun. It says the outsider may be a future leader. And this is a report by Mercy Muroki, who says whoever becomes PM, Kemi is the real winner. No, she's not. I don't know why they think that. Why would you want to feed people guff? That's a load of old rubbish. She may be a future leader. Not in our lifetime. You know, getting down to the last 2 contenders a day, then it goes to the Tory members to vote. And 200,000 of them then decide, you know, who's going to be like, you know. Yes, it'll be by September. I don't really care. I really, really don't care. They've had 12 years to get it right and they've screwed up all the way through. Even hardened, die-hard Tories. You know, yesterday it was interesting listening to Matt Hancock and some man who talked all over him, a very rude, ignorant person, I thought. I was very annoyed, thinking that, you know, let him speak. He was trying to answer a question. This bloke said, oh, I wrote you, and you got, one of your civil servants to write back. I thought, you're a bit ignorant. How do you know that? You know, how do you know that? Answer is he was just trying to be clever, but he didn't come over as clever at all. Jane Moore in her column today, she says, just to be clear, it wasn't his ADHD that made Love Island contestant Jacques O'Neill behave like a petulant man-child towards Paige Thorne. It was simply because he's a petulant man-child. She says, end of. And fellow Islander Luca Bish, who doesn't have ADHD, isn't far behind. Yeah, the bullying is horrendous. Horrendous. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, who Jacques O'Neill is or was, I have no idea. M&S hoping to remove household waste by removing best before dates on hundreds of fresh products. She says, quite right too, I've ignored them for years, preferring to use an age-old technique of determining whether or not food is still edible. It's called a nose. She's absolutely right. We never used to worry about things like that. We really didn't. You know, if you opened up the fridge and the cheese had a bit of mould on it, you cut it off. And you just, yeah, you could smell milk. It's not complicated, but people go, oh, I need a sell-by date, assuming that when it gets to midnight on that particular day, it goes off. You know, all they're doing is they're covering themselves. Apparently, 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps has been branded the most politically correct BBC comedy of the last 20 years. That's one with Will Mellor, Sheridan Smith, Natalie Casey and Ralph Little. And so that's good. Junk food apparently makes up 4/5 of the calories in Britain's school lunches. I can't remember anything that we had for school lunch apart from the pink custard. Pink custard, all the chocolate custard, and that was about it. But any of the food, I can't remember at all. Did we have shepherd's pie? I don't know. Tapioca? Probably I don't like tapioca. That was all a bit naff, wasn't it, really? Where's Dawn Neesom's column today? Here we go. She talks about the University of Manchester, who's banned students from using the words brother and sister, even mum and dad. Husband and wife are obviously totally out too, as students are encouraged to concentrate on using inclusive language. Quite how inclusive it actually is up to upset people who really like being called mum and dad, but that doesn't count. Curious, writes Dawn Neesom too, that the wokerati who think this is a good idea have totally missed the fact their university is in fact a place called Manchester. You know. Meanwhile, the Northern School of Contemporary Dance has scrapped ballet auditions for students, branding ballet an elitist white European art form. And Dawn says, oh, do foxtrot off. Absolutely. The Northern School of Contemporary Dance. Ooh, little prissies. Honestly, pathetic, isn't it, really? Also, she talks about Grammy Award-winning singer, is it Ciara? Ciara? I think so. Ciara has released her latest music. She apparently did this by posting an eye-popping bottom picture wearing shredded crop leggings and porn-style shoes. The caption on the snap says, new single dropper, but it dropped from where exactly, dear? Dropped from where, says Dawn Neesom. Good her. And she says, can you imagine being the oily toe rag that is Andrew and contemplating this week's soaring temperatures, knowing that you don't sweat? I love it. And Labour wants a heatwave minister, a job that entails a load of hot air and long gaps between working. Nah, I can't see anybody on any political side fitting that one. Can you? Oh, Ciara's promotional thing. Yes, I mean, look at that, honestly. It's a bit desperately sad, isn't it, Ciara? You've got to sort of lower yourself to that level. Showing you sort of, you know, yourself, and it's a promotional single. It's a photograph. I mean, basically, love, are you making porno films? I don't know, really. You think that's going to affect your voice? It's Sierra. Yeah. Whatever it is, actually, dear. The hair's dyed, and the outfit just makes you look a bit trash. Nothing you can do about it. Sleep is so overrated, says Jill in Sheffield. I know, but we need it. We do like it. We do like it. And did you know that the huge Christmas hit Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire was actually written in the middle of a summer heatwave in Los Angeles, says Dawn Neesom. And no, not because the writers' nuts were actually roasting, but because they were imagining a nice, cold, snowy Christmas. We're all imagining that, aren't we? I'm imagining it. I'm imagining a snowy... Are you imagining a snowy Christmas? Having watched, you know, White Christmas on the television the other day, I thought it was brilliant. Just makes you feel a bit better. Oh, the Ginger Whinger. People are sick of this publicity-shy couple, we're told, telling us the world's falling apart as they go off for another expensive meal. Do you think they tip? Shouldn't think so. Kinsey Schofield let rip at the ginger bloke after the ex-royal made a climate change speech. The shy guy says it's been a painful year and a painful decade. Oh, go away, you boring old windbag. Nobody cares what you think. You're a bit of a failure all round, actually. The Rooneys uniting in the Wagatha Christie trial proves their strong marriage can survive Wayne moving to America, says pal Danielle Lloyd. We don't like Danielle Lloyd. We know your history, thank you very much indeed, love. But I wouldn't trust Wayne Rooney in America by himself as far as I could throw him. And I think, actually, that's exactly what Colleen is thinking. You can't trust him once he's had a few sherbets. Oh, not good. Danielle says the support for one another during Colleen's libel battle with Rebecca Vardy still going on. It hasn't finished. It hasn't finished. I mean, we're 2 months after they've done the deliberations. But what are they deliberating? I mean, how long is it? Are they just particularly slow? It really is just absolutely ridiculous. 84850. Joe says there's a scam based on saying somebody's tried to access your Amazon account. No. This is just me, because they want to know who's actually accessing it at 4:45 in the morning. And the answer is it's me. It's me trying to find out. Getting ready for a trip to the countryside today, Steve, to stay with the eagle hunter people. That sounds quite nice. And he's in a place called Ulaanbaatar. Yeah, and here it is. It's Mongolia. It's in the Tool River Valley. And originally a nomadic Buddhist centre, it became a permanent site in the 18th century, leading to a religious purge. Sounds quite nice, actually, because you can go out there and you can meet the people who hunt with eagles and stuff like that. It's big business. It's a bit like, isn't it, Dubai, where they charter planes to put all their eagles on? I love that we've got Mongolian listeners. I think that's the coolest thing ever. Honestly, people say, oh, where are all your listeners, Steve? And I have to go everywhere, around the world. And very grateful we are too. Kim says, well, just in the kitchen brewing me second cup of char, Steve. Have you noticed south of our half moon shines another one of our planets as bright as a button? Could be Venus at this time of year, but it's right bonny looking. I love looking up into the sky, Kim. I do it occasionally if I'm watering and I look up and there is the moon, the button moon, and I think to myself, my goodness me, that's quite nice, isn't it? That's quite nice. What else do we have today? England defender Ben White is reportedly the latest star to get a guard dog after a spate of raids. You pay about £20,000 for these dogs. £20,000. And so what you have, it's a dog with, they call it a built-in toolkit. So in other words, it's an attack dog. And you can control it. And what they do is they sort of align the dog to you, and then you buy it for 20,000 quid. Apparently Jordan's got one, although I can't imagine why anybody would ever want to break into her house, seeing she seems to kill dogs from the inside. They don't seem to sort of worry about. I've lost track of how many animals she's actually sort of managed to get rid of. But luckily, we don't have to read anything more about her. She's disappeared completely, which is very good. So more on frail Ozzy Osbourne. He's 73. Sharon is 69. And pregnant daughter Kelly was also there as well. The trouble is they really are a deeply unattractive family. They really are. They're not exactly known for their looks. But then this nun pulling apart two models kissing on a street in a photo shoot. Serena De Ferrari and Kaishan Wilson were shooting a commercial in Naples, in Italy, when the nun first asked if they'd been to Mass that day. She's obviously one of these screwball nuns. No, dear, they haven't been to Mass, unlike yourself. And then she says, what are you doing? It's the devil. Model Serena posted a clip of the incident on Instagram, adding, God doesn't love LGBT. She's obviously a nun who's slightly ill. OK, let's just put it down to that, shall we? We don't do things like that. You know, nuns should mind their own bloody business. That's the trouble with them, isn't it? What else we got here? Oh, it's a fearless driver hanging onto the jaws of a tiger shark as he battles to remove a hook from its mouth. This is an 18-foot shark, 3,000 pounds. And he managed to get the barb out and then it swam away. Because they do ask for help, apparently. That's how it works. Morning, nice to have your company. Wednesday, July the 20th. Dreadful story in the paper today. This is of a drink driver who went looking for his brother to see if he was safe, accidentally knocked him down and killed him. This is Nathan Pearson, who got behind the wheel of a hire van to search for his brother Aidan, who'd walked off from their father's house. The three men had all gone for after-work drinks at a pub before Nathan drove them to the property. Once the trio were at the house in Cambridgeshire, Aidan said he had to go home to the town of March, which is 6 miles away, to his dog. The others tried to talk him out of it, but failed. Nathan told officers he was concerned his brother might get knocked over or end up in a ditch, as he was so drunk. So he waited a while, then got behind the wheel of the car after 11 p.m. It was then that he struck Aidan, who was walking in the carriageway. He attempted CPR and a passing motorist called an ambulance, but Aidan died at the scene. A breath test indicated that Pearson had been over twice the legal limit. He'd been drinking beer. He told officers he didn't realise he was that far over the limit. Listen, you know you're over the limit. You know you're over the limit. Anyway, he's been given a 2-year suspended jail sentence and banned from driving for 5 years. It's amazing, isn't it, the amount of people who still, even after all the warnings that you give to people about drink driving, still get behind the wheel of a car. And the amount of people I see on these interceptor programmes where they stop somebody and they go, how much have you had to drink? When was the last time you had a drink? They go, I haven't had a drink. And it turns out they're lying through their teeth. Seriously, I mean, really absolutely disgraceful people. People who, well, in this particular case, it's a classic example of somebody who got behind the wheel of a car or a van, knocks somebody down and kills them. Ironically, turned out to be his own brother. Steve, if you like stargazing, buy a tent and get yourself on Dartmoor or Exmoor. Yes, I've heard all about that. I've seen the pictures, which is nice. Jenny in Farringdon says, I remember the scoop of a lumpy mashed potato at school. I just squashed a centipede in my bathroom. Yeah. Ooh. We didn't have lumpy mashed potato at school, but we did have mashed potato, but I can't remember eating it. Doesn't really help, does it, really? Chrissy Tiggin, she's a model, has admitted she can't remember some important life moments, so she was too drunk. It's amazing how many people sort of end up sort of going out and getting completely blathered, and then they go, oh, I can't remember anything here. Billionaire Blooms follows luxury florist set to return to the big screen. So they've commissioned a full... It's another one of these dreary programmes. So this time it's a florist shop. And, of course, they have to call it Billionaire Blooms. And it's there's a woman here who's so talented she can charge £25,000 to stage an event. Of who is this to be any interest to? I can't imagine. So a florist. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like flowers, but there you go. Anita Dobson has landed a role in the kid show Dodger. She will appear in its Christmas special. She says, my next big role is in Dodger in the Christmas special, so that's quite nice. But we love Anita. We love her. It's also got Christopher Eccleston and David Threlfall in it. And we still remember, don't we? Everybody remembers Anita from EastEnders on that Christmas day. Oh, dear. Ange, do we remember when she came? She played a drunk very well. She played a drunk very, very well. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. Mirror today, picture of these houses burning. Flames destroying homes as wildfires ravage Britain on the hottest day. I mean, absolutely terrible. And also a picture of officers saving a pony at Wennington Farm, because somebody had animals down there. Temperatures hitting 40.3 degrees. In fact, it's the same pictures in most of the papers, I've noticed. They obviously have them. Yeah, they've got this Gold Hill in Shaftesbury in Dorset, people pushing their bicycles up there. You've seen this hill. You've seen it in the advert. It was used in the Hovis advert. You know, I was just a nipper kind of things. Steve, I've had a few encounters, says Pete the Pool Man, with purchased trained attack dogs. I worked for a billionaire who had a Doberman. It was always an event when servicing the pool. The housekeeper used to try and reassure me, but I wasn't having any of it. It used to stare at me vacantly. Mind you, so do most people. Did you see that one which was a Columbo, and the bloke had these 2 Dobermans and they were attack dogs, but they worked on a word, and the word was Rosebud. Rosebud. Do you remember it? And this bloke picks up the phone in the kitchen. It's not his house, but he's picked up the phone. The bloke goes, oh, you there? He says, yes. Oh, answer me a question. He goes, what's the name of that so-and-so, that actress who played in this film? And what the bloke, the other end of the phone, is doing is getting the bloke who's standing in the kitchen with the 2 Dobermans to say the key word that's going to make him end his life. And so he goes, Rosebud, and the dogs go like that. And then he says, no, say it very, very loudly. So he goes, Rosebud. And immediately the dogs launch an attack, and this bloke's listening, and he just puts the phone down. And that's what these attack dogs do. They work on key words. They're trained. They apparently get through about 280 dogs a year. That's what they're sort of passing out. But I mean, just supposing you sort of get to that you can't remember the key word. And also, I mean, are you allowed to have these sort of... That's right, this is the Rosebud. They go in, they've got their own flap there. It is amazing. You literally just... I look at these dogs. They just frighten me, dogs, anyway, when they sort of do things like that. But if you had a house and somebody breaks into your property and the dog attacks, I mean, you know, you've got to be there, haven't you, to issue the sort of the word that is the key word for it. If you're not there, what's the point of it? I don't quite understand it. But I can imagine Pete the pool man going, they look at you, because you don't like to stare at dogs, do you? You don't like to... It's the eye contact bit that they don't do. The eye contact bit, not very good at all. My friend Ian says, and Columbo retrains the dogs, so Rosebud makes them lick him to prove that the killer trained them to kill. And it was very clever, actually. I was watching it came up on the television the other day, and it's excellent. It's really very... I love Columbo. He was just so good. He was so good. This is what he says. So you tell him now, in the movie Citizen Kane, what was written on Kane's sledge? I mean, exactly what was written there. And then the bloke, he said, well, there's a sledge hanging on your den. It says Rosebud. He said, you hear that, Ernie? Here, Charlie, I'm holding up the telephone. You tell him nice and loud. And so that's when he goes, it's Rosebud. And that's when the dogs attack. I mean, that would be the most frightening thing. There's a woman in the paper today, and she is in... Where is she? I can't remember. She's somewhere. Anyway, she's camping in a tent, and she's been near a fire which has been cooking food, so she's covered in smells of food, and this bear drags her out the tent and eats her. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't think of anything that would be even more frightening than that in the entire universe. Really terrible. And she can't do anything about it. She can't do anything about it. What else we got? Liz Truss, 86 votes, odds 6-5. Rishi Sunak, Penny Mordaunt, 92 votes, odds 6-1. Kemi, who's out now, I believe, had 59 votes. Tobias Ellwood says he was very sorry after he had the whip removed by the Prime Minister for missing a confidence vote in the government. And Boris Johnson presented with the first editions of Winston Churchill's The Second World War. Do you think he ever reads these? Or do you think they just put them on the shelf? You know, who's going to have them? Apparently a similar set in good condition is available online for £3,232, which means that 22 ministers coughed up 150 quid each. Odd expenses. They'll be putting that down to expensive, won't they? Little present for the former Prime Minister. Excuse me? Ah, dear. One of Amazon's biggest UK businesses paid no corporation tax last year, despite revenues rocketing to £193 a second. How is it that all these big companies don't seem to pay tax in this country? And how is it that the government haven't managed to close down these loopholes? I find it absolutely unbelievable. Do you not? Yes. And Meatloaf, when he sang, and I would do anything for love. Mind you, my favourite Meatloaf song was Midnight at the Lost and Found. Midnight at the Lost and Found. I thought he was great. I went to see him at the Royal Variety Performance one year, and what they do at the Royal Variety Performance is when they rehearse it, they film the rehearsal just in case they're not up to it on the actual evening. And he quite definitely had a few sherbets when he appeared on stage. It was very good. But they're basically, this is a step too far. Expecting a partner to ditch a beloved pet ranked as one of the biggest taboos. And apparently, anything for love? No. Would you end a friendship for love? Would you end a friendship? Would you change political preference? Well, loads of people do, don't they? Loads of people. They're obviously very weak. Would you change sports team? You know, 1 minute you're Man United and then you'd go for Everton or Southampton or something like that. Would you ever take part in phone or video sex? Yeah, it depends who it was, the other end of the telephone, you know. Yeah, Rosebud. Would you ever have a threesome? Yeah, I suppose it was again, yes. These aren't my answers, by the way, coming back. Mine would be, I'd rather stay in with a cup of cocoa, thank you very much indeed. Don't bother with things like that. I'm way forgetting it. Nasty, boring picture of David Beckham bumping into Sarah Ferguson. Unfortunately, it must be very embarrassing because nobody's wearing sunglasses apart from poor old Dave's wife, Vic. And I suppose because it shows all the wrinkles, doesn't it? But they went to this restaurant with the kids, Cruz and Harper. And Dave, whose hair seems to have disappeared recently. Very odd. I don't know where that's gone to. Motoring misery and delays are around the corner when the schools break up. That'll be this week, won't it? I mean, there are still some kids who are going to school, and there are some kids who are not going to school. And yet they'll all be hoping to jet off somewhere very exciting. Now that we've had the weather. Now that we've had the weather, and it's a case of now it's going to get a little bit nippy and a little bit chilly. Plus, what else have we got today? Oh, Matt Lucas. We've got some lovely quotes from Matt Lucas. All after the news.
Sal loves camouflage print. She's decorated her entire house with it.
Here, boy.
Even her pug Billy has a camo coat.
Billy.
After she finished her renovation, she transferred her outstanding balances onto her Barclaycard, interest-free. Now she's found a way to pay down her debt. Sadly, she can't find anything else. What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Search Barclaycard balance transfers to find out more. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR variable, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to July the 20th. And I found this pigeon. They call it pigeon bird repellent. It's made by Carlston. You buy it on Amazon. So it's Carlston pigeon bird repellent. And what it does is you spray it everywhere where pigeons sit. And they'll go there, go, pooh, 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 and they fly away. But then, of course, it wears off after a little while, and they'll come back again. So you have to keep it going. There's all sorts of different bits and pieces that you can get. I mean, seriously, you can buy all sorts of little bits and pieces. But this is Carlston pigeon bird repellent, and I can't even remember how much it is. How much is it? Let's have a look. There you go, $14.95. $14.95, and you get a big spray of it, and you've got to spray it. But they still keep coming back every so often, but not as often as they did. Mind you, I'm hoping the hot weather kills them off, which is good. And Steve, I've just turned the radio on, Steve, and I've been attacked by dogs and eaten by a bear. I know. It's a cheery little programme, isn't it? Cheery little programme. I've always worried about that, don't you? I mean, the idea, because bears are sort of quite lethal. They're actually quite dangerous. Not only because they can outrun you, but they can climb trees from a very early age. You say little bear cubs, and they'll shin up a tree. So if you think you can climb a tree to get away from them, forget it. Absolutely no chance at all. Yeah, but I wouldn't. They frighten me, things like that. But this woman, she's camping. She's in a tent, and the bear comes sniffing around. It can smell food on the air, and it smells it on her. And, of course, they don't know, and it literally drags her out the tent. Because this was a case, wasn't it, a while ago? Don't you remember there was a school trip to some park somewhere in Africa or whatever it was, and the kids were in the tents, and one particular kid, I think a lion stuck its head into the tent. And I remember it distinctly, because I remember thinking, oh, they had to put up all sorts of bits and pieces. Anyway, he makes the big mistake. He runs. And of course, to a lion, your prey, they don't know. They have no idea. And it chased him and it got him. And then they had another one where I think there were polar bears. And they had to put up an electric fencing around the thing. The polar bears just trampled this thing down. And if you've ever seen a polar bear stand up, they can go up to between 9 and 13 feet. They have special trucks that they will take you out to see the polar bears, which are on stilts. And you can go across the ice, and these bears stand up, and their head just about reaches the top, but they're not cuddly at all. They really aren't cuddly. You don't want to start messing about with all these sort of things. And so you can go out there and take photographs of you and polar bears as the polar bear's looking at you, sizing you up. You know, let's have a selfie. Ooh, look, there's a selfie taken. Waj says. There you go. This moment, the campers tent raided by a lion. This is, these lions are big. I don't know if you've ever been to London Zoo and you've seen the lions. When you look at the size of their paws, they're the size of dinner plates. They really are absolutely enormous. And what you're supposed to have is a fire going all night to basically keep these animals away, because that's the only thing that sort of scares them a little bit. Frightens the life out of me. You wouldn't get me going to the Transvaal or anywhere like that. But this campus tent is raided by a lion. And it goes through it's looking for food, isn't it? They don't really care. If they've got cubs, they're looking for food. Frightens the life out of me. Love Island's Billy and Danica are at risk of being dumped after an explosive argument which saw her call out his disgusting behaviour. I mean, to be honest with you, it's descended now into about the lowest of the low that you can possibly get. So Waj says, locked into the spike after watching Narcos Mexico. What's that? Is that Narcos? What is it? Oh, it's about drug lords. Oh, right. It's a drama. Oh, right. I don't think I've seen that, actually. I quite like the idea. Is it DVD? It'll be another DVD thing. What else we got? We got today dumped Love Islander Coco Lodge has revealed what really goes on under the bedsheet. I'm sorry, darling. Nobody cares what you think. Nobody cares. We're not remotely interested. Go back to your dreary little world, you know. And she says it's pretty tedious compared to what Andrew Lepage revealed those two did together, or whatever. She reveals they use their phones, which are only connected to the villa and not to the outside world. Dreariness, darling. I'm so sorry. I feel so sorry for somebody that doesn't actually have any discernible talent, that you have to go onto a television programme and either pretend you don't have a boyfriend or a girlfriend or anything. I mean, it really is. It's tedious in the extreme. Why don't you go and find a job, love? Why don't you go and find a proper job? Try and do something. Do something. Goodness sake, honestly. Duran Duran are going to headline the opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games. The 80s favourites. Are they still favourites? Durran. Simon Le Bon says the Birmingham Commonwealth Games is a momentous event for the great city of Birmingham, and they're delighted to be so you get the reflexes. Well, my favourite of their hits, I don't know actually, really. They're going to be performing 4 well-known songs from their catalogue. So, her name is Rio, because that was quite nice with the ship, wasn't it? Girls on Film. That was very popular as well. I interviewed them when they arrived in Vienna. They came over there to play a place called the Stadthalle, and I interviewed them. And I was the only English person, which, of course, they always feel a bit more, sort of relaxed if it's somebody British. Wild boys. Always reminded me of my life. And so I interviewed them before they actually did it. And then we went to the show afterwards as well, which I thought was quite good. This was many years ago. Many years ago. So I think they still do tour, yes. I think so as well. And apparently also on the lineup is the co-founder of Black Sabbath, who won't be joined by Ozzy Osbourne, who's recovering from surgery. Stephen Knight, the man behind Birmingham's set Peaky Blinders. Also, there's the City of Birmingham Symphony Orchestra and musicians from the Royal Marines, and the 700 drawn from 15 choirs. Which sounds quite nice, doesn't it? But there's no Ozzy Osbourne. I mean, you can't. I mean, really, it's not right. Not right at all, is it? I mean, let him recover from his poor knees. Also, the BBC this week launched BBC Rewind. Have you seen that dreadful programme, Click? How many people are working on it, for God's sake? What a waste of money. For the pitiful audience it must get. And so you've got Paul Spencer and Lara Lewington, who sort of introduce somebody else doing a piece. And you think to yourself, and then you look at the credits at the end. I mean, seriously, I've never seen so many people. It's a technology programme, but obviously, Spencer's getting on a bit now. But it's a case of watching this programme and counting how many people are on the payroll. I mean, it really is a terrible waste of time and money, but, far be it from me, although it is my BBC. I'm constantly being told that. It's my BBC. So let's axe it. I don't mind any of the gardening not the gardening programmes, the farming programmes. I like those. I think they're all very good. Again, loads of people. And I tell you who started milking it. You remember our Yorkshire farm, and the woman's divorced the husband? She quite clearly is desperate to be famous. Quite clearly. You could see it You can see it. It's too obvious. Too obvious. At the time she's had a makeover, she'll look like an early Charlie Dimmock. I predicted it. I said that. You could tell a moment, she went, the marriage is finished, because he just looks like a farmer from Yorkshire, and she's obviously got fearful ambitions. They've got like 9 children, and she's got ambitions of being something. Nothing the matter with that, but, don't try and pretend it's all about the farm and everything else. So we'll wait and see. There's a bloke here, age 20, died. He took ecstasy or MDMA at a festival, while several more have fallen seriously ill. I was always amazed, actually, and I had to admit to being incredibly naive when the producer was telling me that at a lot of these festivals, drugs are easy to get hold of. You can go out there and there are people who have managed to smuggle drugs in, and then they will sell them at these festivals. I mean, I'm a little bit naive, I'm afraid. But anyway, this man from Holmfirth, from West Yorkshire, died on Saturday at a 2-day event. A 23-year-old woman from Ipswich remains in hospital in a serious but stable condition. The victims are said to have taken the drugs at Basefest at Don Valley Bowl in Sheffield. So there's obviously no checking for people who go in, who are obviously taking in drugs to sell. And you can. I mean, do they approach you? I know it's incredibly naive, but do the drug dealers approach people and go, "We want to buy any drugs," or do you have to find them? Or somebody? No, it's not happened to you. I know people bring their own, do they? Well, I'd be taking my own Halib Orange, it has to be said, and yes, on my Dosset box, and I'd probably be taking some paracetamol. I shouldn't wonder at the same time, just in case, And failing that, I'd be smoking some sort of dodgy marijuana cigarette. I mean, you can't buy Consulate anymore. They don't make them. And, they're banned. Menthol banned. Why is that? I used to love a menthol cigarette. That was a long time ago, it has to be said. And the celebration fit for the Queen, Camilla, on her 75th birthday. And Anne Woodingham says, I will catch her up later this year. I'm not sure if that means catching up, just have a chat to her, or are you going to be 75 as well at the same time? I suspect it's probably 75. Also, I'm trying to find this other thing here. Oh, Kimberly Walsh says running for charity with the rest of Girls Aloud to honour Sarah Harding will be a special moment. So Girls Aloud formed on Popstars Arrivals, but felt uncomfortable about performing without Sarah for their 20th anniversary. She died of breast cancer, which had spread. So they're doing this run, and they're hoping to raise some money. So I hope lots of people do that. And here they are, the swindlers. Yes, this is Laura and Philip Burrell. Laura and Philip Burrell helped swindle authorities after her devious mother, Frances Noble, pretended she was in need of 24-hour help. And this couple spoke on TV about the torment of dementia, were jailed for their part in a care fraud. They're a bunch of crooks, the Borrells or Burrells, Laura and Philip, or as we prefer to call them, those people in prison now. They took part in a £625,000 care fraud. The Borrells, both 45, lived a high life of luxury holidays, all on benefits claimed by Frances Noble, who's another lying old bag. I hate these people. They're literally robbing from people who need the money. And so they had luxury holidays and everything else. Between November 2005 and November 2018, she faked the extent of a brain disorder and claimed she needed round-the-clock care. They obtained 624,000 quid from Hertfordshire County Council, but less than 100,000 was spent on care. They accepted they received more than 200,000, and the council is looking to claw the money back. They're a pair of crooks, aren't they, really? There was one here. Investigators were told how the supposedly bedridden Noble was seen being pushed around shops in a wheelchair. On another occasion, she tucked into a meal in a restaurant when she was meant to be on a liquid diet. She was seen collecting grocery deliveries at the front door. In 2019, the family moved to Berlin, but the Burrells returned to face music. Noble, who's the crooked, bent one, remains in Germany. Last month, jailed in her absence for 4 years and 9 months. A warrant has been issued for her arrest. But the couple appeared on This Morning with Holly and Philip. In 2017, Laura, described as one of the youngest people to be diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, told the presenters, whilst I can be an ambassador and get the word out, that's exactly what I want to do. Her fraud was not connected to her dementia. So the judge jailed Philip Burrell and Laura for 3 months, 4 years and 3 months, and Laura for 3 years and 9 months. They both admitted money laundering, you pair of crooks. And they put them on the television as well, because they don't check these things. I mean, well, they don't, I mean, whether they have to pay it back. I mean, hopefully they'll just take their house away from them and sell it. You know, ridiculous, isn't it? Morning, nice to have your company. The Farmer's Wife was on James Martin's show last Saturday, and she has a new book out about her life on the farms. You're right, says Jill. Yeah, she's had a makeover as well. She's had a makeover. She quite desperately wants to be somebody. Meanwhile, the kids are sort of having to suffer with it. The Colombo Dobermans were named Laurel and Hardy, but the attack word was pool man. No, it was definitely Rosebud. The yacht used in Duran Duran Rio video is owned by one of my customers, says Pete the pool man. So there you go. I love it. The dealers at festivals don't look how you'd expect drug dealers to look. They get through that way, says Jonathan. I wouldn't know what a drug dealer looked like, I mean, to be honest with you. I really wouldn't. I mean, I'm a bit too old for that kind of thing. It kind of bypassed me. It's like, you know, I was in London in, the 60s, and they go, oh, if you're in the 60s, and what did they used to say about it? If you can remember the 60s, you weren't really there. Because most people spent most of their time off their trolleys, I think. So it never affected me because I was way too young. Flower power was the nearest I got. When you put flowers in the handlebars of your bicycle. A young cancer patient who gave hope to others when he survived COVID-19 has finally rung the hospital bell at the end of his treatment. This is a little guy called Archie Wilkes, who was 4 when he caught coronavirus whilst battling to overcome neuroblastoma. You know about neuroblastoma. And anyway, the Tottenham Hotspur fan managed to see off COVID a few weeks later, but it took another 2 years to reach full remission at Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge. Yeah, that's where all the nurses line up. And they do line up, and there is a bell that they ring. Are you thinking about the thing in America they do, which is after somebody dies in America, they have this thing in all the hospitals, and it's quite moving. You can see it on YouTube, and the person dies, but they donate their bits of their body to medical science. And so they have the walk of whatever they call it, I can't remember, and they push their hospital bed down the corridors, and you can see them on their bed. They've died. They're still connected up to bits and pieces, and then they wheel them into the operating theatre so that they can, donate their eyes or their kidneys or their heart or whatever it happens to be. It's very moving because a lot of the people who donate are very young. Some are soldiers, some are children, and I've never seen it before. I'd only ever seen it in hospitals in America, and it's lovely. But the young cancer people, the kids, are so excited to ring the bell. They're so thrilled. Seriously, it makes you want to cry. It really does, because they're just, it's such a brilliant thing. And you always get the nurse who's got the guitar, and she plays a song, Kumbaya. So they ring the bell to end the treatment. So well done. I mean, it just absolutely breaks your heart, because it's something that a lot of people go through. People even at this precise moment in time are going through stuff like that. And that's why every year when I talk about Make Some Noise, and we have, an item that we hope to sell to raise some money, it's for little charities. It's like these little people here. Some of them are in charities who don't get very much money. And with your help, we can give them, the £100,000 that they need to keep them going for another year and stuff like that. It's very touching, very, very touching. And you've donated millions over the years, and I hope that we shall do exactly the same this year. 22 minutes past 5. I don't know why I'm telling you the time. We never like to tell people the time. The simple reason being it's a bit like Las Vegas. And here's a 13th century shipwreck made from trees felled over 750 years ago. Has been given special protection status. This is the Mortar Wreck, found in Poole Bay in Dorset, the oldest known protected ship in English waters, where the hull remains can be seen. They think it was felled, or the trees were felled, between 1242 and 1265. This is during Henry VIII's reign. Cargo salvaged include stone cauldrons and cups. 2 other ships have been designated under the Protection of Wrecks Act. Isn't that amazing? Sometimes when you look at the River Thames in London, you can stand on one of the bridges and you'll see bits of wood sticking out of the mud. And sometimes they were piers that came out years ago, and they haven't bothered sort of removing them because they go down quite a long way. But that I quite like. Hugh Edwards snapped. You can imagine, can't you? I love the idea of snapped. I don't know what it means, but it sounds fantastic. And after his programme was criticised for slightly overdoing coverage of this week's hot weather. You can imagine, can't you? Tweeting that the first 23 minutes had been devoted to the heat, former Labour Minister Lord Austin mischievously added, before we got onto the trivial and unimportant issue of who might end up running the country. Edwards fired back at the peer, "Oh, give it a rest. We're 7 weeks from a result." Honestly, you can't even... Hugh Edwards, honestly, a temper as well. Goodness sake, honestly. But meanwhile, viewers are telling us they're far more exercised by climate change and the weather extremes. Go figure. Honestly. Hickey has said today, "Time for a lie down in the shade, Hugh." They get so irate, don't they? All he's got to do is read big words on an auto cue. It's not difficult, but they take it so seriously. You know, if only we could have a bit of humour. You know, which you don't get on the news bulletins, apart from years ago with Reginald Bosanquet, who incurred the wrath of the British public, because the firemen were on strike. So the government decided to bring out the green goddesses, which were used by the army, and the army were basically running the fire service. And at the very end of the programme, based down at ITN, you had Reginald Bosanquet doing the story about the woman whose cat was up a tree, and the green goddess was brought round so they could put the ladders up there to get the cat down. And so the old lady was terribly grateful when the green goddess turned up, and the soldiers went up there and they got the cat down, and Reginald Bosanquet did it with a straight face, and he said, and as the green goddess reversed out of the drive, it ran over the cat and killed it. And he unfortunately allowed a smile to play across his face, and people complained about it. They were furious. He thought it was, I mean, he didn't actually sort of guffaw or anything like that, but it was a case of, and as the green goddess reversed out, it reversed over this poor woman's cat. It's like Steve Allen and the squirrel all over again, isn't it, really? But, I mean, it was seen at the time as a little bit of light-heartedness, but unfortunately the British public didn't see it the same way. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nobody's perfect. Good God, if we were all perfect, you'd be presenting this programme. Truss allies are warned no dirty backroom deals. Honestly, they can't even agree, can they, within the Conservative Party? 12 years in battle, and now they're still battling on. The fires are battling on as well. Yorkshire, I mean, terrible here in the village of Skellow near Doncaster. That's been awful. And people whose fences... There's a lovely garden here. They've got a swing and all the rest of it. The fence has just burst into flames. Literally, I mean, just... And the next minute, and it's a charred wreck. Because there's not a lot you can do about it. Here's a lot of people swimming, a lot of men wearing a lot of overweight men swimming at the River Swales waterfalls in Richmond in North Yorkshire, which is quite nice. I mean, to be honest with you, we got this thing about standing in water if it's very hot. I don't know why. But here is a pupil sent home from school for wearing shorts instead of trousers. Alan Freeman said he was baffled when his 14-year-old son was made to change into the usual uniform. He added he's not very happy. Heckmondwike Grammar School in West Yorkshire told the BBC that pupils were allowed to remove only blazers and ties, but all classrooms in use had air conditioning. Well, he wanted to wear shorts. What is the matter with these stupid people? So you can take off your blazer and your tie, but you've got to keep your long trousers on. I mean, honestly, I ask you, I'd have your kid out of that school immediately. He just wanted to wear shorts. It was boiling hot. What happens if he's got, an overactive thyroid or something like that? I mean, you can wear shorts. You can't really wear shorts at second... Really? Well, they're all wearing them round our way. Army school? Primary school? No, these are 14, 15-year-olds. My next-door neighbour, she wears shorts. Just go... She's at school. She's wearing shorts. They're all wearing them. It's the uniform. Shorts. I don't know what you're thinking about. Goodness, it's quite normal, actually. Quite normal. Meghan, the dreary one, she doesn't actually make any speeches. Best not show yourself up. And she turns out she had lunch with veteran feminist and rights activist Gloria Steinman, who must be about 95 now. But Meghan turned up in another outfit. I don't know. She obviously thinks she's some sort of force to be reckoned with. They went to a restaurant. The Duchess, she's not a duchess, just a very average actress, wearing a £4,000 jumpsuit with sandals worth £470 and carrying a £3,000 clutch bag. This is world poverty, is it, dear? You hypocrite. US gossip website, Page 6, said their security team warned other diners. Warned other diners. A security team. Who do you think you're talking to, love? Get out the restaurant, peasant. Goodness sake, honestly. That if they tried to take pictures, they'd be forced to leave the restaurant. I don't know what sort of restaurant allows people in like this. They warned other diners. Yeah, let's not bother, shall we? Let's not bother eating here. And apparently, the royals were happy to interact with the next table when they realised it was a birthday celebrant. God, I'll tell you, worst nightmare, isn't it? I'm sorry, what's your name, love? Morgan. Yeah, and who's he? Harry. Oh, God, yeah, the failure. A source said Meghan went up to them with Harry and said, I wish you the happiest birthday. They were all dumbfounded. Of course they were. Nobody goes up to people in restaurants in New York. Sorry, what are you doing, love? Go away. Go away. Take your security with you as well, please. What else we got? Liz should now make the final two, but Sunak's team is full of masters of the dark arts and nobody would ever know. Imagine.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
27 minutes to 6. Nice to have your company. Sarah Vine, in her column today, talks about Dame Helen Mirren, revealing that when she was playing the Queen at one of the most painful chapters of royal history, she wrote a heartfelt letter to Her Majesty saying, in my research, I found myself with a growing respect for her. There you go. Which is quite nice. Well, must be quite nice, right? I wonder if the Queen wrote back, actually. And Sarah says, oh, Harry, please stop being such a preachy, dreary old bore. This is when they go out the other day. This is Harry, who's Mr. Misery. He really is. He doesn't know anything. He just sort of stands up there and basically, starts wagging a finger at us. And then his wife goes out, and I think on one day she wears 3 designer outfits worth in excess of £20,000. They then trot off, him and Meghan, at a hot spot called Liccardo Verde, where you don't get much change out of 90 quid a head. This is him preaching to us about saving money and world poverty and all the rest of it. The wife was then on her 3rd designer outfit in 24 hours. Such misery. The whole point of being a royal or a celebrity, and Harry is both, is to offer a bit of escapism and light relief. Unfortunately, he's about the most miserable devil that you could ever encounter. And she says here, do us all a favour, Harry. Go and enjoy your life in America. After all the trouble it's caused, it's the least you can do. Yeah, and stop preaching to us, you patronising old baggage. We're not interested. We know what world poverty is, and you're supposed to be doing it in memory of Nelson Mandela. And here's your wife wearing another, was it £6,000 designer outfit? Who in God's name do you think you're talking to, love? Ridiculous. What else we got? Ralph's cracked down. Adele wearing a holiday outfit worth apparently £4,000. £4,000. Which is okay. These bags that they carry around, she's got a Rive Gauche bag. It's worth nearly £2,000. It's just for putting things in. I spend 15 pence and get a bag from Waitrose, and you can keep stuff in it and everything, and you can walk around with it. I don't know why people need to spend so much money. Didn't Victoria Beckham spend a fortune on a handbag, like a Jane Birkin £20,000 bag? Positively obscene. But it's her money. She can do what she wants with it. 7 million, another record bites the dust. They Still Rock You. Queen have made UK chart history with an album released in 1981. It's become the first to sell 7 million copies through a combination of physical sales, downloads and streams. The greatest of the greatest. Number 10, Michael Jackson. Who's Bad? Very good, that. You notice that? Who's bad? You know, dum, dum, dum. Who's bad? I can do that. Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms. That's a good album. Number 9. I like Dire Straits. Michael Jackson. So this is Thriller. Thriller. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm getting there. Rumours. Fleetwood Mac, number 7. Good album. Very, very good album. Pink Floyd. Money. I do all the impressions. There's no extra charge for this. Seriously. Other programmes would be sort of, you know, charging you, but not for me. Dark Side of the Moon, one of my favourite albums. I liked it. Yeah, I love it. Love it. I bought it on CD so I can play it in the car. I only had it on vinyl. I tried cutting the vinyl down. It doesn't work. You can't get it in the slot in the car. It's a bit prog rock. Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. Not my sort of thing at all, actually. A bit bored with those two. Adele. Never heard anything from Adele. I know I have, but I wouldn't buy an album. I'm not sort of, but, you know, it's not that I'm not a fan. It's, you know. Number 3, The Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's. Where's Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band? Wonder what they were on when they wrote that. Everything, I think, under the sun. Number 2 is what? What's the number 2 album? Come on. Got to be easy. It is ABBA, absolutely. ABBA Gold. And the number 1 album, Queen's Greatest Hits. Phenomenal. It's been in the charts now. They've sold 7 million copies. And they say that the Queen's Greatest Hits is owned by more than 1 in 4 UK households. And the producer thought ABBA would be bigger than Queen. No. Odd, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how much there is in it. I shouldn't imagine there's that much in it. But either way, some good stuff there, isn't there, when you think about it? Albums you should have in your collection. You know, and especially, you know, and you should sing along to it and enjoy it and do all the rest of it, which was very nice indeed. Born on This Day, an actress I'd forgotten lost her. We lost the other year, Sally Ann Howes. Now, you'll know who Sally Ann Howes is when I tell you that she took over from Julie Andrews as Eliza Doolittle in My Fair Lady, but she's best remembered for playing Truly Scrumptious in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. She was truly scrumptious. She died, as I say, in 2021, described by the composer Richard Rodgers as the greatest singer who ever sang on the American musical stage. How lovely. Also, Bruce Parker, the journalist from Guernsey, first presenter of the Antiques Roadshow. I didn't know that. I had no idea. But they said that the roadshow's success was down to people being either gobsmacked at the value or equally gobsmacked at the lack of value. That was me. 81 he is today, Bruce Parker. See, I thought it was Arthur Negus who was on the Antiques Roadshow. I've obviously missed out on this one. I don't remember it. Hugh Scully. You remember Hugh? I remember seeing Hugh Scully years and years ago, drunk in Richmond. He fell down in the pavement outside a pub, just leading onto the green. Because I remember I was walking on the other side of the road, and I remember going, "Oh, it's Hugh Scully off his trolley." It was on the floor. It was on the floor, being helped up. In 1968, on this day, guess who announced their engagement to Paul McCartney? It was Jane Asher. Jane Asher, who announced her engagement to Paul McCartney. Do you know Jane Asher? Yeah, actress. Sorry? They were. Well, it was the end of her engagement to Paul McCartney. Wasn't really it. I mean, people used to write hate letters to her because they all wanted to sort of go out with Paul McCartney and stuff like that. July the 20th, 1982. Now, this is a significant one because I remember this very, very well indeed. And this was where the Buckingham Palace intruder, Michael Fagin, it's been announced, will not be prosecuted for sneaking into the Queen's bedroom. The Queen, of course, was pushing the alarm button, and the police officers at Buckingham Palace were so useless, they totally ignored it. The Queen is pushing every alarm that she can possibly find to get somebody in, to get this man out, who is sitting on the edge of her bed. And it was a case of, he scaled the 14-foot high perimeter wall. It had revolving spikes and barbed wire, climbed up a drain pipe, and then he found his way into the bedroom at about 7:15. An alarm sensor had detected him inside the palace, but the police thought it was faulty and silenced it. They were that thick. And the Queen is pushing the button, and nothing happened. But anyway, then apparently one of the maids came in and went, "Good God, ma'am, what's he doing here?" And that was when they actually did something. And the Queen phoned the palace switchboard twice for the police, but nobody arrived. The duty footman who'd been walking the Queen's dogs finally appeared, followed by 2 policemen who removed him. A police report heavily criticised the officers on duty, and security says they were totally useless. Totally useless. But he didn't get prosecuted for it. I mean, you imagine sitting on the bed, the Queen there with the rollers in, waiting for a piece of, separate bedrooms. That's how we knew that they had separate bedrooms. But Michael Fagan had sat on the bed. Interestingly enough, Queen Victoria's memorial to her husband Albert is 150 years old this month. This is the Albert Memorial, and the breathtaking secrets. I mean, there's all sorts of figures carved into the memorial's base. Do you know that it's an underground vault underneath it, which is holding this thing up? It was originally, I'm led to believe, I might be wrong on this, but I thought they were going to put it on his tomb. And it turned out to be too big. So they put it over the road from the Royal Albert Hall, and people go and take pictures of it. They probably have no idea. I mean, it's a monument to Victorian rigour and pride. And they just sort of built a bit up on top of it, so there was no way you could ever put it on the tomb. But people still go there. I see it on a regular basis, but I've never actually been there and taken a picture of it. Which I probably, which you do when you're a kid, don't you really? You have to go round and take pictures of these things, because that's what, as a kid, you do it. And I used to have a little tiny camera when we were in Hong Kong. It was a little miniature camera. I mean, like an inch across. And you used to put a little roll of film in it, tiny little roll of film. And I remember taking little pictures. And I've got pictures of the Tower of London and stuff like that. Because when you're little, you don't really understand it, do you? You just sort of take a picture of something. And then you show your friends where you went. But, didn't go to work like that. I'm going to tell you in a moment what the odds are of hitting the jackpot on a scratch card. Because it's quite interesting, actually, because there are lots of quirky facts that you never knew. And there's also lots of prizes which have already been won, but they don't tell you they've been won. So you're still buying a ticket. There is one here. It's the prize is £1 million. Well, top prizes left? None. For £1 million. Top prizes left? None. Top prizes left? None. On one of the Play Your Stars right, top prize is £1 million. Top prizes left? 3. In Dual Multiplier, it's a £5 a ticket, it's £1 million. They've got 4 of the prizes left. And but as I say, in the £100,000 a year for 20 years, top prize 2 million, top prizes left? None. I mean, you can buy smaller prizes, you can win smaller prizes, but who the hell wants to win a small prize? You want to win the big prize, don't you? Cash Reactor, top prize £300,000, top prizes left? None. So why are they still selling tickets? So the overall rating, 0. 0, that's what they've given it in ratings. So, be very careful. Because, you might be going in for a competition where there is no prize. But they've still got them. I mean, it's like buying a lottery ticket and somebody said, well, actually, somebody won it a few weeks ago, but we're just not going to tell you about it. It's been won. So you should read it. It's very interesting. There's one here. One game tantalises buyers with the possibility of winning £100,000 a year for 20 years, but the winning tickets have already been scratched. They say no new cards for the game can be printed, but those already on display can still be sold. So in other words, there's no chance of you winning the prize because it's gone. The only one left appears to be £500 loaded. Top prizes left, 6,865. And top prize is £500. So, 3 of the worst ones, £1 million 100x, £100,000 a year for 20 years, and Cash Reactors. There's no prizes on those. There's no top prizes left at all. I call that a swizz, don't you? Because you go in there thinking, hey, I'd like to win £100,000 a year for 20 years. That's what you're buying a ticket for. I'm not buying a ticket for a box of chocolates and a packet of Smarties. I'm buying a ticket to win £100,000 a year for 20 years. But the prize is not available because they've already been won. I mean, that's like going. We did a competition years ago on LBC. I'll tell you in a minute, because it was really good, actually. I got all excited. But mind you, it didn't take much at my age. Morning, nice to have your company. It's 11 minutes to 6. I'm still trying to work out, actually. Camelot say on these scratch card prizes which have been won, but don't worry, there are other prizes below that, but we don't want to enter for that. I'm not entering the competition to win a lower prize. I'm entering the competition to win either £1 million or £100,000 for 20 years, or £300,000. I'm not remotely bothered about the fact that there are loads of other little prizes. I don't want a little prize. So anyway, years ago we had a great competition on LBC, and it was to win a car. In fact, over the years we've given away loads of cars, actually, but this particular one was with a garage in Richmond, and they gave us a car, and people entered the competition, and I think it was narrowed down to about 30 people, either 30 or 40 people, who all crammed into this showroom in Richmond, and it was my job to sort of offer the car up. And so what we had 40 keys. Most of them, well, in fact, all of them didn't work, except one key. One key opened the car. And so what we did at the beginning, we had all these people crammed. I mean, we were sweating buckets under the lights. Seriously, they had all these spotlights on and everything else, and it was great. And so they all stood exactly the same chance of winning this car, which we had on offer. And so it was my job to put the car in the engine, turn it on, and into the ignition and start it to prove that that's the key. Take it out, and you had to be done very carefully, holding the key up and then dropping it into this sort of like barrel kind of thing, which is the sort of thing you'd have bingo numbers in and all the rest of it. And so this was the key. So we knew that the key that operated the car was in there, and everybody got one turn at picking a key. So it was so the odds were great. The odds were really good. It was only like 40 to 1. And I remember thinking, we're going to be here forever. Everybody putting their hand in, turning the barrel, and we did it on air, yeah. And I'm sweating buckets under the lights and hoping that somebody's going to win this thing. And I think we got about halfway through, and then somebody took, so the person had to come up, put their hand in, take the key out, put it into the door lock. If it didn't open the door lock, it was a non-winning key, and we had to discard it. And so gradually you sort of got down, down and down, until eventually somebody pulled a key out, put it in the door, and it opened it. And the excitement was that we built this thing up. It was just phenomenal. It was so exciting. And it was very good, very good. You can imagine all the other people, though, who were waiting for their chance to pull a key. And they're going, well done, so thrilled. But somebody walked away with a car. That was the nice thing. Ashley says, a lovely breeze at Waterloo this morning. Makes a change from recently. Also, the window boxes at the Wellington pub always look amazing. Have you noticed? I haven't, actually. I haven't. Oh, yes, I have looked. Yes, I have looked at the Wellington pub. Of course I have. And there they are, yeah, the Wellington pub. They have rooms for rent and everything else. They must have companies that come along and water these things. Because, you wouldn't get out there yourself and do it, would you? The trouble with Adele's music, says Pete, is she always sounds fed up. It's all breakups and makeups. Great voice, but really depressing. I quite like depressing music. 53 years, says Kim, since Neil and Buzz landed on the moon, Steve. I watched the great documentary last night about Apollo astronaut Gene Cernan, the last man to land on the moon. Very interesting, if that's your thing. Yes, I mean, I'd quite like to do it. I always laugh at all those poor people who go, of course, we never landed on the moon. I did interview Buzz Aldrin some years ago when we were in Gray's Inn Road. And the trouble is, in those days, we had so many, it was literally non-stop celebrities walking through the doors. It was really, and you became a bit blasé after a while. After, yes, this one done. You just put it down to the fact we've got to get that one done, okay, that one, and then we've got another one come. And so it went on, actually. Steve, I spent the last 2 nights sleeping in our conservatory. It's been brilliant. It got so chilly in the middle of the night, says Tony, that I had to put my dressing gown on to keep warm. I intended to sleep in the bedroom last night, but when I went upstairs, I felt the internal walls and they felt like night storage heaters. Yeah, actually, last night I didn't sleep particularly well. It was sort of... I put a fan on in the bedroom, but it's a bit too high. I should have angled it down a bit, so I'm going to have to angle it down a bit when I go home. Yes, it sweeps backwards and forwards, which is very nice, but it was just a bit too high for me. It didn't kind of make it. Scam victims over 70 have lost nearly £1 billion in 3 years. And there's an awful lot of people who are too scared to come forward if they feel that they've been scammed. There is one man here from Peterborough tricked into handing over £6,000. As scammers posed as TSB bank employees. There's a retired photographer who got a letter claiming she'd bought an Apple iPhone and signed up to a 36-month contract with O2 costing £39.70. She went straight to the local O2 shop, but says they merely told her she'd been a victim of identity fraud and gave her a number for their fraud team. So, anyway, she lives with her husband, posted about the experience, and she's now worried she'll be hit with further debt demands, which could impact her credit rating. It's amazing, actually. So, loads of people... after Moneymail intervened, an O2 spokesperson confirmed they'd closed the fraudulent account. Well, why didn't they do that to start with? Why do they have to have the intervention of somebody? Shame on you, O2. I'm glad I'm not with you anymore. They wrote to me afterwards going, oh, are you sure you want to leave us? Yes, I'm absolutely sure I want to leave you. Absolutely. So, after Moneymail intervened, apart from that, I left them because I got a better deal. It was as simple as that. I thought they were too expensive. I didn't think I got any service from them either. But so Moneymail have to intervene because they're getting bad publicity in the paper. And only then did they close the fraudulent account. Shameful, isn't it? Anyway, this other man, David, from Peterborough, tricked into handing over money for scammers who posed as TSB. It's this old thing, and I can only reiterate that people get caught out by this, even though I've told people 1,000,000 times. So somebody phones you, and they say your account has been compromised, and you need to transfer the money to a safe account. Crooks. They never, ever phone you. The bank will never phone you and say your account has been compromised, OK? This bloke allowed them to transfer £6,000 from his bank account into another account because he gave them all the details. He had a sinking feeling. He put the phone down and called TSB. You should have put it, David is 77. Anyway, TSB reimbursed him under its fraud refund guarantee scheme. But, if somebody says, your account's been compromised, they're liars. They're liars, but people are too embarrassed, aren't they? People are too embarrassed to actually sort of say, oh, I've been caught out. But it's mainly, they will never ask for bank details over a telephone. You seriously think that somebody's going to phone you up and say, listen, your bank account's been compromised. Can you give me the sort code and the account? I mean, what? I'd be going, yeah, right, OK, here comes the sort code, 222222, OK? We've written that down, thicko. Oh, blimey, honestly. But, it's people fall for it. To the tune of £1 billion in 3 years. Small wonder these fraudsters are laughing. Go on to YouTube, type in fraudsters, and you'll see a bloke from America who catches them out. He goes, I know where you are, I can see you. He's accessed their computers. They're people who go, oh, we need to put this money into this account here and make sure. Yeah, right. Yeah, you're crooks. You're crooks. Your mother's a crook as well as you. OK, put the phone down on them. Ghastly. Ridiculous. In fact, every time I open up the newspapers, there's more people who've been ripped off. More people. You have to find out whether your energy supplier owes you a refund. There's one woman here hit with a demand from her provider, E.ON, after her bill for her one-bedroom flat in Manchester was hiked 238% to £200 a month. Actually, she was owed 150. I'm trying to, at the moment, I'm having an argument with Thames Water. Thames Water, if you please. What were they sort of saying? Oh, that's right. I should be on a discount for a single person. And she said, well, perhaps you should have a water meter fitted. And you have to explain to Thames Water, who are a bit dim, that we can't have water meters fitted. They've already written to us telling us we can't have water meters fitted, but they're a bit stupid. It's been ongoing for ages. In the end, I've decided I think I might have to change my supplier because they're so stupid. It's almost embarrassing. And lots of people. Do you know they've also cut branch hours due to hot weather? Because nobody's got air conditioning now. Go to America. I promise you, every single place in America, every shop, every shopping mall, they've got air conditioning. Over here, you see people sitting there. It's terrible. Even one of the guardsmen the other day, down at Whitehall, hidden behind one of the pillars, they plugged a fan in for him. As if that's going to make any difference. You know, it's their uniforms. So they have to stand there. They have to stand there in this sort of heat, trying desperately not to look as if they're melting. But it's still these people in Wellington, to the east of the capital here, and houses, one after the other, after the other, after the other, bursting into flames. I hope to God they've got buildings insurance and stuff like that, but you just got this horrible feeling, maybe not. This is where the temperature soared to over 40 degrees, the hottest ever recorded here. But today you're okay. Today you're okay. We might get rain later on this afternoon, but, you know, there might be thunderstorms and different bits and pieces. But, I mean, that we can cope with. Rather the rain, you know, and you watch, everything overnight will change from grey and brown to green. All of a sudden it will look wonderful. It would look lush and gorgeous. A bit like this programme. We are lush and gorgeous this morning. McDonald's and Burger King are offering points for patties. They're offering a loyalty card. And the former GP with heart problems. How far did she have to travel to get some help? Tell you after this.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you until 7. And Nick Ferrari will be along at 7. So Elton John has stressed his farewell tour really will be goodbye. Oh, well. I mean, I don't know what he's going to do, to be honest with you. Perhaps he'll go on holiday with the Beckhams or something. Brummies enjoy the most afternoon naps, a survey. Everybody in this weather enjoys a nap. Everybody enjoys a nap. It's one of those sort of things that you say, I have a little nap occasionally when I get in, just a little lie down, and then you sort of wake up, get outside and get some air. And Pete says, so you believe the Americans landed on the moon in 1969? It didn't happen. It did in the years after, but the first one, I'm sorry. No, they couldn't make it. They tried, all the build-up and money spent. They had no option other than to stage it. Oh, honestly, Pete, grow up, for goodness sake. Of course they did. Of course they did. Why would you bother lying about something like that? I mean, I love conspiracy theorists. They're hilarious. They're generally about sort of 2 sandwiches short of a picnic. You know, they've got no idea. They go, it's a conspiracy theory, you know. It's like, you know, it's the old crop circles and stuff like that all over again, you know, made by spacecraft. You know, in the middle of nowhere. People seriously want to believe it because they don't have anything. It's like people believe in, was it Roswell? You know, where they think that, I mean, it's just almost, it's so hilarious. Of course, it did happen. Otherwise, why would you bother faking something? What would be the purpose of faking it? I don't quite understand it. Nobody's ever got any answers for things like that at all, but always good fun. Steve, I'm glad you mentioned Burger King. I went past the one in Waterloo Station. It's not been there for over 2 years now. What are you talking about? You went past it. It's not been the Burger King. No, they've got McDonald's downstairs. But the one upstairs, the whole of that thing there, I think the Burger King site, it's just a building site. All this load of old codswallop that they were giving you, that, oh, don't worry, we're going to be opening up very shortly. That was over nearly 2 years ago. The Marks and Spencer's has closed as well. There's a little Marks and Spencer's by the stairs, or as I call them, the steps. But the other one's gone. The big one has gone. And they go, we're going to be back next year. And you think, yeah, well, they said that about Burger King, and that never appeared. We're still waiting. Still says temporarily closed. Yeah. Well, there is, I mean, not only temporarily closed, there's nothing in it. They've taken everything out there. So somebody's telling lies somewhere. The one in Twickenham hardly ever bothers opening. I don't know why they bother. They're never open for breakfast at all. Perhaps they can't. Perhaps they're just not interested. Lawrence says, am I the only one who likes spicy food in warm weather? No, loads of people like spicy food in warm weather. So, I mean, I'm not particularly bothered by it, but it's supposed to be good for you, isn't it, really? And Andy says, I'm glad the hot weather is over. Well, I wouldn't guarantee it. Not over. He said, we resorted to heading into Kingston yesterday, wandering around the Bentall Centre to cool down. Walking through the doors was like walking into a fridge freezer, you think? Oh, I'm back out in the garden. He said, hopefully I can catch up on sleep today and back to normal tomorrow. Yeah, but there is definitely another heat wave coming around next month, I believe. So make the most of it. Make the most of it. Elaine says Thames Water invoiced us for water when our office suite had no water supply at all. Took months of letters, 2 site inspections by them, and an ombudsman intervention before they dropped the action. Yeah, I told you my friend Graham had that when he got a bill from the gas board for gas, and he phoned them up and said, I haven't got gas. And they went, well, you owe us this money for gas you've used. He said, I haven't got gas. So they sent round somebody. They sent round a gas inspector, somebody to disconnect him because he hadn't paid the bill. So he invited them in. He thought he might as well go the whole hog. Invited them round, and the bloke goes around the kitchen. He goes, you haven't got any gas? And Graham said, I told you I haven't got any gas. Yeah, makes you wonder where sort of some people's brains are, really. It's hilarious, isn't it? And Mike says, the boyfriend and I were wise and booked a room at the Premier Inn at Southampton Airport near the parents rather than bake on the narrowboat. It's aircon heaven. Oh, first thing I do whenever I go on holiday, I check the air conditioning. The first thing I do is check the air conditioning. When I was in Vegas, I've got the air conditioning on 24 hours a day. Seriously, I mean, I none of this messing around. Sid Cup Julie says, I've been listening to you since 4. You've made me laugh throughout. It's been quite a day today, isn't it? I thought the impressions of all the musical albums was one of my highlights. Oh, Scarlett Moffat, just when you realise just how bad presentation can be, she's got another show out. She did one on Tourette's the other day. She's got a cooking programme. And now she's got another one because she failed her driving test 13 times. That's what you call really dim. 13 times to fail the driving test. And so they're making a television programme about, she went, oh, I can't believe it. There's other people who failed their driving test. Yep, there's other stupid people out there. Seriously, 13 times she's failed it, so they make a television programme. God knows I'm losing the will to live with some of these rubbish television programmes. I did it twice. But 13 times? That's really bad. You wouldn't want her anywhere near the road, would you? You did 5 times. 5 times? Good God, that's bad. That's not me, that's the producer. Yeah, I did twice. And I knew I'd failed first time round. That was my own fault. They said, how do you turn right on a motorway? How do you turn right on a motorway? And I said, well, you look in the mirror, indicate. Well, of course, you can't turn right on a motorway, can you? You can only come off left and then go round, and that's it. And I mean, it didn't help. I had to reverse round a corner, and I mounted the curb. I guess I mounted the curb and nearly took out a post box. That would do it as well. But I learned to drive. I had a woman driving instructor. I mean, I ask you. Goodness sake, honestly, women driving. They'll be giving them the vote next. Yes. But anyway, and she had dual controls on the car. And I went to go over a traffic light in Newbury on a little bridge there, and it was orange. And of course, she braked, and the car stalled. And just at that moment, friends of mine from school walked past the car as I'm sitting there thinking, God in heaven, how embarrassing. It's like going shopping with your mother, isn't it? And if you fail, you still finish, yeah. But I remember, yes, they don't tell you till the end that you failed, even though you know you failed. But I passed second time round, went home, my mother was on the phone, and she said, oh, Stephen's just come in. And she said, did you pass? And I held up my little book, and she went, he's passed. My dad came home and let me take out, we had a little Firms van at the time, little like minivan thing, and he said, I'll take you out, see if you're okay. So, of course, you behave really well, don't you, when your dad's watching you driving. Worked a treat for me. Kevin says, love the show, I've just moved to Chichester. New home, it's fab, except we've got moles in the garden. Oh, God. Never get rid of those. You can get mole catchers. People who go round and they will put an explosion into the ground and it will reverberate and it will kill the moles. Because if ever you've seen farmers' fields where they've got moles, there'll be about 30 or 40 molehills all over the place. Because they just pop up, hello, and then pop back down again. Ghastly. So, fancy having moles in the garden. I thought they were on the way out, actually. Victoria says there's going to be a new shopping centre opening up at Waterloo, where the old Eurostar station was. Apparently there's going to be loads of shops, restaurants. It'll have the biggest brew dog in the UK. Great for a Prosecco when you're waiting for a train. Well, not at the time I get on the train in the morning. I'm not going to end up with... isn't that where the new platforms are? Yeah, well, it's underneath. It's underneath. And let's go. I couldn't drink Prosecco at that time. Can you imagine drinking Prosecco at 7:28 in the morning? Oh, Lord. And getting off the other end and going, I had a little drinky poos. Steve, passed first time with no minors. And somebody says, you don't believe Roswell either. Oh, my God. Oh, Pete, honestly, grow up. There's nothing worse. Are you on medication or something? You must be on medication. Pete doesn't believe that they went to the moon and also believes in Roswell. Sad, isn't it, really? You probably believe in Star Trek and fairies at the bottom of your garden. Although I should imagine, actually, there probably are fairies at the bottom of your garden. So, what else we got? Oh, the Samsung smartwatch app, which appeared on the television. Do you remember? People complained about it. Only about 20 people. And it showed a woman running alone. And they were saying, no, women get attacked and all the rest of it. Anyway, they've deemed that the ad is not irresponsible at all. So it will continue. What was the other one? Nearly half of Britons claiming to have never seen a hedgehog. I find that really bizarre, actually. I suppose it's where you live, isn't it? If you live in the country, you'll see hedgehogs all the time. Don't you? Well, I thought so. What was the other one? The 7 million LPs, yeah. Care workers brace for their most difficult year. Can't be any worse. Can't be any worse. It really can't. And the drag queen who caused outrage at a family comedy show. Excuse me, and was saying dreadful things which shouldn't have been said in front of children. These people have no idea. Have no idea. I don't know why. Everywhere you go now, there's another drag queen turns up. But this one was saying all sorts of things which were wholly inappropriate. Excuse me. The former GP with heart problems had to travel how far to get help? A former GP, this is. You would think, I mean, not that it makes any difference whether it's a former GP or anybody else. 300 miles to get help. I don't know, there was nothing else available. Absolutely nothing. It's a woman. Nothing else available at all. So you have to travel 300 miles to get some help for a heart problem. Blimey. There's the worrying thing, isn't it? Steve says, Brian, it's changed now. They stop the test if you fail to reduce the time spent in contact with other people due to coronavirus. I don't know how they coped, actually, during coronavirus, although it's on the increase again, isn't it, really? We'll have to wait and see. Also, Steve, beautiful 17 degrees right now in Coffs Harbour. A friend of mine is currently staying at Strand Palace Hotel. I had to explain to her last night about Joe Allen's. Just literally, you can find it off the main reception. Also, Elton John has announced today he's returning to Australia for 5 more farewell shows in January, because he'd finished the farewell tour in Australia in 2020, just before COVID lockdown. They're calling them his encore shows, so he may never finish. Yeah, it's an encore. I mean, it just goes on forever and a day, doesn't it? Just goes on and on and on. Perhaps he just likes performing. I mean, I see no reason why he shouldn't. But then don't sort of give us this baloney. I mean, I've lost track of how many farewell shows Frank Sinatra had. He was constantly touring, you know, and you go, for goodness sake, give it up. But they can't. They can't stop working. That's what they like doing. Morning, it's all kicking off on Love Island. Apparently Luca, who's the bloke who works in the fish shop, was fuming over clips of Gemma and Billy. And then Gemma tells Luca, get over yourself. They're all quite nasty little people. They really are. And now it turns out that Luca's family are sort of saying, oh, he's not like this. He's really nice. And he's, well, obviously not. Obviously not. And they say it's an unusual situation. And we understand what it is. We have seen this programme before. We're not completely stupid. This was the one the other day. Luca was getting death threats. And I said, don't waste your time talking to the papers about this. You go to the police. You report it, you get these people stopped. So, Luca, I mean, they've all got anger management issues, which, you know, to be honest with you, I thought they were all just going on there to meet boyfriends and girlfriends. Obviously not. Obviously not. I was sort of, you know, and then Gemma she's got attitude. A little bit too much attitude, unfortunately. She obviously rates herself very highly. And at the end of the day, somebody's going to win the thing, and then they'll all disappear in a very short space of time, because it's a little game show. It's not supposed to be taken seriously. It's not Mensa or anything like that. Teenage boys most likely to drown as the weather death toll grows. So far, 4 boys. We found there was one in Ilford, one near Wigan in a quarry. What have we said before? I don't know what more you can do, apart from there are signs up to these places saying do not swim in these places. These quarries are quite deep, and there's all sorts of problems lurking beneath the surface. One died in the River Tyne in Northumberland. Another one died in the South Washlands in West Yorkshire. There was another one in Richmond who died, some 13-year-old. What is it about this appeal of water? They want to jump off bridges. They see other people doing it, and they seem to think it's okay and it's safe. Well, it isn't. It isn't safe, and there's nothing more you can... Good Lord above. I'm just looking, actually, at burnt-out cars after fires in Belgium, after a mass of hot air moved across and set these... Literally, there's a whole... You know, there's about 6 or 7 cars burnt out completely in Belgium, which is not so good. France records up to 42 degrees centigrade as arson is suspected over the start of a pine forest fire. We had that the other day. Even in Amsterdam, the city's streets were hosed down as a code orange extreme weather. Did we ever discover? I mean, I can't remember when I read it. So what's the reason for all this heat? Where's it coming from? Is there something going on that we're not aware of? Because I can't remember whether I read anything about the climate's heating up. That's your answer, is it, to it? The climate's heating up. Brilliant. Royal Mail workers vote to strike this summer over pay. Although the profits taken by the Royal Mail bosses, 758 million. But the workers were offered a 2% pay rise. Be nice to offer them a little bit more, I would suspect. Otherwise, we're going to have people all over the place. People sitting on the tube, people looking a little bit hot and bothered. And everybody sort of sit. The trouble is, if you're sitting next to somebody, and you know, it's climate change. That's why we're seeing the brutal. But you don't explain climate change to me. The Met Office says it's been made 10 times more likely. We're being warned it can pose life-threatening. Even, you know, the impact can be felt in hospitals, schools, and transport systems. So it's the greenhouse gas emissions caused by our burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas, which trap heat in the atmosphere. Because they had a thing on the television the other day. They had somebody from Extinction Rebellion. They just basically, they're like parrots. They just keep repeating the same thing. We've got to do this and got to do that. But they don't look as though they believe it themselves. This is the highest levels that we've seen for 2 million years, which is amazing, isn't it? And Dan, my friend, says, have you seen the pictures and videos from yesterday afternoon at David Lloyd in Hanworth? Apparently, massive fire. Massive fire as well. I hadn't seen that, actually. I didn't know. I used to go to David Lloyd's. So they had a fire there. This is just unbelievable, isn't it, really? So we can only be grateful for the fact that today we're going to be getting thunderstorms and all sorts of things. There you go. Twickenham Fire live. Twickenham Fire. Updates as another wildfire rages on the golf course. I don't even know where that is, actually. Oh, that's near the David Lloyd thing at Hampton. Wow. It is amazing. 2 hectares of trees and undergrowth are alight, and fire crews from West Norwood, Twickenham and Heston fire stations are at the scene. So some residents have been sort of reported smelling the smoke from hundreds of metres away. So but there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. But it's amazing when you see all the pools of smoke and then people take pictures. This is where most of the pictures from the newspapers come from. People taking them and then selling them, because the newspapers would pay you for a photograph. If it was a photograph that nobody else had, they'd be definitely looking to do that at all. Also, officials told ministers not to discuss questionable royal secrecy over wills. And see, I'd love to, you know, they've got the wills of 33 members of the royal family to be kept confidential. Whereas I'd love to see what one of their wills said, wouldn't you? You know, to my sort of, you know, hard-working little servant in the house. You know, I leave a bar of soap or something like that. But I'd love to know, you know, whether or not they actually sort of update their wills, you know, as people... I mean, I should imagine everybody's taken Andrew out their wills. Not that I think he'd be on anybody's wills in the first place. Any idea how many people, says Mandy, were in hospital in the heat? I kept thinking of the wards with all those big windows. Well, I wouldn't like to imagine, actually. And Rich says, not sure if you've checked your Euro Millions ticket, one UK winner. I haven't, actually. I haven't. Long-time listener, Steve, says David. First-time texter from Newbury. I did my test in Newbury, 1999, passed first time for mine. It's a little humpback on the high street, was always a bit tricky. Yeah, they put traffic lights in just before you went round into the marketplace. So annoying. So annoying. Anthony says hedgehogs are on the decline due to the style of back gardens we now create. You know, block segregated gardens, not allowing them to travel and procreate. People have got to cut small hedgehog holes in their fences. Oh, wow. And Shirley says, I took my test 3 times in the 70s. Second time, ran out of petrol in the instructor's car. Had to abandon the car and walk back. Viv in Suffolk says, cooler here today, Steve. Going to paint my garden shed. We've got Spike the hedgehog that visits us occasionally, so keep well. And another one here, Gary in Leicester, says, are you the only one who reads your messages? No, they all have the opportunity of reading the messages. It depends what actually gets put through. It's, you know, it depends. It can be all sorts of different reasons. I mean, other programmes obviously not as popular. You know, I don't want to make a big deal about it. No, it just depends on what's sort of vetted and gets through. The idea is to try and get through as many as possible. And we generally get through, out of the hundreds that come in, I try and get through about 80 on the programme. But to be brutally honest with you, sometimes you're sort of pushing it to try and get through as many as possible. So the shorter they are, the more chance there is of actually getting through. Steve says, tanker driver Phil, I passed my car licence, my HGV licence and my motorcycle licence first time. I also passed my advanced car licence and my advanced HGV licence first time. Regarding the conspiracy idiots who think the moon landing was fake, how do you keep 1,500 people quiet who were involved? And especially the Russians who were watching with telescopes. I don't quite understand why it would be a case of you would want to keep something like that quiet. You know, that's why it makes me laugh, actually. Chris says it's the same with Cher. She's been doing farewell shows for 20 years and clearly, well, one time she's going to drop dead, isn't she? That's what it's going to be, you know. Do you believe in love at first? Gone. You know, simple as that. So they had to... I'd much prefer to see Cher than Elton John. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure about that. Cher is an awful lot of wigs and costumes and things, but she's getting on a bit now, isn't it? How old is Cher? Is she in her late 70s, I would think, I should imagine. Would you think so? 76. Is she really, honestly? But if you watch her, she comes up on lifts and things. She doesn't exactly have to work too hard. You know, and it's a bit difficult to tell what the real Cher looks like because everything she wears is wigs and headdresses and costumes. I mean, she wears very little on stage, whereas you're grateful that Elton John covers up. You know, we don't really want to see any flesh on Elton, do we? Moya from See, that's quite a nice... I could wear that outfit. That'd go for one of my shows. I mean, I wonder, because her dressers must see her in just bra and pants. You know, because they've got to dress her very quickly. She comes off stage, she goes, whoosh, next costume on, zip it up, mop her down, you know, and, keep them going. So, do you believe in love? I was born in the wagon of a travelling... Gone. You know, and that's how it'll be. She'll die on stage, because that's what she does. That's what she does. Moya, anyway, says, I'd like to thank you for your inspiration, which has prompted me to take up gardening. I've heard your praises for Tomorite over the years, and wow, I can't believe the results. I've revived a failing cistus, hydrangea, which has been limping along with hardly any bloom, and 3 box privets. 4 boxes of herbs are thriving too. The pots contain begonias, geraniums, impatiens and petunias. Have been a delight. Our little grandchildren have been inspired by my efforts. Always works. Always works. Really, really good idea to get some Tomorite. You can get a big thing. I got into it, 35 years ago. I'm not really into it, but I mean, we have gone berserk this year. There seems to be more flowers than ever before. Seven Oaks Sarah Says, morning, Steve. I went to Joe Allen's the other day. Great time. Never realised they had a New York City restaurant. Looking forward to trying that one. Have you been? I have. Yes, I have been to it. And different menu. Different menu. But no, I've been going there for a long time, as you all know. Julian York. I am duly impressed. Says, I also failed my first driving test. I reversed and mounted the path like you. But what really did it was when I drove down a narrow street in York and caught a woman's handbag on the wing mirror. I had to stop so the examiner could wind the window down and hand it back again. I don't know. That's the kind of thing that worries me, anything like that. But no, I've failed first time, passed second time. And love driving. Absolutely love driving. I could drive for today. Terrible passenger. I'm a really bad passenger. I feel I get car sick. But to be a driver, I am a backseat driver. Slow down, slow, a bit too close. I've got a friend of mine. I won't tell you who he is, but when we go out driving, it's like we're in a Grand Prix. It frightens the life out of me. It's terrible.
Attention all passengers, you can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, Cheryl in Farnborough says, my husband's a mad driver. I call it a tuppenny death ride. I get frightened with other people driving. Isn't it funny? I can drive myself, but other people driving me, I sit there thinking, oh my God, this could be the last one. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Camden Lock, Steve, have you seen all the broken bottles everywhere? I'm always amazed at how many people break bottles, which are not very good at all. Catherine is going to see Paloma Faith at Sandown Racecourse. Does the horse racing happen if it's heavy rain? I can't answer that question because I thought about it and I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure. I mean, it depends just how heavy it is, because then the going would change, wouldn't it? The going would be soft. And sort of that's how you sort of do form and stuff like that. But to be honest with you, I've got no idea. But Paloma Faith, they have lots of these musical acts who go along to the race meetings. Steve, the heat moved up, says David in Staines from Sahara. Ireland was only 18 centigrade and Australia had record cold, all caused by chaotic jet streams. We've all gone mad. We've all gone blooming mad. And Steve in Wiltshire says, I was in the Royal United Hospital in Bath during the heat. Somebody has paid for an ice cream van so the nurses could get a free ice cream, which they totally deserved. Yeah, but you try being a nurse and holding an ice cream. Not easy. Not easy at all. I worry about things like that. I do like an ice cream occasionally. I do like them occasionally. Also today, everybody needs good ends. Because they were all there, weren't they? How do you end a soap? With a dream, a reunion, or revenge on the suits who swung the axe? So after Neighbours goes after 37 years, will it be a Holby City-style masterclass or a furious Brookside broadside? You know, it was all a dream, you remember, for Patrick Duffy, as Bobby Ewing in Dallas. It was all a dream. It was in the shower. He came out the shower. We went, good Lord above. How did that happen? And the Corkills, a farewell rant. I still love the Corkill. Jackie Corkill, I loved. I thought it was fab. And Jason Donovan and Kylie return as well. So let's wait and see what happens, shall we, at the end? But you get it at the end of this month, isn't it? The end of the month, and then you can... But obviously nobody bought it. I couldn't believe out of the entire universe, nobody wanted to buy it. I mean, it still gets 1 million views, but it's not enough, you know, for how much it would have cost. And the whole studio was geared just making that programme. That's what it does. It's, you know, I find it very difficult to believe. One that says, Steve, it was my 8th birthday, the day the Americans landed on the moon. Few people remember the Russians tried to rain on the Americans' parade by landing an unmanned vehicle called Luna 15, which malfunctioned and crashed into the moon the next day. It's like it's been written out of history. And I've been a listener since the mid-'80s, says Ray. Good Lord above. Steve, listening to you from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Originally from Belfast, says Podraig. What's your view on people keeping bread in the fridge? Mad as fruitcakes. No, I don't know. Doesn't make any difference, actually. I would keep it in the freezer. I would keep it in the freezer. Yeah, take it out. I mean, I've got a button on my Dualit toaster that you take out frozen bread and put it in there, and it toasts it. It doesn't go soggy. No. It comes out. You take it out rock hard, and you put it into the toaster, and it just cooks it. Because it's only thin bread, and it's, you know, the sort of bread you're buying in the supermarkets now. It's not particularly great. I thought bread went mouldy in the fridge, says Poddy. Well, no, I mean, put it in the freezer. You can freeze a whole sliced loaf quite easily and just take out bread as you need it. It will last for ages. Ages and ages and ages. We like to be handy with our little hints, you know, things like that. And so then you can have... Because otherwise, if you have bread sitting on the side or in the bread bin, which some people still have nowadays, it's going to go off fairly quickly in this heat. In fact, just about everything goes off in this heat, doesn't it? You don't really need to sort of worry too much about things, but put it in the freezer. It's best. A fruit goes off really quickly. Fruit goes off very, very quickly. Food and drink bills have surged 10%. And shopping bills for the year could rocket by 560 quid as food and drink increases reach the second highest on record. So Fraser McKevitt, head of retail and consumer insight at Kantar, expects the overall record for grocery inflation to be surpassed next month. Oils, sauces, spreads, they've all been affected. 14% jump in ice cream sales. 66% lift for sun care products over the month as Britain endures searing heat, but you must put on sun cream, especially for little children. And all proteins are experiencing increases in their average prices. Fish remains the most expensive protein, followed by lamb. Despite one of the biggest price rises, chicken remains the cheapest protein. The cheapest protein. So now you know. Now, although we actually found this restaurant the other day, how much did they say it was for a chicken? Was it £32 in this restaurant? £32? I'd be eating elsewhere. I wouldn't be eating a chicken at £32. You can buy the blooming things cooked, you know, for about £4.50 if you go to Costco or a place like that. What was the other one? As the father of Love Island contestant Tasha Ghouri. See, I don't know who she is, actually. I've got no idea. But in fact, the only reason she's been trolled, in fact, she's got an abhorrent amount of trolling, is because she's deaf. Now, why that would warrant somebody trolling you, I've got no idea. She wears cochlear implants. Her father, Tarek, has been disgusted by online comments abusing her disability. You need to come into the real world. I'm afraid this is the state we're at the moment. People troll people. You know, children who've taken their own lives get trolled. You know, and people write the most ghastly things. But as I say, you go to the police. You get these people arrested. You take them to court. You know, the police should be doing this automatically. He says, don't take it out on other people when their families, their grandmothers, their mothers are watching. Unfortunately, if somebody is so desperate that they want to be on television, you have to take the rough with the smooth. And believe you me, there is enough rough that comes with this. They troll all sorts of people. You know, children who've died, they troll their parents, they troll all sorts of people. It's just absolutely ghastly. And he said he wants to call for kindness. The trouble is, you've just played into their hands. You've let it be known that you're affected by it. And that's what they play on. They play on things like this. These people are mentally ill. They don't know anything. They're a bit too stupid. But that's why you have to go to the police. But Tasha has coupled up with fellow contestant Andrew Lepage. Why have they all got posh names? Andrew Lepage. I'm sorry, what's your name? Andrew Page, is it, love? No, Andrew Lepage. Yeah. But he's an estate agent from Guernsey. Oh, God. Just what you don't need, isn't it, really? There's also this shipwreck. They found all sorts of things on it. Cauldrons and cups. I love the way stone cauldrons they found on this shipwreck. That's why it sank. I can't believe it. Steve, you reminded me. Where's Heinz salad cream? Can't find it anywhere. Well, it'll be in shops. You know, have you heard of shops? Do you have shops where you are? Yeah, just go to a supermarket. You'll find loads of it, shelves of it. Plant protein, excuse me, is the Cheapest protein, says Sophie. What's plant protein? Am I supposed to know what these things are? I suppose I am. I've never heard of it. Is it one of these, is it sort of people who want to be extra, extra healthy? There we go. Banana and oat vegan protein shake. Plant protein is a meaningful food source of protein from plants. Yeah, I got that bit. The group can include pulses, tofu, soya, tempeh, nuts, seeds, certain grains, and even peas. All my favourites. Yummy, yum, yum. Can't wait to go and get those. I went to a macrobiotic restaurant some years ago. Most boring time of my entire life. It was a macrobiotic restaurant, not cheap, and they'd serve all of this. But this was donkey's years ago. This is 30 years ago. 30 years ago, I got taken to a macrobiotic restaurant. I came out, I had to call into a kebab shop to eat. I was so hungry. I couldn't believe that there was nothing really that I found entertaining there at all. You know, I don't get off on pulses. I know a lot of people do, and I don't have any problem if somebody wants to eat pulses and do all these sort of things. You know, my mother even used to do her cereal in the morning or porridge, and she'd put on seeds and nuts and I used to think, honestly, it's like being a squirrel. You know, why can't people just eat normal food for breakfast, like bacon, eggs, sausage, fried bread? That's the thing that people don't want, isn't it? And yet that's what I want. That's what I want, given the choice, you know. We had somebody the other day from Calgary. I've just remembered, actually. We had somebody else all the way over from Calgary. I couldn't eat a vegan sausage roll from Greggs. I don't want one. I refuse to be coerced into things. You know, it's not a case of I wouldn't notice. I don't want to eat it. I want the full meat in my sausage roll. What I want is Greggs to do warm sausage rolls, so at least you can have a hot sausage roll, as opposed to these stone cold things they're passing out. Why can't they just put heated cabinets in there, and then when they take them out their ovens, they put them in there? Because that's the only time you're going to get the blooming things hot. Even the other day, I had a bacon roll in there, and the bacon was stone cold. They have to charge more if they've got... Well, I don't mind paying more. I can afford it. I'm not taking the car out. I'm saving on the petrol. Ridiculous. Steve, you're making me hungry, but we love your show. It wouldn't be your show without references, says Chris, to food. Yes. Well, I mean, listen, somebody's got to talk about food in the morning, because this is breakfast time, isn't it? And I might have a bacon roll. I don't know. I haven't quite, if I can find one of the blooming things, or I might have one of those croissants with ham and cheese in. Might do. I'll let you know tomorrow. Interesting. Mr. Neil says, Steve, I also am a terrible passenger in cars. I get car sick. You see, I did it from an early age. So, you know, my dad would pick me up from school, and then we used to have to drive to Yorkshire. This is from Essex, so it was quite a few hours. And I used to hate it. I used to have to stop off. We'd call into a little cafe. I'd take my travel sickness pill, and then I'd be okay. And that was the only thing that would get me there. I don't know. And yet, strangely, I can drive like Mr. Neil. He says, I always ended up doing the driving, but I don't mind. And he said the seafood went down well. He said the lottery could be you. Oh, it could be. I bet you by the end of today, somebody will have come forward to claim the money. It's not just when I sit in the back, it's sitting in the front. They used to give me a map, and they'd say, can you do... Oh, no. Any excuse. Don't know. Somebody else will have to do it. I'm going to get sick. Definitely don't do it. I like this one here. There's a picture of a cameraman. He's standing in the middle of the track on the men's world steeplechase final, filming something else. And the runners are trying to get round him. He's obviously a complete and utter idiot. This one here, stunned athletes were confronted by the obvious intruder standing in lane 2, filming another event. He was wearing headphones, and he had his back to the runners in the first lap of the 3,000-metre race. And as the pack approached, their warning cries fell on deaf ears. They then had to spread round him. I mean, the man's an idiot. Team USA's Evan Yeager says, I'm a little worried he was going to dart one way or the other right at the last second. Social media erupted with Canadian athlete Justin Knight posting, cameraman trying to catch angles never seen before in the steeplechase. Who is this idiot? Luckily, they all managed to pass him. He was apparently filming the women's triple jump final, but he's standing in the middle. What a stupid man. Obviously, needs to be dropped from his job immediately. Ghastly. So here it is, Britain sweltering on the hottest day ever, and the queues at Ilkley And nobody's sitting on the grass sunbathing. They all want to be in the water, but they've got loads of space, but they close it 2 hours later. So what are you buying? What are you buying in the heat? Electric fans. At Asda, sales were up 1,300%. Folding chairs and sunbeds up 400%. There was a 1,000% rise in paddling pool purchases and a 300% increase in sales of sun cream and after-sun lotion. Last week, Currys sold 17,000 electric fans, and that's just one shop. And sales of air conditioning units from Argos were up 2,240%. In seaside areas, like Cornwall, ice cream sales have gone crazy. Just crazy. The ice cream parlour, this one at Calixstick Farm, Cornish ice cream in Truro, and they stock beach kiosks and restaurants. They haven't experienced a dip in demand with the cost of living crisis. People seem to be making smaller purchases. Outdoor clothing and equipment company Go Outdoors say more trips to the seaside have meant a 183% increase in sales of beach tents and 93% rise in cool boxes. In anticipation of the heat wave, apparently they say we sold a staggering 210% more swimming pools last week than the week before, and 201% increase in the number of paddle boards we sold compared to the weekend prior to that. Unbelievable, isn't it, really? I mean, you know, I can understand it, but you're only using it for 2 days. And then and that's it, isn't it? So, more trips to the seaside. I've not been to the seaside. Have you tried, Steve, Heinz Saucy Sauce? A blend of tomato sauce and mayonnaise? I have not, Phil, but it sounds quite nice. It sounds quite nice. Steve, there's no salad cream in the shops, says Jacob. It's owned by Heinz and there's some delay in production. No, tons round our way. Would you want me to sell you some? I can increase the price for you. I've got loads of salad cream. I love it. It's going to cost you. But, you know, I'll make you pay through the nose for it. Mushrooms are good protein, Steve. I've started using half meat, half mushrooms to help with the cost of living. Really? Oh. There's not really much excitement in a mushroom, is there? I don't know about anybody else thinking. You like mushrooms? No. I mean, you can get mushrooms, mushroom Wellington. What's the point of that? Well, that's stupid. But you're a veggie. You've got your own self to blame, haven't you? I mean, you should be eating the meat. Beef Wellington. It was made beef Wellington. It was never made as mushroom Wellington. In fact, if you're very clever, you can put... Oh, look at it, honestly. Mushroom Wellington. Basically looks like a car crash on a plate, doesn't it? That's what it is. Because you're supposed to... Aren't you supposed to, on the beef Wellington, you put mushrooms around it, don't you, with a bit of pate and things like that? I've never made it. Never made it. Jill in Worthing says, you're making me laugh this morning. I can't stand soya meat. I make soya mince bolognese and chili for my veggie kids. No matter what sauce I use the soya. It always tastes the smell of wet nappies. Awful, but they seem to like it, says Jilly. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with soya, actually. I don't think I've ever eaten it. I don't think so. But I wouldn't mind. I could eat something now, actually. I could probably eat beef Wellington now, actually, which would be quite nice. Definitely quite nice. So battle for number 10, the scramble. And as I say, there's just something deeply unpleasant about this whole procedure. It's dragged on for ages, and I don't like anybody. I wish I did, but I just really don't. Unfortunately, a lazy volunteer is wanted by a firm to test their range of hammocks. And you get paid £500 as well. Bosses at the furniture retailer Von House say they're looking for somebody with impeccable chilling skills. The successful applicant will receive the cash and 3 luxury hammocks in return for assessing each for comfort. Oh, well, that's worth £500. I don't really have any sort of problem with anything like that. But I've never been in a hammock. I've often thought, I mean, I did buy something years and years ago, it was vaguely reminiscent of it, but it was a metal frame that came with it. And I remember trying to get out the blooming things is very difficult. Very difficult. I know they make it look as though it's easy, but I promise you it's only easy for children. For adults, that's why they put them all up on You've Been Framed, because it's they're out again, aren't they? And they've fallen in the river. Nothing you can do about it at all. The royal family's Mexit drama may be set to feature on a follow-up to Netflix hit The Crown. And Dave Rush regained a world record by catching in a bun a hot dog thrown 167 feet 5 inches. So somebody threw the hot dog and he managed to catch it in the bun as well. And that was in Boise, Idaho. Boise, Idaho. Sounds quite exciting, doesn't it, really? The Towie star Yasmin Hukelo fears being banned from boyfriend Jake McLean's funeral after tensions. Because people were saying, in fact, people asked a fairly straightforward question. Did you have a row in this nightclub in Bodrum? That could have played a role in the son's crash, but Yasmin said there was no argument. So, you know, she was the only one there. So we don't know, actually. So with time, it's hoped they can come together and mourn their loss. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm assuming the funeral must be fairly soon. A football thug who gave a Nazi salute at a game has been banned. Shay Asher, obviously a bit stupid, was seen making the offensive gesture at a Newcastle United match against Tottenham Hotspur in October. He was fined £200 in April for racially aggravating harassment. And this week, the former Royal Engineer got a 3-year football banning order. That'll teach you. Not the brightest penny in the box, are you? You're a little bit dim, I'm afraid. A little bit dim. Do you remember the smell of vinyl seats in cars in hot weather? Well, I can remember Stuart stuck to the blooming things. Getting stuck to these blooming seats. And the noise of you had to peel yourself off them. They were ghastly, and burning your legs. Yeah. Mind you, I told you, I nearly got burnt my feet the other day on the patio. I was walking out on the patio to water things, and it'd been so hot. It's all paved, and it was, oh God, it was hot. It really was. But vinyl seats, definitely not so good. Not so good. So 7 million sales for Queen. Actually, it's very interesting. ABBA, 6 million sales. We were trying to find out what the sales were. 5.3 million for the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper. Oasis, 4.9 million. Michael Jackson's 4.47. Queen's Greatest Hits, 91 at number 10. 3.99 million. Dire Straits, 4.35 million. And Adele, 5.29 million. So Queen are the record breakers with 7 million. Oh, I've got to go. Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to July the 21st. And so we got the heat back yesterday. I got a bit confused by it because I thought we were going into freezing cold and snow drifts and so, but we didn't. We didn't at all. The family's reeling from the losses and the blowtorch Britain's fires. They've now got a separate police unit going around stopping people having barbecues. I mean, to be honest with you, you'd have to be a bit thick, wouldn't you, in this weather, to actually go, oh, let's start eating outside, and, oh, look, let's squirt some petrol on the barbecue. You know, next thing, your house has gone and the houses either side of it have gone. Ridiculous. Kate's Derrick has taken a turn, so we'll keep you up to date with that one. The UK ticket holder, who's claimed the biggest prize ever, they're just verifying it, but we think somebody's going to claim it. 195,707,000. That's very good, isn't it? I couldn't be happier for them. The wooden beach hut for sale, 425 grand. What a bargain. And we take all your texts and emails at 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I told you the other day we had this sort of slight problem with the bank and with my company, because we'd forgotten, well, I don't think I'd forgotten. I think the accountant had forgotten, bless his heart, because they send you a thing after a year saying, is everything exactly the same within the company? Because it's with the bank, and you then write back and go, yeah, everything's exactly the same, and that's it. You just carry on for another year. Unfortunately, this time we completely forgot to do it. So what they do, they freeze the bank account because it's a limited company. And what they do then, they then transfer the money that is in your bank account to the Treasury. You then have to reinstate your company, you know, I mean, unless you really don't want the money back again, which of course you do, and you then have to sort of write to the Treasury and then get the money back. So I then wrote to the bank, and this is because, well, I'm not self-employed. That's the trouble. I'm not. I've got a company, and so we sort of, you know, it's VAT registered and all the rest of it. But anyway, so I then had to write to the bank to say to them, listen, please don't move the money out of the account, because it's entirely at the whim of the bank if they want to do that. And so luckily they then wrote back to me the other day and said the insolvency team have agreed to hold the funds whilst the company's reinstated. So once the company's reinstated, then we go back to normal again, which is good news. Because some people don't, if you're not registered for VAT, you wouldn't understand that. It's a bit too complicated for you, I should imagine. But my sort of company is ticking along nicely, and also it means that if they freeze the account, they do transfer the money over. Lots of people have had it. You can get it back again. It's a bit of a faff. So they've agreed, the insolvency team down there have said they won't transfer it, which is good news, isn't it? I like that. And I'm amazed they didn't. I mean, you're supposed to keep a tab on your own things. But of course, I'm hopeless on stuff like that. That's why I pay people to do it. You know, you have to do things like that. 84850. Ooh, different flavour this morning from Ian on the ice cream. Yep. I wonder what it's going to be. Different flavour. Blimey, what could it be? So we've already had strawberries and cream. We've had salted caramel. We've had chocolate. Could it be vanilla? No, it's not really a flavour, is it, vanilla? Is it? Could it be that? I don't know. Oh, we'll have to find out a little bit later on. Steve, I see Dawn took your advice on the red jacket. We love Dawn on the Jeremy Vine show. She's fun and a really kind warmth about her, says Sue. So I thought she would. And Maureen says you're a breath of fresh air from the Tory leader coverage. It's just that I don't like any of them. I don't have to like them. There's nothing in the contract that says, oh, by the way, you have to like these people. I don't have to like any of them. And to be honest with you, I don't. I mean, I can't believe after 12 years they're still faffing around like children. You know, oh, you said this and I said that and you said this and I'm going to do that. Oh, shut up. Just get on with it. Just get on with it. Steve, I've been waiting to hear if you turned up this morning, as yesterday you said that you hadn't checked your lottery ticket. Then at lunchtime it was announced that somebody in the UK had come forward, and I thought, I'll bet it's Steve, and he'll probably send all his listeners a tenner. Oh, no, Janet, I've already said, even if I'd won 195 million, I wouldn't jack in the job. Why would you do that? I've got a contract. And also 195 million wouldn't cover a tenner for all my listeners. I'd have to go and borrow some more money to make sure we all got a little bit of cash. But no, I've already said there's no way that I would quit. I've got a contract. I've got a lengthy contract. I don't want to be taken to court by them going, wait a minute, you've got a contract. Can't just sort of jack it all in. That's what happens nowadays, isn't it? You know, if you have a contract, you have to adhere to it. And also, I can't think of any nicer way to enjoy myself in the morning. You know, Ian brings in some ice creams. Whoopee! Can't wait to see what it is, actually. And then everything is good in the world. So I've got to drive down today to my brother's to get we've got to sign these the VAT things off, so that's good. And then we can all be normal, so that at least the bank are not going to transfer the money over to the Treasury. I love it when sort of people think they understand how things work. They've got no idea. No idea at all. Bless them. So what else we got? Oh, the Love Island, the misogyny row continues. 3,500 complaints. They're really quite revolting. Quite revolting. The funeral of Bowel Babe, Deborah, took place. I thought the kids were very brave. Very, very brave. It's a very big thing to do, what they did the other day. They had to walk behind their mother's hearse, and then their son helped carry his mother in for the final time. Big deal, that was. Big bloody deal. Doesn't get any bigger for a lad, you know, when they're having to come to terms with it. But, I mean, luckily, they were there at the end for her, so it didn't come as any big surprise. But to do that, I thought it was amazing. I mean, he's only 14, the son, and I just thought that was one of the best things I'd seen. You know, a few of the good and great turned up, and she had one of those baskets. They move a lot, those baskets. I don't know if you've ever seen any of them. They don't seem to have any rigidity to them, but it was really quite nice. I found it very, very touching, very, very touching. And to actually carry your mother's coffin, you know, obviously not by himself, but with a few other people, I think took, you know, immense coverage. Steve, yesterday, says Mark, I was sitting in Costa and 3 youths, teens, came in, walked to the front counter and took a whole case of chewing gum and walked out. I don't know why I was so shocked. The staff are powerless. Oh, they were always told don't do anything. Why would you don't know if they had knives or anything like that? So you've got no idea. You know, I wouldn't risk it. Listen, put it this way, ain't nobody getting paid enough money to put themselves at risk. Simple as that. We used to have it years and years ago because the front desk for us used to have a metal tin with money in it. So if somebody was getting a cab in, then we would pay the cab the other end, and we got robbed. And it only happened on one occasion. It was quite interesting because the security were always told, if somebody comes in and demands the money, give it to them. Give it to them. Now, you know, it's not like there was £1 million in there. There'd be something like, you know, 60 quid. If somebody wants to risk everything, and it was all caught on cameras. In fact, actually, there's another story which I could tell you, but I can't tell you at the moment. Donald Trump paid respects to his first wife, Ivana, She got buried the other day. She'd been married 4 times, and they had a gold coffin, and theirs was sort of... They seemed to work fairly quickly, whereas Bowel Babe seemed to take ages, didn't it? But even so, that was the thing that moved me. The first Rwanda jet has been delayed until November. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I'm not sure about it. The boring Beckhams pictured on holiday again, and it's all going a little bit pear-shaped for them, because apparently one of the boys has finished with his girlfriend, or she's dumped him or something, mainly due to lack of interest, I should imagine. And and Victoria's very worried that she might spill the beans on their family secrets. And I thought, what family secrets? You haven't got any family secrets. You flog every aspect of your dreary existence. You know, that's like sort of, you know, I mean, I couldn't imagine what the secrets would be. What, she really doesn't have a clothing shop. She really is doing tremendously well. It's just that the press tell us that she's not doing very well. And Dave really doesn't do anything at all. I thought he was single-handedly building a stadium in America. That's all gone by the wayside, isn't it? That's all been finished. And Brooklyn's still struggling with a loaf of bread and trying to make a sandwich. So that's how good they are. Heathrow chaos, because it's tomorrow, isn't it? A lot of the kids are on holiday and they want to go on holiday, and they go to the airport and you can't go, you know, because there won't be any flights. They reckon it's going to last until Halloween. And even then we're not too sure whether or not it's going to work. Tom Cruise invited to fly with the Red Arrows. Why don't you go home to America, pal? We're now very bored with you. Every single day it's another picture of Tom Cruise. Perhaps he's lonely. Perhaps he hasn't got any friends. Perhaps he's sort of waiting for James Corden to arrive here or something, so they can go out and do, you know, different bits and pieces. 1 million flights from UK airports this weekend. 1 million people flying. I was going to say 1 million flights. I mean, good God in heaven, I'm not surprised it looks fairly busy up there. 1 million flights from the UK airport. So if you're looking forward to going on holiday, hope you get nice weather. Although mainly, you know, we've got the nice weather here, haven't we? It's not too bad at all. A friend of mine sent me a photo the other day. He said, guess what I've just discovered? It was on a podcast about history of London, of which you know I'm a fan. And he said, do you remember when we went to the Museum of London, which is moving, by the way? They're going to move it lock, stock, or 2 barrels, because it's in a bit of a dead place, the Barbican Centre. They've also got something at the Barbican Centre which you wouldn't know what it was. But there used to be a place in London called the Egyptian Halls, and it was up by the BBC, and it was a theatre, and it was a place where Maskelyne and Devant performed magical effects. But standing outside of this theatre are 2 enormous gold statues, about 12, 13 feet tall. And a friend of mine said, when we went to the Museum of London last time, he said, come here. And we walked down a sort of a thing as if we were going into the basement. And there, by the back door to the Museum of London, are these 2 statues. Nobody knows they're there. Well, apart from the people who obviously walk in and out the doors every day, but they probably don't know what their history is. But anyway, in the car park over the road from the Museum of London, he said, what do you think's in there? I said, cars? He said, no, in space number 52. I said, I've got no idea, because it's a car park. You drive in, you put your card in, lets you into the car park, and you park up. And in there, in space 52, is part of the Roman Wall of London. And it's quite a big piece. It's about 20 feet long by about, I would think, about 9, 10 feet tall. And it's just sitting there in space number 52. And I said, how come we never saw it? He said, we weren't aware of it. But yet here it is. You can find it. You can have a look. And you can see part of the Roman wall in space number 52 in this car park, which is opposite the Museum of London at the Barbican Centre. And there's all sorts of little bits and pieces like that. But this is quite a big piece of wall. Quite a big piece. It's all that remains of a longer section of walling, about 64 metres, which was uncovered in 1957 during clearance works for the new road, and was, for the most part, subsequently demolished during the construction of the road and the car park. But it's still there. This bit is still there. But there was 64 metres of the Roman wall. Nobody used to go outside the City of London. There was a very good chance of being attacked and murdered and everything else. So the Roman wall was there to keep us in and the vagabonds out. But space 52, it is still there. Got a lovely house for you, used in the filming of The Godfather. It's on Staten Island. It's got 5 beds, 7 bars, swimming pool, everything else. And it can be yours for £41 a night. Only for a month to celebrate the film. Only for a month. and you can get it for 41 quid a night. But that's where they filmed it, which is great. Still to come, the older Singletons getting a shot at romance on the new Love Island style show. Oh, God, I wouldn't bother. Sounds disgusting, doesn't it? And a bottle of Peckham spring water sells for, how much do you reckon? Somebody said, Steve, if you want Roman walls, come to Colchester. We've got miles surrounding the city. Yeah, I mean, there's loads of it in London. I mean, there is loads of history, and all over the place there is history, which I quite like. Round the back of St Paul's Cathedral, there's loads of bits of monument and churches, which are, I mean, we seem to have more churches going, and I never thought we were particularly religious, but there's churches all over the city. Literally, practically on every single corner, there's another blooming church. They can't all get congregations, can they, really? Animal rescue centres filling up with exhausted hedgehogs. You know what hedgehogs are like? Oh, I couldn't walk another mile. I really couldn't. They're very much drama queens, I'm afraid. And so they're going there because, you know, people should put things... Don't put milk out for them. Water, please. Water. But, of course, just remember, in this heat, it heats up. They don't want to drink hot water. They really don't. The real-life version of Quidditch is going to change its name due to the Rowling trans row. I can't believe it. It's just a game she wrote about in Harry Potter. Seriously, it's people on broomsticks. It's not real. It's not real. Get over yourselves. And the columnist who nearly wrote speeches for Meghan and Harry says the Queen should strip them of their titles. Oh, they're a pair of idiots. Nobody cares. She's basically dragging him down. You know, he used to be sort of, people used to like him, and she said, this woman who's become a guest columnist today, very interesting, she was offered the job of writing scripts for them, for their speeches, because they can't write. They've got no talent in that department at all. And it was a case of she didn't really want to do it at all. She didn't want to do it. And so Harry did his little speech the other day, but, I mean, he hasn't got the faintest idea what he's talking about. You know, he's just a bloke who was in the royal family, and then he sort of went into the forces, did a little bit of that, and then sort of, you know, pretended that he's a bit like Andrew. The arrogance goes with Harry as well. Harry's got more arrogance, and unfortunately, you know, she thinks she's something special. They should both be stripped of their titles. He's not a prince anymore. It's and she's certainly not a duchess. That's a fact. So police launching the anti-barbecue patrols. I didn't know such a thing existed. I mean, can they really stop you having a barbecue? They can when you look at one particular road where 6 houses were taken out. Seriously, I mean, I can't believe anybody in this weather would want to have a barbecue anyway. Why would you want to do something like that? Surely in this weather you go, let's have a salad. Will that not be the thing? Definitely. An episode of Only Fools and Horses was banned for 19 years because it showed Dell acting like a bully. God, honestly, aren't you just bored with these woke people? Ooh, we're all little snowflakes, aren't we? Janet Street Porter the other day was talking about overweight people, which is something, you know, there's a few people on the panel could be advised in this particular one. And she came up with a brilliant idea of putting, the same as on cigarette packets, but on food that is fattening, just something saying, are you aware this is really fattening? Because most people don't turn it over and read the stuff at the back. So immediately out they came. Nick, 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 Nick. The little people who complain about she's fat shaming. She shouldn't fat shame anybody. She's just basically saying if you're overweight, there's a very good chance you're going to be a drain on the NHS. It's as simple as that. You're going to have heart problems, you're going to have respiratory problems, all sorts of things. You know, so what they've actually done is that they've said, would you eat a Mars bar if it sort of had on this sort of thing, you know, a warning, like a cigarette-style warning on junk food? Seemed perfectly normal, but of course out they came. Nick, 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 Nick. You can't pick on people because they're fat. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You should advise them. People need to be advised. Why do you think the diet business is so big? It's worth billions. It's worth billions. In America, it's even worse. You go to America and you buy a takeaway. Their portions are enormous. They have no concept of a portion. Whereas we used to do something, say, feeds a family of 4. And I say, what, a family of what? Field mice? You know, anything that you have, like Kentucky Fried Chicken, like pizza, like burgers, like spadouliche, all these things for you, in moderation. In moderation. No, they don't know. That's the trouble. Have you seen the people who stagger out of all these sort of places? There you go. On cola, they've got one here, warning, sugar causes heart disease. Do you think? But it's like telling somebody who smokes, you know, it's going to kill you. You're going to get angina, and as long as you're prepared for that, and you're prepared to go into hospital and possibly lose your life, that's your business. That's your business. You can only advise people, can't you? But of course, Janet Street Porter, you know what she's like. She'll have a good old go at everybody, and it's a case of, You know, people just don't seem to take any notice of it. That's why the papers are full of diets every day. There's, you know, you can have this meal, it's really healthy for you, and you can eat as much of it as you want, and it's good for you, and it's eggs and all this kind of stuff. And then people go, yeah, but I'd rather have KFC. And you think, yeah, it's all right when you're little, when you're young. I've been into the local KFC, of course I have. Been into loads of places like that. And you see young people eating it, they don't put on weight the same way that we do. You wait till they get to 25, and they start piling it on. That's what happens. Up until 25, I could get my hands around my waist. And then at 25, all of it, I was really thin. And then all of a sudden, you start putting on the weight and you go, oh, that's all right, I can lose that. And you suddenly realise you can't. And it becomes more and more difficult. But, you know, at the same time, you know, healthy food, it was only healthy because our parents cooked. Nowadays, people go, go and get takeaway pizza. You know, so people go and get takeaway pizza, and you think, you know, fast food and ready meals are going to be everybody's downfall. I mean, you see people now. I mean, I see people walking down the road with 3 bottoms. I've never seen anything like it. It's absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. And you think, but I bet you it's your diet, unless you've got a glandular problem. But mostly it's people's diet, because you see adverts on the television and you think, oh, I could just eat couldn't you just eat a portion of chips now? A couple of sausages, some bacon rolls. Delicious. You know, what you don't want is muesli with some fruit on top of it. But that's what we're supposed to be having. The climate activists blocked the M25. I think these people should be just thrown in Nick. I'm sick to death of them. Why should they hold up everybody's getting to work? And last time it was ambulances they were holding up. There's a picture of them. They all look a bit thick, I'm afraid. You know, and so what they do is they climb onto a bridge. I believe them there. Stay up on that bridge. And in fact, I tell you what, when you try and come down, we're going to forbid you from coming down. We're going to block it. We're going to put barbed wire all round the bits where you climbed up. Because why should we be held up? You know, ambulances trying to get through, and they go, oh, it's because of climate change. Oh, go away. We can sort out our own lives. Thank you very much indeed. Don't be told something by some mamby-pamby who can't get their own life in order. I like the idea of the Kinks guitarist Dave, who's called Ray, his brother, a megalomaniac. They haven't got on for ages and ages. I interviewed Dave years and years ago. He played Glastonbury, and that was one of my favourite records. Days. Thank you for the days. And there was a very good programme on the television the other day looking at Jerry Marsden. Ferry, cross the Mersey. And he'd heard a record. You know that Mitch Murray, who writes to us on odd occasions, lives over on the Isle of Wight. He wrote a lot of songs. In the 60s, he wrote an awful lot of songs in the 60s, and his name cropped up in this documentary. God, blimey, about every two minutes. But the one thing that Jerry wanted to do, he wanted to record because he'd heard the song from Carousel, when you walk through a storm, hold your head up high. And they went, no, not really sure about that. It's a ballad. We don't really want to do ballads. And he went, no, go on. Let us do a ballad. They did the ballad, took off. And every time they played it on any of their shows, people clapped and all the rest of it, which I thought was lovely. But people didn't realise that it came from Carousel. Came from Rodgers and Hammerstein. But no, it was very interesting, very interesting. And as I say, Mitch Murray's name popped up all over the place, which was very good, actually. Very, very nice indeed. The £2.5 million to Charles's charities in the clear, which we knew. Harry Styles and the cult of celebrity. I think they've invited him to go to some university or something, because he seems to have done it absolutely right. So every so often he puts on something and go, he's wearing a dress, and you go, yeah, what's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. Nosy Parker. You know, little curtain twitchers. You know, the other day he was wearing a yellow knitted hat. I mean, he seems a very nice person. He's certainly worked out how to make his money. You know, you get people like that every so often who can come along and they write good songs, and he does very, very well. I mean, he's making a fortune. He's doing better than Robbie Williams. I mean, Robbie Williams hasn't had a hit for God knows how long. And Down the Waterfall. Yeah, lovely, dear. Very nice. Would you like to bid for a rarity? £2 million, actually, will get you something. This is very interesting. This is a piece of history. And we like history. I like history. I'm very good at history and stuff like that. The bottle of Peckham spring water. They used it for the Only Fools and Horses. It was where they filled up the bottles from the tap, and they decided to sell it. How much has this one just gone for? How much have it gone for? A bottle of Peckham spring water. It was just made for the series. £6,000. £6,000. Wish I thought. I don't know if it's got water in it or if it's sort of pretend water. I don't know. I mean, you might have pretend water, but watching them filling it up from the sink, is very good. And so a fan splashed out on the stage prop from the 1992 Christmas special, 30 years ago. And it's got Peckham spring water from an ancient natural source. And the ancient natural source was their tap in the kitchen. An ancient natural source discovered 800 years ago because they found it on their late granddad's allotment, in reality a leaking tap. They were very good, weren't they? I mean, whichever way you look at it, they were still very, very good. They were still very, very good, and you can still laugh at them, which I quite like. The battle to replace Boris, he did his last PMQs the other day, and very nice. I see Theresa May didn't bother standing up when all the other Conservatives stood up. And whichever way you look at it, there's bitterness, isn't there? They're such hypocrites. There they are. They've been 12 years in power and they still can't get it right. Still can't get it right. Even though they actually got rid of it, and then they clapped him out as they were throwing knives into his back. Yeah, like one of those circus acts, isn't it, years ago? Dreadful, really. Absolutely dreadful. But you know what people are like nowadays? There's no love lost with politicians. They all they want is your vote. And that's as soon as they've actually got themselves voted in and they're picking up their 92 grand a year, they couldn't give a toss about you. They're not remotely bothered. They've got the free bars, subsidised restaurants. They've got everything. They've got absolutely everything, and they're going to make sure that they tell lies just to make sure they keep you there. So one of the two people, down to Liz and Rishi, is promising immediate tax cuts, and for some reason that's going to affect us. Don't know why. We're not voting for it. We're really not. Eileen in Scarborough, after sweltering for 2 days, lovely and cool again, 16 degrees. The heat was a shock to the system. Day off work, lying in bed, listening to you with a cool breeze coming in from the window. Oh, that sounds nice. I like that idea, because I thought it was quite hot last night. I've got a wooden beach hut for sale for you. Well, I haven't. It's not mine. It's in the papers. 425,000. Sleep 6 or 7, but it's got no electricity or anything like that. So you have to, I don't know where it is. It's on a beach, I suppose. Beach huts are very popular in this country. I don't know if they do them in other countries, but beach huts over here. I've always wanted one because you could get changed, couldn't you? You got somewhere. And also, if you want to lie down, which is cool, then you could lie down. I quite fancy that idea. I don't want to lie down in the sun, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. I could have a lie down now, actually. In fact, I think I might while we have the news.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Thursday. I thought this week's been really odd, don't you reckon? Every day I'm getting worse and worse. I sort of come and I keep thinking, is it Friday? And it isn't. Today's Thursday, and I know today's Thursday because it's very nice indeed, and it means that it's Country Life Day. And I like Country Life Day. I like 2 days in the month. One is when The Lady comes out, because I like going through that because I think it's a nice colour supplement and it's for refined people, which I like. No, Country Life is weekly, every Thursday, and it's good. I always buy it from Mrs. Modi's place, although I can get it cheaper if I order it direct from Country Life. I only have to pay £1, whereas in fact you can pay about £2-3 easily. But I love looking through it. I love looking at the houses and all the rest of it, which is great. Ilana says, I'm on holiday in America, Steve, so I can't believe the size of the portions. I asked for an ice cream. It was so massive, I decided it would be my lunch. I went to the supermarket, and again, the size of the food you can buy, it's mega. Yeah. Yes, I did read the Camilla edition of Country. She's on the front cover. Oh, yes. Oh, listen, don't have to tell me anything about Country Life. Country Life and The Lady, is lovely. And we like Camilla anyway. We like her, and she's good. And did you know that the picture on the front of the cover was taken by William's wife? You didn't know that at all. I've just told you. Which is good. What's in The Lady? I don't know. The Lady's been around. They used to have offices in Covent Garden, and quite big offices, really nice ones. And it's been around for a long, long time. And it was basically, I think, set up, for ladies to have something that they could read and it had recipes in and all sorts of things. It's about being, a country lady and all the different things and the styles and they do pieces on fashion. They do pieces on the royal family. It's a really good glossy colour magazine. And so what I do is I have a good scan of it first of all, and then I give it to my neighbour, and she then passes it on to her daughters. They love it. They absolutely love it. Betty just goes crackers for this magazine. Every time I take it, she goes, "Stephen, thank you." She's very excited by the whole thing, which is very nice indeed. So it's Sunak, pick me or lose power. Oh, here we go, the threats have started. Really don't like them at all. Love and miss you forever, the husband and the children leading the mourners. I think they held up very, very well. Well done, kids. Seriously, it's never easy to lose anybody through cancers or bowel cancer or throat cancer or breast cancer or whatever it happens to be. It's even worse when it's your mum and she's only 40. But she raised £7 million. And so, Sebastian and Hugo and Eloise led the mourners. And one family left a note which read, "We will love and miss you forever." We were talking about her on the programme and we were saying, she looks so good. She looked so good. And you could tell she was getting a little bit tired. And then gradually it sort of took over. But the kids had to walk behind and it was fantastic. So well done, for getting there. And it's never easy. I promise you, no matter how old you become, you'll always remember your mum for the good that she did and the awareness that she raised. Who'd have ever thought we'd be reading about Bowel Babe? I mean, I can't even realise, what it's like. Did you do a eulogy or hold the coffin? No, I didn't do a eulogy. No, I should have done, really. I should have done. Yeah, they always had, yes. I mean, it was just sort of one of those things. I remember we sort of, the trouble is because ours were both cremations, they went through fairly quickly. I think you're 20 minutes in and out. It's very fast. So as fast as you finish the service, you go to the side, and then as you're going to the side, the other people are coming in. It's a fast, and especially in this weather as well. Especially in this weather. But no, I didn't do it. What can you say? You've got your private memories, and the kids will have their memories of a mum who they had to share with everybody. But that makes it probably a little bit better. When you share somebody who has done so much good, and she was interviewed on all the different programmes, and you think to yourself, that was quite good. That they will know just how fondly she'll be remembered because they've got their memories. And those memories, you can't take away people's memories. You really can't. Kim says it's all about portions, Steve. I know it sounds tedious, but it's true. I like fattening foods too, and I eat them, but smaller portions are the key. And if you're able to exercise, all the better. It's a workable formula. Fad diets don't work. Smaller portions. Yep. You know what they say? Little and often. Little and often. It's not complicated. It really is not complicated. You're absolutely right. It's a working formula. Fad diets. Listen, how many diets have I done on LBC over the years? The F-Plan diet, which was, I forget what that was. All these different diets. And the reason, the slogan was, diets don't work. And you know why? Because if they did, there'd be one. That would be the one diet that you would eat. I remember Dale, he would take a slimming tablet and then he would go, oh, is this, and I can have this, and they calorie count and they count the bits and pieces. You have to change your lifestyle. And it's no good changing your lifestyle to lose the weight, and then you lose the weight, then you go back to where you came from. It's for the rest of your life. So if you're one of these people addicted to ice creams, we like ice cream, but we don't have them all the time, as you know, on the programme. We have them occasionally when Ian brings them in. And you like chips and you like pizzas and stuff like that. You can have it, but only in moderation. If you have it every day, you're going to be as fat as a workhorse. Seriously, you're going to be absolutely enormous. And it doesn't help. Because it's the addiction. A friend of mine, she's not overweight, but she's addicted to things like kebabs and greasy food. It's I don't know why. It's very odd, actually. She's into all these things, which I suppose we could all eat. It's not difficult. If you really put your mind to it, you could eat cream cakes for the rest of your life. Although I was talking to Lottie Morley earlier on, and both of us are the same. Well, we're not exactly the same. That would be a little bit bizarre. But we're both into savoury things. We're not really into sweet things. We've had sweet things before, but savoury would be the choice, I think, for me. So Quidditch, blah, blah, blah. And these, the after effects of the UK's record 40.3 centigrade heat. In Dagenham, houses 14 homes destroyed, along with 25 vehicles. And also down here in Wennington. We were covering this yesterday on the programme, and literally house after house after house after house. Literally the roofs have caved in, the houses, because as the fire spread, didn't take very much. Thunderstorms saw off the heat wave yesterday, with some places experiencing a 15 centigrade drop in temperature, others seeing 2 inches of rain in 3 hours. I remember seeing that. I don't remember seeing it. And there's a hero father and son fought 20-foot flames from their roof after helping villagers to safety in raging wildfires. You really take your life in your hands. You start climbing up on roofs and trying to get people out. It's, you can do yourself more harm than good, but well done for them for doing it. I mean, the firefighters, they've never been so busy since World War II. That's what they say. Absolutely terrible. 2 tourists and a pilot died in a helicopter crash before their remains were eaten by bears. Got a lot of bear stories recently. This is, they were flying in this craft. Businesswoman Zoya Kairovova, in her 30s, and a phone exec, Sergei Kolenak, had paid 4,250 quid to view volcanoes and glaciers. Because you can do this. You go up in a helicopter and they will take you over a glacier and a volcano. And unfortunately, this pilot crashed the thing. And before they could even get there, so 2 tourists and the pilot died, and the bears were there straight away. I mean, I'm not big on helicopters either. I'm really not. I like the idea of flying over a volcano, and I like the idea of flying over a glacier and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I'm thinking it's just us and this whirlybirds thing. Have I ever been on a helicopter? Yes. Well, I'm a Forces family. I've got photographs of me when I was sort of 9 sitting in a helicopter. I looked ridiculous. The helmet was far too big for me, but it was the only one that they had. Doesn't help. Another one here. Oh, blimey. It's another police detective who's up in court. 20 sex offences. I can't quite understand. Well, I can understand, but I don't quite understand why. Somebody who joins the police force knowing that, eventually they're going to find you out, would ever commit any crimes like that. That's why I really don't get it at all. I really don't. The rare collection of Shakespeare's plays is up for sale. 2 million quid, printed in 1623. And it bears doodles and responses to the text, making it a living piece of human history. It's only one of 20 thought to remain in private hands, so that's why it's worth 2 million. I don't know what you'd do with it. You'd have to open it with gloves on, wouldn't you? Because the sweat on your fingers would take the print off and stuff like that, which is not so good. There's a final 4 bombshells joined the Love Island villa. I wish they'd sod off with this bloody programme. I'm so bored to it. I'm bored with it. I'm just not interested, in all these sort of people. Apparently, influencer Natalia Campos of London promises fun, flirtation and fire. You boring old baggage. Fun, flirtation and fire. Yeah, well, fires we've already had, love. Thank you very much indeed. Reece Ford of Coventry is the official body double of Kylian Mbappe. I'm assuming a footballer or something who nobody's ever heard of. Halifax Town's Jamie Allen plans to upset lads, and dancer Lacey Edwards of Swindon will avoid stepping on toes. You boring, sad, lonely people. Why don't you go and find a proper job? Would that make more sense in your life as opposed to being just vacuous and empty? Have you noticed, though? Nobody fat. Nobody fat. Who are these people representing? They're not representing anybody. They made some bloke take his shirt off the other day because he's got a washboard stomach. I thought, come on, let's get the fatties in there. Then it'd be far more representative. All these people, have you seen how much makeup is in there? There's like a complete makeup room, and they sit there troweling, this is the boys, troweling on the makeup and all the rest of it. And it's such a boring blooming programme. It really is, honestly. I can think of so many better things. Well, I don't know when it finishes. I don't know, Easter or something, I don't know. Sooner the better. Dreadful. Steve, I do like ice cream, says Martina. Could do with some now. I've just finished studying. You see, what you should do, you should always keep some in the fridge. Well, in the freezer. Keep it in the fridge. You won't be drinking the stuff, which is nice. But no, we're having it this morning, which is always very exciting because people love it. They love it when we start eating on air. They always write to me. They always go, "Oh, Steve, I love it when you eat on air." Love it. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Also, Apparently, relaxing Indian music played on sitars and flutes calms cows and speeds up milking. Well, we'll have to bear that one in mind, won't we? We'll have to bear that in mind. This apparently is in a survey in New Delhi. John in Colchester says, Steve, diets don't work. I've tried them all. F-Plan, Soup Diet, Atkins, Weight Watchers, Slimming World, and the pounds piled on. In hindsight, perhaps I shouldn't have done them all at the same time. Yeah, that's the problem. The trouble is there are so many different diets. Audrey Eiton, I think, did the F-Plan diet. I don't know why I remember that. And it was one of these, it was another fad diet. But people were so desperate to lose the weight. But this is, years and years ago. Years and years ago, people were sort of still trying to lose weight then. It's not something new. This has been happening for an awful long time. Awful long time. People were bigger shapes in those days. I've got pictures of my nanas and relatives and things like that. And everybody was a bit bigger. A bit bigger. Steve, when my mum was in her 60s and 70s, the lady was like her Bible. Yeah. Audrey Eiton, there you go. The F-Plan. At last, look great and feel fabulous with this effective and healthy new diet. Yep, lasted about, year or so. And then something else comes along. There was the hay diet. Do you remember? There was the hay diet. Then there was another one. Dale could eat something, but he couldn't eat other things. So he could have a sausage, but he couldn't have bacon or something. He could have scrambled egg. Was it Atkins? I don't know. I lost it. Whatever it was, people passed money over. And they ended up with something. I could have told them, I could have told them little and often. Atkins was, I think, lots of fat but no carbs. But it was tedious in the extreme because it didn't make any difference. Every time Dale went on television, he'd then phone me up and he'd go, did I look fat? I used to have to hold off, So I said, yeah, of course you did. Just to make it more entertaining for me. Morning, Steve. We went on a helicopter tour of New York, says Jane, which was amazing. Yes, I can well imagine. Not for me, though. Not for me. I don't think so. And Tony says, do we know who the lottery winner is yet? No, you won't know for a couple of days at least. I mean, it might be released tomorrow. What they have to do is they have to check. Because we don't know. They might have ticked no publicity. They also might be a syndicate, in which case they've all got to agree to it. And also they then have to verify that this person has not told lies. Because it's very easy to phone up and say, I've got the numbers here. And they then go, oh, can you sort of let us know because there are security bits on all the tickets and everything else, so they'll know. So they will be checking. I think they're actually pretty certain this is the person who's got 195 million. As long as they're young and they can enjoy it, I think that's great. Lawrence says, thanks, Stu, I'm now craving my 2-piece meal, hot wings. I never like hot wings. I always feel a bit sorry I feel sorry for chickens, actually. Producers of Matilda the Musical have written out its Russian characters because of Vladimir Putin's war on the Ukraine. And because the kids speak Russian in it. They've had to learn Russian. And very clever. Very, very clever. You ever seen Matilda? No, you wouldn't have seen Matilda. You have seen? Oh, good Lord above. There you go. Yeah. And so one of the final speeches has now been translated into Bulgarian. So those poor kids who've learnt it in Russian have now got to learn Bulgarian. But they do very well. It's a very, very good show. Very, very good show. We like it a lot. Celebrities choose Europe for their holidays. Elon Musk has gone to Mykonos. There's a place to avoid. Leonardo DiCaprio went to Saint-Tropez. Nicole Scherzinger went to Santorini. Desperate Housewives star, or just desperate, Eva Longoria went to Marbella. Kimberly Garner from Made in Chelsea went to Ibiza. Lovely. Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey went to Croatia. And then Dave Beckham went to Croatia as well. So this is a place to avoid, really. And Corey's in Croatia. Conor McGregor's in Ibiza. Again, avoid. Samuel L. Jackson, Magic Johnson and LL Cool J are in Athens. Funny place to go, isn't it, really? And yes, like it. Chris Rock is also in Croatia. Matt Damon has gone to Amalfi. Isn't that where the old Beckhams went to sort of try and eat some food in a restaurant? You can imagine, can't you? The Beckhams going out there and you think, but what do you do for a living? Oh, look, Mylene Klass just reinforcing the fact she's eminently available for I'm a Celebrity All-Stars. So she's pictured in her bikini. Although, as I say, I mean, that's what she took first time round. And every time she went under the shower, it was in another bikini. And we all went, oh, for God's sake, love, stop being so desperate. You'd have to look hard as well to find a single flop in Dame Maggie Smith's back catalogue. So no one was more shocked than Julian Fellows when in 2010 the acting legend agreed to play Lady Violet Crawley in his fledgling period drama Downton Abbey. The show creator said, looking back, I was quite surprised. I don't know if I should say that, but it was going to be a reasonably populous television. It was quite a big decision to do it. But he's just one of the many showbiz figures who sing the praises of the acting great in Channel 5's The Marvellous Maggie Smith, a celebration. I interviewed her son, and I said, what's it like, you know, when your mum's Maggie Smith? I've got to ask, haven't you? And he said it's fabulous. It's fabulous. She's always played old ladies, and the older she gets, the more eccentric she becomes. And I thought it was tremendous. I said, what's the worst bit? And he was talking about going through airports and stuff like that, where she wasn't over keen on going through airports. Some people don't like airports, do they? I always think it takes so long to get to the airport, and then you spend such a long time queuing, and then you sort of go through, oh, look, dreary old Kerry Katona. Here we go. She might have cash to spend these days, but unfortunately, at what cost? Get all your bits out, love. You're real class. Fantastic. Twice bankrupted. Couldn't be bothered to pay tax. You know, over two years ago, she said she was terrified she'd been able to pay the bills, but luckily she discovered I think she failed to pay the final 86,000 of a nearly £500,000 tax bill. It really drives me insane, people who don't pay their tax bills. It really makes me sick. Really makes me sick. But anyway, she turned her fortune around because she's got this OnlyFans account where she basically gets her boobs out for you. A little bit ancient for it, but and apparently last year she moved into a £2 million Cheshire mansion with her fiancé. I don't think she owns it. I think it's rented. It's rented, I'm pretty certain. And they say she's kept her head above water. Yeah, but don't worry, we've all been there before, haven't we? You know, she lurches from one disaster to the other. So you'll get this thing here now and then. You know, it'll be something else. You know, a little bit further down the line. And people will have to decide, you know, whether or not they want to sort of do it. I mean, every time I see her on the television, she seems to always blame everybody else. It's never her fault. Never her fault. Oh, here we go. Pisces today. What do we got? Venus endows you with glorious networking and winning communication skills. Well, I think that's every day. Every day. We like that. We like that. Also, what do we got here? Bindi Irwin has written a birthday message to her wonderful mum, Terry. I like the Irwin family. I like them. They seem to be okay, actually. Pop star Camila Cabello has tested positive for COVID-19. And she said she's on Instagram writing, if you got the Rona and still going to live it up in isolation, make some noise. That was a rude word before that. And even now, the heat wave has seen the country's reservoirs running dry even more quickly than feared. So we need quite a bit of rain. I get wasps drinking from my fountain. Wasps drinking from the fountain. Today, 25 degrees, light cloud and a gentle breeze. Tomorrow, rain, 22 degrees, good. Saturday, 26. Sunday, 27. Monday, 25, and so it goes on. There's not much rain, is there? I'm looking for serious downpours. That's what I'm looking for, definitely. Paul says, remember what the outgoing PM did when he was London Mayor? He closed fire stations and reduced the number of engines and crews. I don't remember that at all, actually. I don't remember that. I mean, I know we've got a fire station round our neck of the woods, but then most places have. Do you know a lot of firemen have got two jobs? It's very interesting. On the Euston Road, there is a fire station there. It's quite an old-fashioned sort of fire station. And it's amazing. At any one time, there's at least a couple of black cabs out there. So they're black cab drivers who work part-time as firemen as well. Yeah. Yeah. It's a bit of a closed shop, I thought, firemen. You know, you can't just sort of wander in there. We had all this trouble years ago, and I remember there were some women who wanted to be firefighters, and they were trying to put them off by saying, oh, there's a lot of bad language, you know, and all this kind of stuff. But I remember thinking, well, I'm sure that some of these women have heard some of this bad language. Definitely. Steve, when I lived in northeastern Canada, says Kim, about 2 to 3 miles outside the city, there were bear warning signs everywhere, bear and cubs crossing signs. I remember feeling quite intimidated the first time I saw them. Brought it home where I was living. In all the time I was there, I didn't see one bear, unfortunately or fortunately. Well, be grateful. Be grateful. Branding people toffs or chav should be a crime, say Shrinks. Psychologists want people like Little Britain's Vicky Pollard and Tory MP Jacob Rees-Mogg to be protected from discrimination. God, honestly, we're turning into the drippiest country in the entire universe, aren't we? They claim the move would combat increasing inequality and help to level up Britain. The British Psychological Society wants social class added to the 9 characteristics protected by the Equality Act. Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Why don't people just mind their own blooming business? Just get on with it, for goodness sake. It's like, dogs like the way that our faces look, apparently. Yeah, dogs sort of warm to us. I was watching some lovely clips on YouTube of people and animals. People haven't seen animals for some time. And, lions and tigers who come up and embrace the owners they haven't seen. There's one woman embracing a crocodile. This thing could take her face off quite easily, and it doesn't. And then there's a horse who nuzzles this woman. I mean, really, and dogs who go like crackers. And there was one which was lovely, which was... was it a horse? Yes, it was a horse. And it was a man who was dying. I've heard of them doing this a few times. And he wanted to see his horse for the last time. He was very ill. He was terminally ill. And the horse came over to the bedside. They wheeled the bed outside. I think it was in this country. And the horse came over. And the horse knew what was going on. It knew exactly what was going on. I remember thinking, that's lovely. He didn't open his eyes. But he would have known. He would have known it was a very special moment. I quite like things like that. My hamster didn't do the same thing at all, actually. A little bit disappointing. I don't think it realised. But there you go, look. The unusual therapist is bringing joy. And, but this man was wheeled outside. There was a woman as well who was wheeled outside. Fancy bringing a horse into your room. Yeah, look, they've literally brought the horse into the room. Got to be careful he doesn't want to go to the toilet anywhere. They'll never get rid of him. Yeah, the man is dying, and the horse is sort of helping him out. It's really quite touching. It really is quite touching, honestly. Hunky Love Islander footballer Jamie Allen's in trouble with fans after leaving his team to find a girlfriend on the show. No, they're not. They just want to be famous because they're drearies. They're little drearies. The striker had only just signed a new 1-year deal with Halifax Town before he ditched the training sessions to head to Spain. That's how committed he is. That's how committed he is. The club says Jamie made his intentions clear that the opportunity is very important to him, because he's sad and tragic. The matter will be reviewed on his return. His decision angered Halifax fans, with one saying the sport's finished now, grown men choosing that rubbish over football. Yeah, because he hasn't got anything else in his life. And he's prepared to ditch people. That's how loyal he is. Boo! Apparently he was one of 4 newbies, including ex-footy player Reece Ford from Coventry. He's now a model, claims to be a French professional, Kylian Mbappe's official body double. Yeah, 3,600 complaints about bullying and misogyny on that show. But then some bloke who wanted to play with a football team and then goes, I've been offered a chance. Well, sod the football team. Let's go on the television so I can show people what a dreary old nobody I am. I think you'll achieve it. I really do.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, 3 minutes past 5. It's nice to have your company. This is LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7 o'clock, and I think today is not going to be as hot as yet. Oh, dear. Every time I say that, my heart drops a little bit. And, Steve, it's winter here in Australia, so a shame, but I'll still have an ice cream. See, we must be the only country where you try and get ice creams in the winter and they go, oh, no, it's winter. And it's like, I remember going into Boots years and years ago when I used to go to Boots, and I wanted a pair of sunglasses, and it was in November, and they went, no, we don't do sunglasses in November. And you go, why not? And they go, because they're for the summer. And you think, well, you're missing an opportunity here, because I'd have bought a pair of sunglasses. And now, I mean, luckily it basically stuck 2 fingers up to Boots, because everywhere you go, the Sunglasses Hut and all these other different places where they sell sunglasses all year round. All year round. Murray says, I got a packet of Vocal Zones. They're blooming strong. I'm going to stick with my Fisherman's Friend. Do you know they do all sorts of different flavours? in that company. It's a very famous company, Fisherman's Friends. They're like lozenges, but they're not as good as Vocal Zones. Vocal Zones are very good. The producer gave them, trying to kill me, I think. And they're really quite strong, but they do the job. They do the job. Do you know, there's a dreadful story in the paper today, and I'm debating whether or not to bring it to you, because if you're an animal lover, you're going to be spitting blood over this one. I mean, absolutely spitting. No, I'm going to tell you it. This family is heartbroken. They come from South Wales, a place called Rhymney, I think it is, and a sick crook sneaked it. They have kennels, sneaked into the kennels and doused 7 dogs with petrol and set fire to them. I mean, I know, I can't believe I'm reading it either. Police were in tears when they turned up at the scene. One dog was pregnant, due to give birth, and Emma Frowen said her 2 sons and their girlfriends looked after the animal. She said you could hear the dogs screaming and yapping, then all of a sudden you couldn't hear anything. It was horrendous. Gwent police are investigating. What sort of sick person would ever do that in a million years? Why would you ever? I hope when they find you, they make you suffer. Seriously, I mean, I just can't even believe that people do things like that. They must be sick as hell. God, dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Isn't that awful? Absolutely awful story. Why would somebody want to do that? They'll be caught on CCTV. You can't just walk along the road with a can of petrol, can you? They will be found, I promise you. Also, do you know that there's a crime page today, a crime page, and in Britain between 1900 and 1948, 936 women were committed to trial for murder, and 126 were sentenced to death. 11 were hanged. And apparently, all women hanged in Britain after Edith Thompson in 1923 were required to wear special knickers to prevent all sorts of accidents, I suppose. Scottish hangmen were known as doomsters. I should imagine they were. The last men in Scotland to be executed for high treason were Andrew Hardy and John Baird in 1820. The crime was to conspire against voting regulations. For that, they were hanged. Didn't make any difference, did it? The earliest execution at Tyburn, near London's Marble Arch, there's a little plaque in the road. I mean, I wouldn't recommend you going and seeing it because you get run over. But it's just a little plaque in the road. 1196 was when William of the Red Beard was hanged for sedition, because that's how they identified people, William of the Red Beard. And so in 1196, he was the earliest one, because the Tyburn tree was there. It was actually a tree, and they just put ropes around it. And it was quite interesting. The original gallows in England consisted of a platform raised a few inches off the ground. Some taller criminals were left standing on tiptoe as they choked to death. So he didn't actually drop through anything. You were just basically there. And in fact, outside, if you've been to London, you'll know, because outside the Tower of London, over the road, there's a square, quite a big square, with the names of all the people who were executed for the public executions. The other executions took place inside the... We were very bloodthirsty, you know. We were very bloodthirsty. Yeah, people... Oh, it was a day out. It was a day out. Gangster and thief Jonathan Wild was hanged in 1725 at Tyburn. Unable to break his bad habits, he even pickpocketed the priest who accompanied him to the gallows. And surprisingly, until 1820, it was punishable by death to be caught poaching with your face blackened. Because people went out there and so they blackened their face up so they couldn't be recognised. But that was punishable by sort of hanging. The last 2 women hanged in Britain, Ruth Ellis and Stylu Christophe, they both murdered their victims in the same road, South Hill Park Road in Hampstead. Both were hanged by Albert Pierpoint. Isn't it funny? The only one you know about is Ruth Ellis. You don't know the other one at all. And one of the Yorkshire Rippers victims, Gene Jordan, was found in 1977 by Ian Jones. He later changed his first name to Bruce and found fame 2 decades on playing Les Battersby. Did you know that? Oh, well. Oh, right. I never knew that. Things you learn. Things you learn on the programme this morning. What have we got? Linda Evangelista. She's 57 now. She's another one. She went into hiding recently. She's only just gone back to work as a supermodel because she suffered a rare reaction to fat freezing procedure known as cool sculpting. I mean, honestly, I think people are mad who go in for these sort of things. Linda recently says, I can't live like this anymore in hiding and shame, and she now features in a new Fendi advert that promotes an upcoming fashion show for the designer brand. So cool sculpting, no more. But I mean, you've only got to look at people you can tell people who've had a lot of cosmetic surgery. They look like they've had a lot of cosmetic surgery. You know, they don't have any movement in their face. You know, the amount of people who've said, oh, I was going to have Botox, but now I'm not going to bother having it. I've only ever known 2 people. I mean, it's very addictive, Botox, but I mean, have you seen people doing it? They literally take a needle with a syringe and they inject near your eye. I mean, no, it paralyses. Yeah, no, thank you very much indeed. Goodness sake. Noel Fitzpatrick is back tonight, saving pets' lives on the Super Vet. I bet his wife has to put up with an awful lot. But away from the camera, he's a huge fan of Freddie Mercury. So there you go. And he loved the Queen star's close bond with his cats, who were called Tiffany, Dorothy, Delilah, Goliath, Lily, Miko, Oscar and Romeo. He says, I'm fascinated about the idea of Freddie writing Bohemian Rhapsody. I think it's quite nice, but you know the one thing he never tells you on the Super Vet? How much he charges. How much he charges. You know, and I bet you... Oh, he must be rich as creases. Don't find a poor vet. Even normally, and he's doing it over and above, isn't he? He's actually... Oh, look, you could buy a Venus flytrap. Did you ever used to do that with Venus flytraps? You'd see them in the garden centres, and then they would be all open, and then you used to touch it with a little bit of twig, and all of a sudden it would close. You can buy them now. It comes in a 12-centimetre pot, and he said it's a real carnivorous plant. Yeah, because what it does, it captures flies, and then it digests the fly, and then it lives on them. I used to think they were fascinating. You can get a pitcher plant as well. It does the same thing, except flies fall in and they drown, and then they get digested. But the actual Venus flytrap, Dionea muscipula, to give it its correct name, just in case, very good memory on that one, I think, and that we used to play with them. As kids, I should imagine it used to annoy the hell out of the plant. We used to think they were alive. You know, when I say alive, because the flies were in there, but it's the fact that when it closed, the fly couldn't get out. It was stuck in there because they didn't have the intelligence to try and get out again. And if you watch it on YouTube, you see the fly there, and it's got all this sort of sticky stuff, which is very appealing to flies. Very appealing. And it's only got to hit the trigger, and immediately this thing closes in on it. How do they get these? I don't know. I suppose they sort of put it in a glass box and then film it. But any minute now, it's going to... and you can see there you go, and it just closes. Look, and the fly can't get out. And it's stuck in there, and you feel a bit sorry for it, don't you? Oh, right, okay. I thought you'd have a modicum of feeling sorry for it. Don't you feel sorry for it? I mean, you know, look, it's sort of there, and because it's sticky... There you go, and it's trapped, and it can't get away from it. But the pitcher plants are very pretty. You can buy those as well, and they just fall in because it's very slippery sides. We used to... There you go, that fly got out. Phew, thank goodness for that. Another fly lives for the day. Apparently Largs has ice cream all year round, says Suzanne. And we're famous for ice cream, world-famous Nardini. I like ice cream. Which is the best? I tell you what I watched on the television once. A bloke doing ice cream in India. And what he does is he's got rollers, big rollers, and they're like big rollers, and they're freezing. And he pours liquid on, and the liquid freezes onto these rollers, and he's got like a spatula, and he's scraping. Have you ever seen them doing it? It's amazing. And he scrapes off the ice cream, then they put it into a thing, and this freezes. He puts all this stuff on these rollers. Put in Indian ice cream makers on streets. And they did it on the television once where they've got a big thing and they make this ice cream up. And it's fantastic to watch. Basically, it's just frozen ice. But it looked absolutely brilliant. And I remember thinking, people stand there and watch it. There you go. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself here. And they sort of put all sorts of different things onto the roller. And it freezes quite quickly. And then he's got this scraper thing. And that thing scrapes it all off. And then they put it in a little cup for you. Isn't that the cleverest ever? Why don't we have stuff like that in this country? Why don't we have it? And he's literally, and then it's obviously, I mean, it must be quite clever, but he pours all these different colours over it. And then it just freezes. And then he scrapes it off and people buy it. It's like people doing lemon drink over there. And look at it, look, he just scrapes it and it comes off. And you think, that's like That's like ice. It's like coleslaw, isn't it? Well, it's obviously not. But isn't it clever? Isn't it clever? It's like all those bottles. You know where they'd have the bottles of the Coke and all the different ones, and they freeze, and they shake it out, and it becomes like ice. A bit like a doner kebab, but the different way round. Yeah. Yeah, well, there you go. You know, one of those sort of things. Very nice indeed, very nice. How to win £19,500. Do you know, there's got to be something else on there. Oh, that's why. That's why. Do you know, you see these things? Have you seen it on the television? It's an advert, and they say there's a world-famous spy's name on this grid, and you have to see it, and when you see it, you call this number in. And I couldn't work out how they made their money. And I suddenly realised it's on a premium rate. And on this one here, you can win £19,500, which, you know, to be honest with you, they run forever and a day, don't they? But this one here, here's your chance to find. We're giving all United Kingdom residents who qualify and are over 18 the chance to win £19,500. And once you found it, you call the correct answer line, which is a premium rate number, and that call will cost £3.60 plus your phone company's access charge, and will last a minute. That's how they make their money. That's how they make their money. It's like these houses they give away on the television. You can win a £4 million house in Cornwall, or wherever it happens to be, which is quite clever. I've often thought about doing that, and I think, well, how many people go in for these sort of competitions? You know. Go take a break. Look at this lovely house. From the Cotswolds to Andalusia, the location's now available to rent. Very nice indeed, very nice. Morning, Captain, writes a friend of mine to me, bless his heart. Sir John Mills was a lifelong advocate of the hay diet, which served him very well until he passed just short of 100 years young. I know this, because he told me when he rented my house in Denham for the last few years of his life. I remember when we returned to the house shortly after he died to help sort his affairs, his Oscar was still on the piano in the living room. Wow. That's a good story, isn't it? I like that story. I know Denham very well. Because some friends of mine used to live down there. In fact, Jess Conrad used to live just as before you went into Denham, because there's Lower Denham and Higher Denham, and Cilla Black used to live in Higher Denham. Yeah, I know all these things. I know it's like stepping back in time going to Denham. It really is. It's a village. I'm sure they filmed some amazing Mr. Blunden stuff there. I'm pretty certain. Is this patronising or what? Or what? This is the Daily Mail front page. Liz versus Rishi, the battle begins. Okay, you never believe they were both on the same side. But writing in the Mail, she vows to build an this is after 12 years of being in power. She vows to build an aspiration nation. And wait a minute, and stand up to those who talk down our country, history and values. What in God's name are you on about, woman? Who are these people who talk down our country's history and values? How can you talk down our history? How possible is that? What planet are you from? Honestly, it really is ridiculous. And she vows to beat Labour by governing as a true tax-cutting, freedom-loving Conservative. You only had 12 years in power, love, and you haven't managed it up until now. She said, I am the tax-cutting candidate who will help squeezed families by reversing April's national insurance rise and suspending the green levy on energy bills. Yeah. Jackanory. Never going to get any of these things, as we all know. Friends send dogs' tails wagging in the right direction. I always thought it was quite good that dogs' tails wags, don't they? Because when a cat does it means it's annoyed. If ever you see a cat swishing its tail, it's angry. Very angry. Yeah, they're very temperamental. I like cats, though. I'm a big fan of pussycats, especially when they're kittens. I think they're absolutely gorgeous, absolutely wonderful. In Norfolk, the village of Brancaster stayed as the flames consume houses, fields and hedges. Dagenham, people had to flee there. They lost cars and everything else. And the act of God, the church at Wennington, survived despite being surrounded by the flames which blackened the graveyard. I mean, you've never seen so much devastation. And still people go, let's have a barbecue. I mean, I can't believe it. But record heatwave temperatures gave way to dramatic thunderstorms. I didn't see any or hear any thunderstorms yesterday. I do like a good thunderstorm, but unfortunately still no lines north as the railway's chaos goes into the third day. Travellers, seriously. It's dreadful, isn't it, really? At King's Cross, people there scrambling, well, the engineers are scrambling to repair damage done by the heat wave. We just can't seem to manage it, can we? We can't seem to manage it. Railways are engineered to work within a range of normal temperatures. In Britain, it's between minus 10 and 35 degrees. But they might have to change it. And they've said now, avoid the London hub. Avanti, West Coast, which runs trains on the West Coast, main line between London, Birmingham, Manchester and Glasgow, said services were severely disrupted yesterday by damage to the overhead wires at multiple locations. I mean, dozens of trains, I know, were cancelled or delayed across England because of problems caused by the extreme heat. National Rail tells customers check before setting off on their journeys and to only travel if absolutely necessary. The trouble is people like to think, well, you know, let's risk it anyway. That's what people say. I've heard them say it. Let's sort of risk it and let's go to the station. Let's hopefully go and get an aircraft because we want to go on holiday. People don't want to stay here. They want to go on holiday. I don't know. Steve, great to listen to you whilst visiting Malawi. Enjoying the cool evenings and warm, breezy days, such as relief getting away from the UK for 2 weeks on business. Next stop, Botswana, then back to lovely Fleet in Hampshire, says Tim. Well, that sounds nice. I just want to breeze. That's all. I don't ask for a lot in life. I really don't. I need a window. I don't have a window. I'm the only one that doesn't have a window. I love the idea that John Mills was an advocate of the hay diet. I thought he was great. I loved Sir John Mills. He made some... I remember going to an awards ceremony once. It might have been the... I can't remember what it was, the Laurence Olivier Awards. And he turned up it was in an old green Rolls Royce. I remember that one. Mind you, I've seen quite a few people in old green Rolls Royces, which always look quite nice, actually. I used to park my one next to them. Used to look quite nice, actually. Michael Winner pulled up next to my car. We were at traffic lights years and years ago in Piccadilly Circus. And I remember sort of looking, because I don't like to look sideways if I'm in the car, because otherwise you get people looking at you, thinking, who is that? You know, and of course, I'm nobody. Yeah, sometimes they say, somebody took a picture of me, told you, going down the motorway once. I was going down the motorway and somebody then sent it in to me going, guess who? I thought, it's me. It was me. They took a picture of me on the motorway. But I remember looking at Michael Winner. He was sitting in the back of the car, and I remember sort of casually looking, thinking, it was a fairly old car, actually. And I remember looking, and then I thought, but he was reading, so I thought he's obviously not noticed me. He wasn't driving. He was driven. Around 2 miles down the road from here, Steve, marks the spot where they used to burn witches at the stake, says Kim. I had just heard you mention Nardini's in Largs. Beautiful ice cream and goodies. I've never even heard of it. Sounds lovely, though, doesn't it? David, a nurse in Glasgow, says, on the subject of rude language at work, nobody has banter like us nurses. We have an angelic professional reputation in public, but in the private staff room we got banter that will put sailors to shame. Oh, Lord. One of my friends on the same uni course was a former squaddy. He says he didn't even hear such filthy banter in the army. I know. I mean, nurses, I think, have a very dark sense of humour. I think you've got to have. You're dealing with so many different bits and pieces. Ron says, did you know Denham has its own little airport for the rich private pilots? Well, it's not even rich private pilots. They do flying lessons from Denham. And here's Nardini, Scotland's most famous cafe, restaurant and ice cream parlour since 1935. So let's have a quick look, shall we? The ice cream Sunday menu. Here we go. Oh, look at those. Look at those. Raspberry Snowball Delight. 2 scoops of double cream vanilla ice cream, 1 scoop of raspberry ripple ice cream, fresh raspberries, raspberry sauce, 3 mini snowballs, freshly whipped cream, crispy wafer, decorations and topped with a fresh raspberry. £7.50. You can get a mint. They're all about the same sort of price, actually. £7.95. Chocolate orange. They've got, that looks nice, fresh strawberry delight. 2 scoops of Nardini's double cream vanilla ice cream, 1 scoop of strawberry fruit ice cream, fresh strawberries drowned in rich strawberry sauce, topped with freshly whipped cream, crispy wafers, and a fresh strawberry decoration. They've got hot ones as well, a hot dime bar heaven. Our secret recipe, hot caramel fudge sauce, whipped cream and wafers, topped with yet more dime bar pieces. Take me please to dime bar heaven. Chocolate honeycomb Vesuvius. No, I can't read them all out. I haven't met myself here. I like the idea of banana split. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? Which one? Hot chocolate fudge banana. Ooh. Honestly, don't show me things like that, honestly. Drive me mad. Absolutely mad. What else we got? Inflation hits yet another 40-year high as it rises to 9.4%. And here we go, Rishi Sunak showing just how rich he really is in a £3,500 bespoke suit. He's wearing a bespoke suit. The other day, didn't he wear a pair of £380 shoes or something? But this is Henry Herbert. You can pick up a shirt for 125 quid, so an absolute bargain. Absolute bargain. One that says, this is from Tim, who says, lovely to hear you sounding recovered and back to full-throated oration. It goes in fits and starts, actually. My dog Maisie, says Tim, was tested by Noel Fitzpatrick at his state-of-the-art Guildford Hospital for the removal of a 2.5-inch kidney stone, which only he would undertake. It was the largest stone ever removed from a Bichon frieze and sent to Harvard University for analysis. The service was first class, the facilities palatial, and the bill very reasonable. In fact, for these CT scans and other tests prior to surgery, Fitzpatrick referrals were cheaper than my local vet. I thoroughly recommend Noel and his team. Yeah, but how much? How much? He says it's given Maisie a new lease of life and deal with all the insurance claims too. Yeah, you see, I think you have to have insurance. If you've got pets, you need insurance. You can't do it without insurance. It's too expensive, because they know that people like their pets and they'll do anything to sort of keep them going. Actually, I was telling the producer earlier on, I've got to be obsessed with the Pirates of Penzance, Gilbert and Sullivan and D'Oyly Carte and people like that. And then I discovered a version from Australia, Shane, which was on YouTube, which was brilliant. The audience went crackers for this thing. And I remember thinking, I like that. So I'm trying to buy at the moment the D'Oyly Carte Opera Company, because there's so many good songs in it. So many good songs in Pirates of Penzance and all of the other things. And it sounds wonderful. Happy birthday, Simon Reeve. Television's most adventurous presenter. He's been chased by cheetahs, arrested by the KGB, and ate zebu penis soup in Madagascar. Oh, right. OK, lovely. He's 50 today. 50. Yusuf Islam is 74. 74. When he started out, he suffered from terrible stage fright. And then Engelbert Humperdinck turned me on to a horrible concoction of brandy and port. Because, just in case you don't know who Yusuf Islam is, that's Cat Stevens. Cat Stevens. He changed his name. And, Matthew and Son, the works of it. My friend's back again. He says, the 1975 Bentley T-Series owned by Michael Winner is currently on sale with Graham Hunt Cars. She's a beaut. I knew he'd know this because he's obsessed with cars, is my friend Christopher. He really is. I mean, he just loves his cars. So I'm just trying to find this thing, grahamhunt.com. Do you know, sometimes I get a signal and sometimes I don't get a signal. I was on the phone the other day trying to sort out my driving test thing. And the lady went to me, she said, I can't hear you. And I said, and then I looked, oh, there it is. Oh, there it is, Graham Hunt. Look at that. Bentley T-Series. How much do you think it is for sale? This is from, it's 3-speed automatic. It's got 113,000 miles. And they're looking for 34,750. 34,000. Engine size 6750 cc's. So 113,000. That's not bad, actually, is it? That's not bad at all. And you can have a look at all the photos. I love looking at these things. I look inside, I look in the boot, I look everywhere, thinking... It's got black leather interior. It's the only colour interior I've never had. I've only ever had cream or white, mainly cream, and I've never fancied a black interior. I don't know why. Cream is lovely. I love cream. Cream goes very, very well with my carpets and everything else, and it goes very well with my latest colour. Or I'm taking a break. Very pushy this morning, honestly. Trying to do my best.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 26 minutes to 6. Steve, Sir John Mills also lived in Denham. Yes, The family lived in Denham. Lovely little restaurant called Biggles at Denham Airport, says Heather. Yes, I used to spend a lot of time going down to Denham. You just go straight down past the Polish War Memorial, and then it's off to the right. So I know all about it. And I'm pretty certain they did use it for filming The Amazing Mr. Blunden. I'm pretty certain. Because it just looked... It was so pretty. Warren says it's only 15 degrees. Decidedly cold. I think autumn's on the way. That's it. Summer's over. Phew, I wish. And snow will be here soon. Christmas, roast potatoes, pigs in blankets. Don't tempt me. Last one from my friend this morning. He said, otherwise I'll be late for my paper round, he says. The super vet Noel Fitzpatrick isn't married and doesn't have a girlfriend. He's single. He was the celebrant at my mum's funeral. Isn't that interesting? Now, I've heard of... Now, you have to correct me on this one. Do I know what a celebrant is? Are these people who go round and they talk to people about people dying? They look after people, don't they? Because I used to have a producer... Well, I've had quite a lot of producers called Lucy, and I think she's a celebrant as well. I think she goes along and helps people out. So what they do is they're sort of like a host. Have you heard of this before, Joe? A celebrant at a funeral? A celebrant. What they do is they plan the order of service, the music, they write the eulogy, and they create a meaningful service for the person who's died. Because my friend Christopher says that Noel Fitzpatrick was the celebrant at his mum's funeral. But also, he says he's not married and he doesn't have a girlfriend. He's single. He must be very rich. So somebody who's... Yeah, Lucy George. Lucy is also a celebrant. Isn't that a good idea? I like that. Thank you, Chris. Very much indeed. What a nice thing to have, actually. We didn't... I'm trying to think, actually, whether or not we had a celebrant at my mum's funeral. I don't think we did, actually. I'm pretty certain we didn't. But what a nice thing to have, actually. Warren says he's been to Biggles restaurant many times. Very good food, lovely restaurant, but slightly old-fashioned. He said, you're near Denham when you came and visited my garden twice. Yes, I mean, I've been to Denham on numerous occasions. I used to have an accountant who used to live out that neck of the woods. But it's very nice. So that's the restaurant, Biggles. I like old-fashioned restaurants like that. There you go. They do. There you go. They have a set price. Lunch is $29.95. Dinner is $29.95. They do this at this other restaurant, which is near Regent's Park, which is built into a flat, and they have a set price. I can't remember what it's called. I've forgotten it. I've been there on numerous occasions. Restaurant Regent's Park in flats. You will find it, I promise you. And they do a set menu as well. It's a great place to go to. It's always packed. It's always packed because it's very, very good value. And I went there. They do steak Biggles at this other one here. Sirloin steak topped with Stilton cheese and port sauce. How lovely. Beef stroganoff. I like a beef stroganoff. Choice of sweets from the trolley. They do this at this other restaurant. They have a sweet trolley. Oh, what's the name of it called? Somebody will help me out. Somebody will know because we've mentioned it on numerous occasions. The capital of Denmark. What's that for? The capital of... Is this the clue to the restaurant name? The capital of Denmark? Yeah, it's Oslo Court, thank you. Oslo Court, yes. You should go to Oslo. If you've never been to Oslo Court, you need to book and go there. It's great. It's like being in somebody's sitting room in a block of flats on the side of Regent's Park, and they have somebody with a sweet trolley that comes round. Warren says it's very, very Jewish. It is very, very Jewish. I love it. I absolutely love it. You won't go hungry, put it that way. He says, I've been there many times before. There you go, Oslo Court. It really is good. I mean, I've recommended it on numerous occasions. If you're going out, lots of families go there. It's great. It really is good. It really is good. I've been there on numerous. I was taken there by my friend Darryl years and years ago, and I've been back quite a number of times since. I think they're fantastic. I thought the food was good. And it's a set price, whether you have lobster or whether you have, beef burgers or whatever else, and they've got a sweet trolley and stuff like that. It's quite nice when you find somewhere that's old-fashioned. There you go, everybody knows Oslo Court. All my listeners will be going, Steve, it's Oslo Court. And it is. You're absolutely right. It's seriously, it's good fun. It's good fun. How they turn this food out in their little tiny kitchen, I've got no idea. Ron says, Steve, would you ever have a red leather interior in a Bentley? No, I wouldn't. No, definitely not. Warren says there's a waiter there in charge of the dessert trolley. He's been working there for something like 55 years. I know. And he'll always, it's quite a camp experience, but I promise you won't be disappointed. They do everything. You know, we've had some really nice times in there, but remember, it's in somebody's flat. That's what's so clever about it. No, nobody lives there now. It was turned into a restaurant, so you could live in Oslo Court and go and eat in the restaurant underneath you. But it's lovely. It really, it's great fun. Thank you. Steve, I had this one the other day. Salted caramel gelato sundae, says Perdita. Three scoops, that's pushing it, of salted caramel gelato served in a waffle basket with glitter-dusted meringues, white chocolate curls, cream and wafer straws served with salted caramel sauce on the side. I still don't think they should show the calorie content. 572. Well, actually, it's not too bad, Perdita. That's not 572. I could cope with that. Just about. Oslo's in Norway, not Denmark, says Niall. Yes, we know that, Poppet. We know. Anyway, shouldn't you be back singing with One Direction? I'm sure they miss you. Mike in Finchley says, our good mutual friend Charles is down at the moment. It's been a year since his brother passed away, so can you please let Charles know that his friends love him? Oh, he knows that. Charles Golding knows that, Mike. If he doesn't know it, I'm telling him now. And apparently, Heather says the people who own Oslo Court and Biggles are friends. Well, so they should be. So they should be. And, Steve, do they teach geography in Oslo Court? Oslo's the capital of Norway. Listen, excuse me, do not pick on people, you troll. Why are you writing this to him? He's upset as it is. Don't upset him. He didn't do very well at geography at school. He's only just learnt where Norfolk is. Don't upset him. Goodness sake, honestly. Poor boy. He'll go home in tears. He's not even supposed to be here today. He's supposed to be... Well, let's just call it an incident, shall we? And, but I mean, otherwise he'll be having to phone, HR and everything else. And I make it part of my raison d'etre, never to phone HR, what else do we have? Why in 1904 did the Frenchman Louis Rigoli become famous? He was the first man, this was in 1904, to drive a car at 100 miles an hour. 100 miles an hour. That is unbelievable, isn't it? That is unbelievable. And Henry McCulloch, born in 1943, died in 2016. He was the Northern Irish guitarist who became Paul McCartney's right-hand man in Wings. So there you go. Is that the car? That's 100... That thing that doesn't look as though it's going to stay together, does it? Imagine clinging on to everything. That'd be amazing, isn't it? 2007... English music manager Don Arden, the Al Capone of pop and father of Sharon Osbourne, died aged 81. So now you know. And also from the Daily Mail archive, 1949, members of the Don't Tell Britain group in Washington, which is trying to stop President Truman giving Britain atom bomb secrets, have been assured there is now no immediate intention on his part to do so. That's a relief, isn't it? That's a relief. Do you remember the Nightingale pub in Denham? It's got an old railway carriage restaurant in the car park, says Tony. I don't actually, no. I've never eaten in Denham. I've driven through it because I just feel I should drive through these sort of places. I quite like things like that. Oh, by the way, if you're thinking of getting your passport and wondering why it's not arrived, the backlog is 550,000. That's what they've said. MPs accuse the boss of complete failure. Bunch of idiots. Why they can't do these things quickly? I mean, I don't really see, what the problem is, but there is a problem. That looks nice. Magical Maldives, a luxury Bali retreat. Basically, it's a house on stilts. Have I seen the lightning in America? No, I haven't. Is it nice, the lightning? I love lightning. Oh, isn't that pretty? So, who was that bloke who was very famous? He was hit by lightning more than any other person he was in Yosemite National Park, wasn't he, or something like that? Ray something, we think. And talking about Oslo Court being very popular with the Jewish community, says Warren, although with everybody, he says you'll always find fantastic catering and, he says, brilliant service and delightful menus. Yeah. So, no, I never had any complaints about it. I loved it. But he says still one of the best caterers in the Jewish community is Tony Page. I bet many of your listeners have eaten items created by Tony Page Catering at weddings and bar mitzvahs. Yes, I bet. I love it. I love stuff like that. But I like going to a place where you feel comfortable. I don't want to be made to feel any restaurants I go to, where I sort of, I've got to behave in a certain way. So I don't, it's not that I behave badly in restaurants. In fact, I'm very good. I'm very, very good. I just like to enjoy myself. And so if I go to Little Italy or I go to Joe Allen's, I know that I'm going to enjoy myself, even if sometimes, something might be wrong or it's a bit busy or something like that. I just always have a nice time. And it's always to do with who you're with. If you've got a good lot of people with you, and generally speaking, we're eating with about 5 or 6, although we have eaten a lot more than that. And I have a nice time. You're right, says tanker driver Phil Steve. The reservoirs are running low. At the moment, I'm tankering water from a standpipe 10 miles to a nursery owned by one of the big supermarkets where they grow all the plants you see in the shop. 75,000 litres a day. We need rain. We need rain. I wonder how bad it could ever get. Where all of a sudden... Do you remember years ago they used to say, can you put a brick in your toilet so that it doesn't let as much water through when it flushes the toilet? And they used to say, don't flush the toilet all the time if you're just having a little wee or something like that. Just a little wee. Little tiny wee. Morning. You see, I knew we would find a celebrant this morning. I knew we would, and we found one. She's called Ellie, and what she does is she creates memorable ceremonies with care to remember and honour the life of your loved one. And as I say, one of my former producers, Lucy, is a celebrant as well. And I think that's really nice because, you're never feeling good about things like that, and what you really want is somebody to come in and say, listen, I'll take it all on, I'll look after it. I mean, saying goodbye is never easy. I can tell you that for a fact, but it can be a very lasting positive experience, and she will guide you, and she'll find the music for you, she'll find all sorts of things. And because it's a celebration of somebody's life, because no two lives are the same. She says this on her website, so it goes without saying that each ceremony she creates is as special as the individual. Everybody's different, because we used to have, I think for my mum's, we had a vicar, and he did a little thing about her saying, as if he really knew her. And I thought that was quite a nice thing. The vicar often does it, yes. Because people just, it's very difficult. People have to get these bad. I'm trying to get through the day, without sort of worrying about it and sort of, making sure that everything goes well. And that's why we have celebrants. It's great. Warren says, because he thinks actually that this place is owned by Waitrose, this garden centre thing. He said, I think it's out near Newbury. He said it's part of the Leckford estate, owned and managed by Waitrose, was bought by our founder in 1928, covers 4,000 acres of Hampshire. Wow, they've got a farm shop. I love a farm shop. I love a farm shop. You can't get enough of it. The nursery is a must to visit for any garden lover, set in around a brick and flint wall garden and home to the national collections of Buddleia and Clematis. It's a fantastic place, says Warren. Best kept secret. We don't like to spoil secrets for people. And quite good, actually. Very good. Claire Foges is writing today in the Mail. She's the one who was asked to write for Harry and his secretive wife. They don't want publicity. Yeah, hypocrites. But she says they were just desperate for a bit of privacy, weren't they? Alas, she says, that privacy seems to have eluded them. They are to public life what Japanese knotweed is to soil. Persistent, irritating and nigh on impossible to see the back of. We've had tears with Oprah, giggles with James Corden, endless at-home shots of the couple, and coming soon to a screen near you, a Netflix documentary. They're the most boring couple in the entire world. The Americans are welcome to them. Keep them. We really don't want them back again. Did you know ice baths are the new thing? I just thought I'd mention it quickly, just to dampen your ardour. They're about £3,000. And apparently a lot of women have cold showers to keep their figures. That's what they say, yes. I don't know whether it doesn't work for men. But anyway, it's very interesting. I'm not sure whether or not I could sit in a bath full of ice cubes. I really don't think I could do something like that. But if they tell you that it's about £3,000, I'm definitely not going for it. But just have a cold shower. £3,000. I don't know why. I don't make these things. I'm just telling you, expensive ice baths are all the rage. I mean, I don't know. This thing might make its own ice cubes. I've got no idea. The ice cream sandwich. Did you ever remember ice cream sandwiches? I used to love ice cream sandwiches. But they've had a bit of a makeover now, and they've got lots of sophisticated ones, some in Waitrose. And they look quite nice, actually. I quite like the little things as well, you know, cookies that have got ice cream in the middle of them. But I would never actually go out. Here you go. Here are the benefits of an ice bath. Okay, if any of you fancy it. They can do wonders for a boxer's muscle recovery because they reduce muscle inflammation, swelling, achiness, and flush out any built-up lactic acid in the body. They stimulate the central nervous system. Do they ever? Jumping into ice-cold water will give your central nervous system a jolt, increasing alertness. Just try a cold shower in the morning and you can probably skip the coffee. It boosts metabolism, develops breathing. You can't spend any amount of time. Didn't they do this on the television? Didn't we have all those Z-list celebrities, including the weatherman from the BBC, who made such a drama about everything, where they had to jump into an ice thing? I didn't quite understand was it Wim Hof? I didn't actually understand the purpose of the programme at all. I thought it was another desperate programme to put some Z-listers on, and so they could do it. But apparently it's very good for aiding mental health. An ice bath can work like a reset button for your brain. It can actually help clear your mind and lift your mood. When we went to Austria and we went in the sauna, people would then go outside and jump into an ice-cold sort of puddle type thing, but it was a bit deeper than a puddle. And they loved it. Not me. I'd be worried about having a heart attack. You done cold water swimming? Yeah, not for me, I'm afraid. I'm not into that kind of thing. I've got better things to do with my life than jumping into a cold river. They do that on the Serpentine, don't they, on New Year's Day? People go swimming in the freezing cold Serpentine. They break the ice and then go and jump in there. They're all mad as fruitcakes. Every single one of them. Why would you want to do that? It's not good. Steve, the geography troll's back again, says, check out the Toby Carvery in Denham. I don't think I've ever done a Toby Carvery, thank you. Ellie, who's our celebrant. And Steve, what would your morning treat be in winter instead of ice cream? Will you have a hot chocolate with whipped cream delivered, says Ruth in Yorkshire. Oh, a hot chocolate with whipped cream. I do have that occasionally. I do like hot chocolate. I don't have it very often. Jenny in Southampton says, regarding passports, I've ordered 2 in the last month with no delays. There is a delay if you don't return your old passport, though. Right. And Danny, he says, people moaning about passport taking months. Mine was back in 10 days. Glasgow Passport Office, well done to them. And Ray in Kansas City said, there's a lovely restaurant here in Kansas City called the Cheesecake Factory. The first time I ate there with my wife, I ordered a dish of 4 cheese pasta. It's very good. However, when the waiter dumped the plate in front of me, I looked at him and then looked at the wife and then turned back to the waiter and asked if I was sharing with the restaurant. The portions are way too big. I know. I mean, they really are, actually. And Gay says it can be done, prompted by your friend going to Snappy Snaps recently for her digital passport photo. I applied on the HM Passport official website on the 6th of July and got the renewed passport 6 days later. She says, loving your programme, as always. Thank you. Waj is locked into the spike. Gay's in Ealing, by the way. Queen of the suburbs, which we like. And so, I don't know, do I want to go and get one of those ice baths? Nope, decided definitely not. Not my sort of thing at all, definitely. What was the other one that they've got here? Oh, it's lots of women, people have to find their true body shape. Small wonder we're all screwed up when you've got to work out what your body shape is. Fat. That's what you look at. I mean, the options are you dramatic, soft dramatic, flamboyant natural, soft natural, dramatic classic, soft classic, flamboyant gamine, soft gamine, and theatrical romantic. But I don't think I'm any of these. I don't recognise myself at all. They're all women with boobs. And I don't have any boobs. Well, not at the moment, no. But it's a case of, but before it was, are you banana-shaped or pear-shaped or orange-shaped or, I don't know. You've got to... So, in other words, romantic, theatrical romantic would be Beyonce. That's what she would be. Whereas dramatic classic would be Courtney Cox. What an insult to actually start labelling people. I don't like that idea at all. Definitely not. And I keep watching all these adverts on the television. I'm slightly addicted to QVC. Watching them flogging. I mean, I think they must make most of their money by selling cosmetics. and hair products and all the rest of it and everything else, and they sort of drag in a collection of the campest men you've ever seen, telling you how to do your eyeshadow and all the rest of it. And I'm thinking, they must turn over millions. It really must be the most, because I think women like ordering makeup online. And yet, strange enough, they don't really cater for men. They don't say, here are some nice shirts for men or something like that. I'm very disappointed. The only thing we actually get is from Andy Peters, and we get chocolate and pasties and pies and pork pies. Well, it's cosmetics, hair care, very expensive hair dryers and clothing as well. I mean, women obviously like doing this shopping because they're working on the assumption that if you're home bringing up the kids, you don't have a chance to go down the shop, so that's who they're catering for. It's huge. I mean, it's absolutely enormous, actually. So, Blind Date. They've got a piece in the paper today. I mean, I watch all these programmes on the television where they sort of get people, weirdos, real weirdos, and they do dinner dates, and they go into the restaurant, and the people who are serving them chat away about them behind their back. I wouldn't want to go into that restaurant, ghastly. And you've got Fred Dinage, or whatever his name is, who's sort of there. So, not Fred Dinage, might as well be. And sort of saying, hello, Fred Syriacs. There's a boring man on Gogglebox. My God in heaven, honestly. He doesn't even say anything. Really doesn't say anything at all. And so consequently, they sort of put these people together, and then you suddenly realise, I mean, I worked it out within about 2 seconds that they're not compatible. They never will be compatible. They're really weird. They're very weird, and they go, oh, I really like you. And then there was one the other day, and she was phoning her friend from the toilet going, he's really cool, he's nice, and he's this and he's that and everything else. And I'm thinking, I think you're barking up the wrong tree, love. I think, well, why we're obsessed with them. I prefer the couples Come Dine With Me, where people go round to other people's houses and criticise their food, like snooping and sort of thing. I'm not really into that sort of thing. Who wants to go to somebody else's house? I mean, one of them, they had a cat that was walking about on the actual kitchen surface, and then they find hairs in the food. Oh, no. Definitely not. Thank you very much indeed. So you get the super vet Noel back on the television this evening on Channel 4. But he's got a kitten, 3-month-old kitten called Fury. Bless them, all these little kids, they're so cute, aren't they? But people spend a fortune, as indeed you have to, so just make sure if you're going anywhere, you've got insurance. It's the only reason you can afford to do things like this. You really can. Anyway, we're going to take a short break for the news at 6. You can go and get yourself a cup of tea very, very quickly, and then we'll be back with the final hour of the programme. More of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon & Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's 4 minutes past 6. Nice to see Henry a moment ago, looking very well. He was moaning about getting into work in the morning because he has to walk 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I mean, he's moved out of the parents' home. You'll be delighted to hear, because it didn't make any difference because they've already let his bedroom, and so he's in one part and his girlfriend's somewhere else, and there are some places in London which are a nightmare to get back from and to. I mean, I'm actually quite lucky where I am because I'm sort of very, very well serviced. South of the river is tricky, isn't it? Didn't they always have that problem trying to get cabs to go south of the river, and they didn't want to go? I didn't know why. I remember once. Is it really difficult to get people to go south of the? I wonder, why is that? It's just tricky, is it? Oh well, there you go. But anyway, Ian has delivered the ice creams, and he's quite right. We haven't had this one actually, so well done, Ian. This is Haagen-Dazs's cookies and cream. Have we all got cookies and cream? You finished it. It's got bits of cookie in it. It's very nice. I might have to start going to the theatre again just to get hold of the Haagen-Dazs. It's delicious, Ian. Thank you very much indeed. You know, it's a bit of a thrill for us here because we don't normally get any of these sort of things, because what I always miss out on is every time they have National Donut Week, they deliver boxes and boxes and boxes of donuts from this fabulous bakery called Dunn's. But they always arrive after I've gone home. I never get to have the donut, and I do like a donut occasionally. I don't have them very often. I mean, it's like it literally is once in a blue moon, literally once in a blue moon. But the ice cream is very much appreciated, if only because actually we've got my studio, as you know, is like sitting in a fridge freezer, which I'm not complaining about because I do thrive on air conditioning. I love air conditioning. I've got it in the car, got it at home. I absolutely love it. I think it's fantastic. Steve, if you do need help buying a second-hand classic car, consult your other pal, and also known as a second-hand car dealer. Surprised you don't call him Arthur, like Daly. Well, he writes to me on a daily basis. So who's my other pal, known as the second-hand car dealer, who's also on the radio? Who's that? Who would that be? Probably the one who writes to me anyway. Probably on there. I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at, actually, here. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm probably not... Oh, there we are. I've found it. There are currently only 31 tube stations in South London, compared with 250 stations north of the River Thames. Isn't that amazing? I wonder why that is. There's no logical reason, is there? No logical reason. But, yeah, somebody will know the answer to that one. Terminated, but Johnson in return hint. He's quoted the Terminator Arnold Schwarzenegger. He finished up, which I thought was very odd, by going, hasta la vista, baby. And I wasn't sure whether half the people in the House of Commons had the faintest idea what he was talking about. Veteran actor Melvin Hayes has slammed Penny Mordaunt for calling sitcom It Ain't Half Hot Mum a bingo card of sins. She's very odd, Penny. She's very odd. Miss Mordaunt, voted out of the Tory leadership race yesterday, attacked the series that made Melvin a star for racism, homophobia, white privilege, colonialism, transphobia, bullying, misogyny and sexual harassment. Is she watching the same programme? Yes, otherwise it was fine. Was it, Pen? All right, love. Melvin lives on the Isle of Wight. He said, it does upset me. How old do you think Melvin Hayes is now? Did you know him? He did all the Cliff Richard films. Melvin Hayes did all the Cliff Richard films. He's 87. He's 80. He didn't look any different. He didn't look any different. He said, it ain't half hot, Mum. Entertained people, and over 40 years after it ended, I'm still being stopped in the street about it. I'm not surprised. He looks the same, but he was in the Cliff films as well. 87 now. Good old Penny. That's why you were kicked out, love. It's not how... These people, they're so out of touch with the general views of what everybody else thinks at the moment, but they think they're being clever, and they think they're going to get our vote. I don't know. Steve says Declan the trucker, ex-cabbie, he said, we didn't like going south of the river because it was hard to get a fare coming back. Is that the reason? Is that the reason for it? I don't know. Have I ever been south of the river? I'm not sure whether I've ever been. I'm not sure. Where is south? You'll have to tell me where south of the river is, because I might not know. I might have been there. Vauxhall, Clapham. I've been to Clapham. I've been to Tooting. I've been to Brixton. Clapham's. I've not been to Clapham South. And it's passport, isn't it? You need for that one, Clapham South. I've been to most places. Tooting, I've been to, and stuff like that. I don't think I've spent time there. Perhaps I should. Perhaps I should. But it's never crossed my mind actually that there is. Is that where you live, in Clapham South? Definitely shan't be going there then. Not going to be voting for that one anytime soon. But I used to drive through Brixton and loads of other places, which I quite liked actually. But I've never thought about how many train stations there aren't, because I think where I am in Twickenham, I think we're actually really well served. Ollie on the train says the reason there's a huge network of railways on the reason is that there's a huge network of railways on the southern region. Aha. I like our railways. I'm quite pleased with them actually. I don't have any problem. I just like to sort of sit down. I mean, the other day, because I was late getting back to the station, there was some problem at the end of by where you cross over Waterloo Bridge. I don't know what was going on, but we sat there forever and a day waiting while somebody faffed around. You know what it's like? I mean, London, they're digging up. Was what? No, we hadn't even got over Waterloo Bridge. We were still trying to get over Waterloo Bridge, and so I missed my normal train, which I was not very happy about. And then sort of had to get the later one, which was 7:45. Far too late for a boy of my tender years. Hot and bothered Britons. That'll be us. now that we've got Ian as our new Bezzy mate, are turning to magnums to cool down will find that they're disappearing quicker than usual because they've shrunk. Oh dear. Multi-pack units of the top-selling ice creams have been slashed by 9% from 110 mls to 100 mls, but the smaller classic and white packs of 4 are still priced at £3.20. Apparently, Magnum owner Unilever never sounds the same, does it? Magnum's owner Unilever. It makes it sound like they're making tyres one minute, the next minute they're making Magnums. And say large increases in the cost of some of our raw materials. And they say we will try to absorb as much of the cost pressure ourselves before increasing the prices. Shrinkflation has also affected Twix. I can't believe it's not butter, Flora, and Bertaroli. What's Bertaroli? Oh, Bertolli. Oh, sorry, I can't even pronounce it. What is it? Is it something? Olive oil, is it? Oh, right. Oh, it's a spread. Oh, it's a spread. Well, there you go. You learn. You learn these things all the time. How to heat-proof for a balmier future. There's a picture of some kiddies in Leeds. Irritating little so-and-sos, as you can well imagine. What have they done? In the middle of this little street, they've blown up a paddling pool and filled it with water. So if there was a car trying to get down there, they can't, because these two selfish children have now blocked up your street. Had enough of it, I really have. Millions of households face horrendous times ahead because everything's going up in price. Garden furniture, holiday centres, up. Everything's going up now. It's sort of, and there was a thing the other day on the television which I thought I had to mention to you, if I can remember what it was. It was they were talking about a food bank, and they had a woman on there who was running a food bank, and she was saying we get loads of people in there. A lot of people, they don't see any shame in going to a food bank. Why should you, for goodness sake? It's where you can get food a lot cheaper. And she said, I've had a couple of people coming in recently who have said that they've had to turn their fridges off because they can't afford to run them. And she said, this is not a problem. Leave your fridge on. She said, the problem is not the fridge that's costing you the money, it's the standing charge which is costing you the money. She said, so it's false economy to turn your fridge off. Don't turn the fridge off or anything like that. It's the standing charge. And I remember thinking, I must remember to mention that on the programme. Oh, the official answer on why there are so many more tube stations in North London than South London. Pin back thy ears. The first reason is because before the underground lines were built, South London already had an abundance of railway lines in operation. So when the first private tube companies began operating after 1863, they focused on North London, where there was more opportunity. South London's soil is another reason why fewer tube stations have been built below the River Thames. The soil in central London is mostly clay. The soil south of the river is full of sand, silt, the odd deposit of peat, and even some seashells. So there you go. It's not very coherent, so it's difficult to tunnel through. Seashells. I told you, in Trafalgar Square, there used to be, all sorts of animals, wild animals, going through there millions of years ago, I think. Certainly not recently. But there's a museum in London where you can go and see sharks' teeth and everything else found in Trafalgar Square. There used to be sharks in Trafalgar Square. Long time, millions of years ago. It didn't always have Nelson's Column. That came in a lot later. The National Gallery was definitely not there. Definitely not there. That's another one of my favourite places. Wallis Simpson's earrings in a case marked WE for Wallis and Edward are among the late Duchess of Windsor's items that have fetched almost 9 times their expected value. They were priced at £200, but fetched £1,730 at auction. The earrings alone went for £500. And the stationery, which included paper printed with the address 4 Route de Champs d'Entraînement, her last home with the abducted king, fetched £380. I thought she would have fetched more than that. It was like Elizabeth Taylor's jewellery. When Richard Burton brought Elizabeth Taylor jewellery, he spent millions. And when they sold it, they were going for prices you can't even imagine. I mean, seriously, horrendous prices. I mean, brilliant, for the people who actually sold all her stuff. But an awful lot of money. Steve, says Daniel in Herne, it's Pimlico you need a passport for. My favourite film, Passport to Pimlico. I think that's where Henry's girlfriend is. She's in Pimlico, which, of course, is a lot better served than where he is. And Keith says, I hope you're well. When are you next at the Queen's Theatre? I'd love to come and see your show. Me too. Me too. Bit of a trek, actually. Bit of a trek. Very nice, that ice cream, you know. Very nice. Very soothing. Very soothing. Jamie the Skip says, save the ice cream. I'm on my way with a skip full of ice for you to enjoy. Yes, my ice bath. Here we go. Another bad picture of David Beckham showing off again. Toned Becks. Yeah. I think he shaves his body, actually. I seem to remember some years ago he was shaving his body. And here he is with Harper Beckham. She looks nothing if not disgusted. And he's gone dotty, posing in a pair of skimpy pink shorts. Perhaps there's something the matter with him. I don't know. They're on holiday in Amalfi, and Cruz is there as well. But apparently hinting she'd bought them, this is Victoria Beckham, they then sort of take them and then they publish them online. So when she said the other day, oh, you know, we want, a bit of family secrets, I don't think the Beckhams have got any family secrets. We know that Dave's hair's falling out. We know that Harper really looks miserable in this picture. Why they've even released this, I've got no idea. And the post has been liked more than 1.5 million times, but it didn't get a smiley face from Harper. Not at all surprised, poor soul. A book of Shakespeare plays printed 7 years after his death is being offered for auction. They reckon 2 million, but however, if there's two people who want it, it could go through the roof. And the wooden beach hut. This is overlooking Christchurch Harbour in Dorset. It's got no mains power. It measures 10 feet by 16 feet. No mains electricity or washing facilities. Doesn't even face the sea. Seems a bit of a pointless exercise, doesn't it? It can sleep up to 7 people who apparently must use a communal shower block with neighbours and has rooftop solar panels. It's got a mezzanine sleeping area, double glazing and a terrace. It's only reachable by... You've got to walk 20 minutes to get to this blooming place. And or a ride on a novelty train or a short ferry crossing. The estate agent, Andrew Dennison, says, I could see it selling for £460,000. On the Muddyford Sandbank, they've got 360 huts. 300... Who the hell wants to live there? He said 20 years ago you could buy one of these for 70,000 quid. Now they're looking at £425,000, but they think it could go for more. What purpose it's... You're not even facing the sea. What's the point of that? That's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. You know, I can't complain about it. I wouldn't buy one of them. You know, I wouldn't mind renting one. You can rent them, apparently. One went... Did you go there? One was on sale. There was one a short while ago which went for a huge amount of money, didn't it? Here you go, Britain's most expensive beach hut. This is £575,000 in Muddyford Spit. But, you know, you can just... Is that the sea in the background, or has somebody painted a bit of blue in there? But it's not facing the sea, is it? That's obviously the back is facing the sea. This is 13 feet by 10 feet. And this one is right next door to the toilet block. Why you'd want to stay there, I can't imagine. You know, you do get a view out onto the beach, but I mean, it's kind of way in the distance over there. Can sleep 6 people, only between April to October. It's called Hut 180. And I don't know if you take mortgages out. I don't know if you can get mortgages for these sort of things. But so there is the sea. It's way, way over there. And everybody else is going to be doing it. I mean, in 2002, they were selling for 73 grand. The following year, one broke the 6-figure mark for the first time, selling for 100,000. And they've got loads of them. But the trouble is, they're a bit naff inside. They are a bit naff, honestly. They really are. They're obviously people who haven't really stayed on a beach before and can't afford a hotel. So they'll rather spend £500,000 on basically something you can go and get from B&Q. I mean, it's an awful lot of money, isn't it? £575,000 for that. I could imagine if it was built of brick and it had electricity and a plumbed-in toilet, but it's got nothing, absolutely nothing. And it could be just a hut. It's a hut. Des in Barnet says, Steve, Richmond is south of the river, so's Woolwich Dockyard. Oh, right, okay. I get there slowly. 84850. Jenny says, leave Nick a packet of chocolate biscuits. No, absolutely not. I never would do. He doesn't want them. He's winding you up, Jenny. I'm sorry about that. Nobody obviously told you. He's just winding you up. He doesn't have anything to... He's not allowed stuff to eat. Let's just call it a medical condition. Okay, I don't want to go any further. This is Nick Abbott, yes. Niall said back again, still singing, you know, whatever makes you beautiful. And he says, who wants a shed on the beach? I'd buy a house in Cornwall. You could get a house for cheaper. £575,000 for a hut. A wooden hut. You've only got to have one disastrous storm and the whole lot disappear. And also, you're next to the toilet block. And then you've got to take a little kiddie's train to get to it. It's walking 20 minutes. You imagine your Auntie Enid, Uncle Rolf and all the rest of it, clutching their cheese and pickle sandwiches. I mean, really, ghastly. Absolutely. I don't know why they're all obsessed with these beach huts. Oh, here we go. We talked about this the other day. Brad Pitt, who's swapped his trousers for a skirt. I don't know why. He's 58 now, and even his co-star is sort of looking at them. And men will be wearing skirts next summer, says Brad, whoever Brad is. Well, I mean, men have been wearing kilts in Scotland for a long, long time. You're a little bit old-fashioned. And, you know, you get bands and stuff like that. You know, that's the way it goes, isn't it, really? Devoted Tom Jones fan, Sheila Sugden, stole the show when she saw the Welsh crooner perform for the 7th time, aged 89. Apparently she had an absolute blast. They pushed her wheelchair to the front of the audience, armed with a sign reading, I'm 89 and still your number one fan, love you, Tom. She became the star of the show, even posing for pictures. So there you go. Tom Jones does have a lot of fans. And I see no reason why 89 should make the slightest difference. I mean, not as loyal as Noreen with Peter Noon. We all know about that. I mean, that's loyalty. I mean, she's seen him, I forget how many times, actually. She'll have to send me another email, because it's certainly a lot. It's certainly a lot of times. I mean, she flies to America, goes and sees him, and they chat and all the rest. It's fantastic. Fantastic. I love it. Love it to pieces. So we're going to watch the super vet, Noel Fitzpatrick. And so he's smitten with this little kitten. They've got somebody's got a beloved shepherd doodle called Raven. What's a shepherd doodle? What's that? Is that? Oh, a German shepherd. Oh, it's a cross, is it? What, with a poodle, do you think? A German shepherd and a poodle. My God, that must have been an accident made in hell, I should imagine. The adorable dog is struggling because he's got arthritic hips at the tender age of 1. But this Noel does all these things. There you go. It's a shepherd doodle. It's not a purebred dog. It's a cross between the German shepherd and the poodle. Poor old poodle. Honestly, you're not going to be arguing, are you, about that one at all? And the best way to determine the temperament of a mixed breed is to look up all breeds in the cross and know you can get any combination of any of the characteristics. I'm not sure about this, although I've seen a lot of Labradoodles. They seem all right, don't they? But some of the other ones are very odd. Why do people do that? It used to be years ago that people used to enter dogs for Crufts, and they looked as though they'd been so interbred. They had all sorts of breathing problems and all sorts of little bits and pieces. Here we go, first dates. Again, tonight you meet somebody called Fleur, who dreams of being the perfect housewife but needs to find a man first. There's obviously something the matter with her if she can't find somebody. So on looks, Louis is definitely her type of guy, but she's taken aback that he previously worked as a male escort. Yes. So anyway, also waiting at the bar is Nikki, who adopted a little boy in her 50s after splitting from her partner who didn't want children. It's a really peculiar programme, this First Dates, honestly. There's a reason why half these people can't find people. They're odd. OK, it's as simple as that. But whether or not Fleur, dreams of being the perfect housewife, and so she's sort of going out with this guy who used to work as a male escort. But then everybody's had a job. Is there something the matter with escorting work or something like that? Goodness sake, I don't know why they make such a big deal about it. But obviously she'll have nothing in common with him at all. Nothing in common, so it's doomed to start with. But that's the way it goes. Do you know there used to be so many different motoring experts? We used to have motoring experts on LBC over the years. I've lost track of where they all went to, actually. And I still love that Bangers and Cash programme, where they actually take these wrecks of cars and then put them all back together again. And they look absolutely amazing. And people spend a small fortune. Steve, I thought it might be Mudderford, where the expensive beach hut was. Used to go crab fishing there when we were kids, says Mike, on a much cooler, narrow boat. Nick from Kent says, Steve, I've got a shed you can buy for the bargain price of 150,000, and I'll even run you an extension lead out of my window. Actually, to be honest with you, isn't it funny? 150,000, Nick, sounds, that's it. When you think £550,000 for one of these places, as I say, if you went, why don't people just go and buy a greenhouse? When you think what you could get with that much, they just see, who are these people who are spending this much money? Are they must be either very, very rich or very, very dumb, because I can't quite work out why you'd want to spend that much money to go and, have one of these beach huts next to the public toilets, and you've got to walk 20 minutes to get there, and there's 360 of these things. I think the council should put a limit on it. Do they get rent? I don't know how they work. Do people get rents for these sort of things? What happens in the winter? Well, you can only stay there till October. You can't stay in it after October. No, you're not allowed to. No. And presumably you've got to paint it and keep it up to scratch. You can't let it fall into disrepair. Mind you, not that you would if you'd spent £570,000. I don't know if you pay council. I've got no idea how it operates. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I reckon you must pay tax. You must do. How else do the council make money out of it? There must be somebody who licenses your shed and says, yes, you can have another shed put up here, because otherwise you'd be going, when does this stop? When you've got 1,000 or 10,000? Well, I don't know. Steve, I am reading the book A Street Cat Named Bob by James Bowen. He used to busk around London with Bob. Did you ever see it? Yes. I never saw him busking, but I knew all about him. He was sort of hot property a while. I don't even know if the cat's still alive. I'm not sure, actually, or whether he's got another cat. He used to sit on his shoulder. But I've seen that on a few occasions. I've seen people... I tell you what I'm missing at the moment, policemen. I'm missing policemen who are not stopping people who were on these little scooters with two people on there. And also bicycles driving, not just in our area out in Twickenham, but through central London. No lights. No lights. You're just... these people are accidents waiting to happen.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Nice to see a lovely picture in the paper today in The Guardian of Charlie Stemp, who stars as the New York wannabe dancer Bobby Child in Crazy for You, which I remember seeing when it first hit London ages ago. It's got one of the best dance routines of any musical I've ever seen. It runs about 17 minutes and it takes you up to the interval. And it builds and builds and builds in Crazy for You, based on the 1930 classic Girl Crazy by George and Ira Gershwin. It's at the Chichester Festival Theatre. Charlie Stemp is just hot. He used to play the... he's done so many different shows. So he did that Hold It Flashbang, what a picture, what a picture. And he learned to play the banjo. He was Arthur Kipps in Arthur's Sixpence, and he's amazing. Came to prominence in that. He's only 28. Oh, he was born in Peckham. He's a Peckham boy. But anyway, he's doing Crazy for You. If you've not seen it, you better pray it comes into town again, because it was about the best ever. The good thing about it was that they had this big dance number, but it was a case of all the dancers were all odd sizes. Nobody was slim and nobody else. They had some big fat people, some little thin people, some short people, some tall people. It was what they call a good old mixture. Good old mixture. Steve says, Big Frank, I've just driven through Twickenham, saw your favourite shop, Sandy's, covered in multicoloured lights. How lovely. Yes, I think he was showing the other day, I think he was showing the Ukrainian flag and solidarity, because he spent a lot of money on these lights, and you program them, and so all these lights, all the bulbs are colour changing. So, it's unbelievable. God knows what he spent on it. Absolute fortune. But it's on all the time now, which is lovely. Geraldine says, Steve, sadly, Bob the street died a few years ago. James has another cat. I thought he had, actually. Somebody was also telling me about these beach huts that you can't get a mortgage on them. I shouldn't imagine you could. How can you just get a mortgage on something sitting on a piece of sand? Steve, I've just looked up Hove Beach Huts. They're for sale. 34 to £37,500, All sea-facing, says Conrad. Tom Jones, I was chatting to his younger cousin at Treforest Football Club 2 weeks ago. Tom is a Treforest lad and used to live in the next street to us. Woo! Lovely. Steve, I was trying to think of the most well-known motoring experts, and obviously not counting the original crew of Top Gear, a new crew. Do you remember Mike Rutherford? I do, yes. And Quentin Wilson, Vicky Henderson Butler, Mike Brewer. And I'm pretty sure I heard him appear on a magazine programme on LBC on a Sunday, presented by Scott Bolger. Do you remember him? Scott Bolger? No. Definitely not Scott Bolger, no. Wait a minute, let's just have a look, see if we can find it. Good Lord, I don't know. No, he definitely wasn't with us. He's an actor and director, this one here. Definitely, it's definitely not Scott Bolger. It was somebody Bolger, and I now can't remember, which of course he'll kill me for. Doesn't really help, does it? Vicky Henderson Butler, of course, Mike Brewer and Quentin Wilson, very well. We used to have all sorts of people who did motoring. I don't know why. It was always such a good thing to talk about. Sean Bolger. Sorry, Sean. God, I just have to hang my head in shame. That's a sign of getting a little bit older. But anyway, just going back briefly to the Chichester Festival Theatre. This runs until the 4th of September. And as I say, Charlie Stemp, who literally goes from hit show to hit show to hit show. He learned to play the banjo for his role as Charlie Stemp. He was very good with his role as Charlie Stemp in Hold It, Flashbang, what a picture. Very good lad, very good lad. Very popular, very, very popular. And if you get to go and see a theatre show, go see a theatre show. It's not cheap, but it's well worth it. Love Island host Laura Whitmore is to quit her 5 Live job. And she won't return after the current series of Love Island. She doesn't really feature very much on Love Island at all. Actually, 14 minutes in the whole series, I think, but that's way too much. And a couple who is suspected of stealing, I mean, this is an odd one, 45 bottles of vintage wine worth £1.4 million from a Spanish Michelin-starred restaurant, have been arrested in an international police sting and are expected to stand trial. It was stolen in October from a 2-star Michelin restaurant and hotel in western Spain. Among the bottles taken was an 1806 Chateau de Quim, which was bought at auction for £10,000 but offered at the restaurant for £298,000. People who spend a lot of money. But the woman is apparently a former Mexican beauty queen, and the man is 47. That's all we know. They were arrested on the border, but no date has been given for their detention. I'm fascinated by this programme that we get on the television, and is it American Border Patrol, where what they're doing is checking vehicles coming over from Mexico, and the amount of people who are drug smuggling. It is almost on an hour basis. They had a woman the other day, and she had tablets on with her, but they were worth like 1.4 million. Tablets. She claimed it was for back pain, but it turned out these tablets, you take them apart and it's like a capsule, and they use that for making all sorts of other dangerous things. And they then worked out that she was a drug dealer. She, of course, is going, no, I'm not a drug dealer, and all the rest of it. And then the amount of car tyres that they take off vehicles, which are filled solid with ephedrine and all these other things like that. And of course the people go to prison. They don't mess around with them at all. Snake bite injuries, very common apparently, very, very common, as more people are buying exotic pets. Now, I thought we read completely the opposite the other day. I thought we read that people were dumping their snakes and all the rest of it because they couldn't afford to keep them. But anyway, a report in the Clinical Toxicology, which is some journal, found there had been 321 incidents, including one in which a reptile conservationist died after being bitten by a king cobra, which is the world's longest venomous snake. Luke Yeomans were due to open a snake sanctuary in Nottingham, but had a heart attack after being bitten in 2011. Because snake venom it's neurotoxin, I don't know if you know that, which can stop the victim's breathing and heartbeat. A total of 72 incidents involving teenagers or children, including 13 under the age of 5. The UK have 3 native grass snake species, the adder, the grass snake and the smooth snake. Only the adder is venomous. But could you tell the difference? I couldn't. I've looked at pictures of them. The adder bites can be nasty. Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, can you tell the difference between an adder and a grass snake and a smooth snake? I couldn't. I really couldn't. I mean, I've seen people, you know, going out there, and you look at the king cobras, these things spit. They spit. I mean, why people go anywhere near them, I've got no idea. They were doing this Deadly Earth series on the television, and it just looks frightening to me. I couldn't go anywhere near these things. Apparently, some venomous species require a licence. One of these studies' authors, Professor David Worrell of Oxford University, said most of the bites occur to fingers, hands and wrists following deliberate handling interaction by people who keep snakes as part of their occupation or hobby. What sort of occupations you've got where you keep snakes? No, thank you very much indeed. And, as I say, they have pictures of these things. I mean, how you'd ever want one as a hobby, I've got no idea. I can't think of anything worse. Can't think of a pet snake. Pet snake. I mean, I've known people who have things like that. Jerry says Wimbledon is south of the river. It's one of very few stations that has 6 services: train, tube, tram, bus, taxi and bikes. It's amazing how many people are still renting these bikes up. How do they know to charge them? Are they you know, you rent the Boris bikes. Oh, it's on card, is it? Oh, right, okay. But what happens if it hasn't been charged up properly and you take it out and then it runs out of current? I don't know how long you're supposed to keep these things for. It's the risk you take. Because sometimes where I am, there'll be a bike left in the middle of nothing, just a bike left, and you think, what have they walked from where they dumped the bike again? Or are they worried about, you know, how much money they've had to spend on it? Because I have been on one, but we did it as part of a little thing when it first started, yeah. I mean, I'm a bit wobbly on a bicycle, better on roller skates. Oliver says Mike Dickin was a petrol head and did a motoring programme on a weekend, I think. I used to enjoy his weekday handovers and banter with him. From you, long time ago. Was a long time ago, yes. Graham the chauffeur says going to see My Fair Lady again on Saturday at the Coliseum Theatre. A real must-see. Only on to the end of next month. Well, I mean, it's always been a great piece. Always been a great piece, and apparently it's getting rave reviews. You must go and see Charlie Stemp. Grave reviews. You must go and see Charlie. Very good indeed. Motoring expert Gerard Sauer. Yes, I mean, Gerard was the guy who used to come on, and somebody would phone up and say, oh, I've got a 1989 so-and-so, and he would know everything about that car. He could tell you, he'd say, listen, when you take it to the garage, get them to look at this bearing because that rubs away. He knew everything. Gerard Sauer knew everything about motoring vehicles, to the point of you would sit there and you would go, how can he know about all of these cars? Like Simon Calder. You know, with all the travel stuff. Amazing, actually. David in Addleston says Mike Rutherford is still a motoring authority and writes a full page every week in Auto Express. Well, there you go. I can still see him now walking into the building. He had a very unique walk. But no, Gerard Sauer was the man who knew everything about people's motoring cars. Even, you know, cars you think he's not going to know anything about this one. He'd go, yeah. And he did it all from the top of his head. He didn't even sit there with books going through it. Absolutely amazing. Very, very clear. Not me. I've worked out, finally, petrol goes in one end and air goes in the tyre, and that's about as good as it gets, I'm afraid. Morning. So somebody's come forward, apparently, to claim the lottery. Now, it's still being verified, so we can't tell you anything about it at the moment, but somebody being very happy, I should imagine. Somebody currently, you know, I mean, if you're putting in for £195 million... That's not bad. Oh, plus 707,000. But they have to undergo these series of checks. Whereas me, I managed to get the princely sum of £5.40, £5.60 and £2.70. So I was miles away from it. I mean, honestly, for goodness sake. You'd think they'd be generous, wouldn't you, really? Amanda Seyfried apparently bent over backwards to try and land the lead role in the Wicked movie. She finally lost out to Ariana Grande to star as Glinda the Good Witch. Desperate Amanda auditioned while shooting The Dropout. So she said, I really, really wanted it. Can't wait to see it. Cannot wait to see it. And I think that, well, it's they're still sort of filming and stuff like that. So it's going to come out much later. 2024, I would think. So it should be very, very good indeed. And the episode of Only Fools and Horses, which was banned for 19 years because it showed Del Boy apparently acting like a cruel bully, which is really bizarre, isn't it? A Royal Flush, which is what it was called, was broadcast in 1986 and featured Rodney becoming friends with the Duke's daughter. His older brother Del tries and fails to make him make the right impression. After it aired, John Sullivan said he hated it as certain scenes were too dark and made Del Boy look out of character. In a scene at a posh dinner, he cruelly belittles Rodders in front of the guests. And when they go to the opera, he threatens... I don't remember this one at all. They go to the opera. Oh, right. It wasn't until 2005 that Sullivan let it be released on DVD after a major edit. Unbelievable. I don't remember this one at all. And they go to the opera. Well, there you go. And apparently, Del was always seemed to be, you know, the lovable rogue. In this episode, there were scenes where he came over as boorish and offensive. Both David Jason and Ray Butt have expressed dissatisfaction with this episode. It's also very unpopular with many fans. John Sullivan had little time to write it, as a Christmas special was only commissioned a few months beforehand, and he was tied up in Paris with the Just Good Friends Christmas special. Boy, was he busy. Boy, was he busy. So that's right. So there is a book by Steve Clark called The Only Fools and Horses Story. You never hear about these things till later, do you? And then when you hear about them later, you think to yourself, my goodness, I had no idea. So it is there, but there's a major edit. There's a major edit. That's all I can tell you. I'll have to go and buy the box set now so I can watch the major edit. So I must have it somewhere, actually, because I think I've got the box set of Only Fools and Horses. Kate Garraway has been forced to pull out of hosting Good Morning Britain as Derek Draper's taken a turn for the worse. So he's been put back into hospital as he remains seriously... This has gone on for ages, hasn't it? I mean, seriously, how Kate has managed to keep smiling through all this, I've got no idea. This has been 2 years or so. 2 years or so. The former political lobbyist was able to go back home with Kate and the two children, that's Darcy and Billy, but has since been in and out of hospital. And a source said Derek's been taken back to hospital. The family are very worried, but he is in the best hands. Kate's with him at the moment and is keeping it together as best she can. She's a total professional. I mean, I seriously don't know where she gets the energy from. And so not only has she got Good Morning Britain, but also Smooth Radio. But she had no choice but to step away this week. I mean, he literally has gone from sort of, you know, good to okay to not so good at the moment. So we keep our fingers crossed. That's fine. Other things here. Food for thought. The Larder's natural remedies. I always get a bit confused. Some of these people who remember these things must be phenomenal. So things that you should keep in your cupboard. If you're stressed out, they say, try a dollop of Marmite. I don't think I could actually manage a dollop of Marmite. It's quite powerful, isn't it, really? Apple cider vinegar is very popular. Doesn't Victoria Beckham swear by it? Apple cider vinegar. It's something like you take a spoonful of it every day. So they say. And it helps, wait a minute, it helps pH levels and kills dandruff, causing yeast in the scalp. Dilute it with plenty of water and massage it into the scalp. I don't think you drink it, actually. So it must be something else. Definitely don't drink it. Hair's going to smell of vinegar, isn't it? Not sure about that. Garlic. Well, most of you will remember Michael Van Straten was Dr. Garlic. He swore by garlic. Absolutely. Olive oil apparently is very good. And apparently they've linked extra virgin olive oil with a lower risk of heart disease and strokes. Honey, very good at absorbing moisture. Mix it with mashed banana to create a face mask. I shall get some of that for the producer. He'll have a go of that, mixing it all up. Bicarb of soda, effective for indigestion. Bananas, tape the inside of the peel from an overripe one to a stubborn verruca for a couple of weeks. Well, you got half a banana going round on your foot. Black pepper's very good. Very good. And apparently it's very good for anti-inflammatory properties, which is good. Coffee. Tension, headaches happen when blood vessels in the brain dilate, but a cup of coffee can help them to shrink back. And tea. If you've got hay fever, pop 2 cold and wet tea bags over your eyes to calm... Oh, please, I mean, honestly. Don't try this if you're driving. Yeah. Tannic acid helps reduce itchiness and calms streaming eyes. I seriously couldn't sit there with 2 tea bags. I mean, that would just be ridiculous. In the office, you imagine? Absolutely imagine. Steve, did you know, says Paul, that the Wicked film will be 2 films part 1 up to Defying Gravity, part 2 after that. Have you seen The Drifter's Girl yet? Great show with an excellent cast. Thank you, Paul. I haven't, but I mean, I see it every day because it's at the back of the building. That's Paul Fear, is it? I thought it would be. I've not seen him for ages and ages and ages. You know, normally I was seeing people around all the time, and then luckily I hear from Paul Fear every so often because he's busy. He's on Smooth in the afternoon, exactly. But I think he actually did a rave review for the Drifter's Girl because it's lasted really well, so I'm really pleased. I'm really pleased because it's so difficult now to get people to go out to the theatre because people were sort of worried about COVID, and then they were worried about social distancing, and then they were worried about the seat prices. And the theatres are sort of, it's a slow process. They've recovered a little bit because let's face it, with the theatres pulling themselves back together again, then the restaurants pick up on it as well. And the restaurants need the business. You know, it's always a nice thing to do to go to the theatre and then when you finish, then go for a meal, or failing that, go for a meal and then go to the theatre afterwards. I always loved doing things like that because it's quite nice. It's certainly very interesting. Vlad is recruiting a granddad's army. He's lost 50,000 soldiers in Ukraine, so they say. And apparently, where is the safest place to live if Russia start a nuclear war? Apparently Scotland. Scotland is going to be the safe place to go to. The TV host Vladimir Solivov claimed that should Mad Vlad decide to attack the UK, he would spare Scotland for some peculiar reason. We can't quite work that bit out, and I shouldn't imagine they actually can as well. Good news, Texas State University in America will offer a course on... I won't believe this one. Perhaps this is where it ties into the story we were going to bring you earlier on. So Texas State University in America will offer a course on Harry Styles. So, you know, from next year, covering both his music and his film work. You see, in America, he's huge. He's absolutely enormous, whereas the rest of them don't seem to be as big. Britain's pubs, hotels and restaurants now have a record number of vacancies. 176,000 vacancies because they can't get people who want to work in the business. The vast labour shortages in hospitality are up a further 10,200, which has led to some venues closing the doors on quiet days or reducing their opening hours. It's not good, is it? Incentives to try and attract and retain staff include perks such as days off for birthdays and cheap bed and breakfast rates for members of staff. They're looking for, but they need people. And people are going, oh, there aren't any jobs out there. 176,000, you know, provided you don't mind going into the hospitality industry, because it's tough work. It is, especially if you watch YouTube, which I do in the mornings. You see people arguing with staff in restaurants. It's phenomenal. Seriously, it's absolutely phenomenal. Morning. I love the climate protesters. Leave them up there. Stay there. Rest of your lives. God only knows they're so boring, aren't they? What else we got? What have we got for you today? Joe Biden testing positive for COVID. Boss is asking 999 crews to undertake unpaid shifts. And ban snobbery by law. Everybody talking about which class. Or it's always a good thing, isn't it? Because nobody knows what class they are. And the majority of you, I'm afraid, are peasants. You are lower class. You know, I mean, I'm sort of lower, aspiring to middle class because of the work that I do for a living. You know, I was if I was a doctor, I'd be middle class, but I'm working class. But then I aspire to middle class. I'm certainly not upper class. I have to work for a living, as indeed do most people, which is the way it goes. What else we got? Liz says I'm Labour's worst nightmare. No, dear. You're the Conservatives' worst nightmare. We did a poll on Twitter on LBC, asking people what class they thought they were. Everybody gets it wrong, don't they? Everybody gets it wrong. So in other words, working class, 58%. We're all working class. Middle class, 29%. Upper class, 2.6%. Don't knows. I mean, they're really the worrying ones, aren't they? Do you know what class you are, love? I don't know. Well, you're 9.8%. You might as well give up now. If you really don't know what class you are. They should bring back third class on the railways. Definitely. You know, for sort of people who sort of have no idea. And they go, oh, sorry, where do we sit? Because sometimes on my train, they say... you know, this is a classless train. You can sit in first class and everything. Well, all the people have already sat in there anyway. You know, we have that. Yes, we have first class carriages. But I mean, you know, who's ever heard of taking first class to Feltham? You know, I mean, come on, for goodness sakes. I mean, it's stretching a bit, telling you can go first class to Richmond. And it's so much more expensive, isn't it? And they used to have the people coming along checking your tickets. and then sort of saying, you have to pay extra for this, and you think, yeah, whatever. Well, make me. Jade Goody's son, Bobby, set to make his acting debut in EastEnders, obviously proving that EastEnders don't bother taking anybody who's been to acting school. They just take any old Tom, Dick and Harry, because they might as well, because he's got no experience of acting, unless living with sort of Jeff Brazier means that you sort of fit into acting. He's done modelling, but he hasn't done anything else. But that's the way they like him, isn't it? You don't want anybody who's been to acting school. I seem to remember Coronation Street was very famous for taking people. The producer would see people walking down the street and they go, you're the one I want. And they would literally take them and put them on screen. And it was very interesting. Coming up for auction, a Hermes crocodile skin bag. It could fetch £26,000 for a bag, a little handbag for Hermes. And it's the sort of thing that Victoria Beckham would have. But there again, she needs to concentrate on flogging the old rag she sells as opposed to anything else. Still on holiday. Must be very difficult being her, trying to run a top-end business. What was the other one? 3 men have died after being injured at a Bulls run in Spain. Good. Sorry, I've got no sympathy. They terrorise the life out of bulls, and then they wonder, the bulls get chased like in Pamplona. They're a bit thick. They chase them down the streets, and then the bulls retaliate. And they go, oh, I can't believe it. Because at the end of the day, the bulls are going to be killed anyway in the bull ring. There's no nice, happy ending for them. They're frightened out of their lives, and 3 people are dead. So, good. More fool them for going there in the first place. What else we got, actually? Turkey, the place for budget dentistry. Don't go there. OK, I'm warning you now. The amount of people who go to Turkey because it's cheap and the amount of problems that they get is immense. An Hermes crocodile leather handbag sold for how much last year? $500,000. $500,000. It's obscene, isn't it? Obscene. It's like watching somebody wearing a fur coat walking down the street. People are going to see these bags and go, ugh, filthy dead animal. That's what it is. It's a crocodile bag. It looks disgusting. Anybody's seen... I remember seeing people going around the back of the Theatre Royal Drury Lane, and they were in Miss Saigon, and there was a Russian woman going past, and she was wearing a fur coat, because lots of Russian women have fur coats, lots of Italian women have fur coats, and this bloke, who had a very major part in it, went, ugh, dead animal. And of course she didn't know what he was talking about. No idea at all. So perhaps we'll end up having the same with these handbags. Fancy killing a crocodile just so you can wear its skin as a handbag. These people are filth. It's disgusting. Not very good at all. So Joe Biden tests positive for COVID. I mean, to be honest with you, they have to keep him alive, don't they, really? I suppose. Well, we don't have to. Get ready for 12 hours worth of rain. Yeah. I drove down the motorway yesterday. It was lovely. It didn't rain, but I had a very nice drive down there. Signed the documents for Company's House. And we did all that. That was very exciting. My brother's then sending it off, registered post. And then he sold me some. It sold me. I always buy it off him. It was some Tomerite, because I couldn't be bothered to go to the garden centre. So I bought some Tomerite from him, so he can have to go and get some more. GPs could go private like dentists. Gaza has signed up for a new Channel 4 show. It's where you sit in a very dark room. Good, let's leave him there. He always was a waste of space. I remember arguing with a friend of mine years ago, going, he's a great footballer. I said, he's a sad drunk. I tell you, he's an embarrassment. And then he made money out of something, and I can't remember what it was. But this new Channel 4 show is sort of people sitting in a pitch black room. I think what they should do is put Vinnie Jones in there with him. That'll teach him, won't it? You remember the Vinnie Jones picture? Yeah, you just sit in a dark room. Mind you, I think that's probably stretching it, I should imagine. Charles Bronson wants public parole hearing. This is Charles Bronson. It's not his real name at all. He keeps changing his name in prison because he's a bit mamby-pamby. And he's been in prison. I think he's been in for God knows how many years now. And then he gets himself into trouble, and so he sort of stays there, which is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Chris Packham's stepdaughter is to co-host BBC's Animal Park. Ron says, you are the upper middle class with royal class accessories like the Bentley. Footballers have Bentleys, dear. Footballers have Bentleys. You don't have to be middle class to drive a Bentley. God in heaven. You obviously haven't been out and bought Bentleys recently. Steve, maybe the third class carriages could be for the people who put their feet on the seats. I know, they do it on buses as well. Dirty people. Dirty people. Dirty people. Third class, it was first class, second class, third class. Well, I don't think there are any windows or wheels on your one. You just sort of drag it along. You have to share it with animals. Waj is locked into the spike as always, which is lovely. And Steve says, Jeannie, since my husband's become disabled due to an accident, he has the blue badge. It's a devil to find disabled bays in our town, Rayleigh in Essex. In the car parks we have to pay, that's fine. But in the town itself we have a few free disabled bays. You don't need to worry about a disabled bay. If you've got a disabled badge, you can park on single yellow lines. That's why you've got the badge for. That's what it's there for. Not in, well, she doesn't have to be in car parks. She said there are disabled bays in the town, but in the car parks they have to pay. Well, then don't go in the car park. You just put it by the... So we have people who park on, single yellows or single whatever colour they are now, and that's it. She says the amount of people who are not disabled park in them. Oh, yes. People always do that. They do it at Costco. Peasants. They literally... There's the disabled bays and the peasants park in there. They're not disabled. It's like I saw some people the other day on a motorway service station, and they were parking in a space that was mother and baby. Mother and baby. I felt like I nearly, wound down the window and went, peasants! But I thought, no, hold back on it, Steve. It's maybe, maybe not a good idea. But they don't turn nasty, Jean. But I wouldn't worry about it. No, if you've got the disabled badge, you can park on single yellow. That's the whole idea of having it. Don't have to start driving round and putting it in a car parking space. And also, if you've got the disabled badge, why are you paying for it? Why are you paying? Ridiculous. Steve, hope you're well. And this is Noreen. She said, as usual, a few coincidences. You mentioned Christchurch and Muddyford. We were there last week. No, we didn't look around the very expensive beach hut. Whilst we were there, we were talking to a couple, and they told us they'd come from the Midlands to go to a concert, staying one night in Christchurch. We asked about the concert. The man then said that people are usually surprised that they travelled that far to see a concert. So we told them about a few of our concerts. They were astonished. They've seen Peter Noone now 31 times. 31 times. She said, I saw him when I was a teenager. Then we started seeing him in 1995 when he started touring here. And we saw, she says, wait a minute. I saw 14 shows in a week in America in June. In 2019, we saw him 6 times in Skegness. Finally, Denham, that you spoke about. Peter lived there at one time, I believe, in the 80s. Wow! You are a big, big fan of Peter Noone, as indeed I am, but not quite as big as you. I mean, you are absolutely, the biggest fan I think I've ever met, actually. But people are always surprised. People travel to go and see their favourite. But that's how people go around the world, isn't it? People go to see Tom Jones or something like that, or Roger Whittaker, whoever it happens to be. People will travel and fly around the world and see them. That's what people want to do, so you can see them. And the older artists have got very loyal fans. I mean, really loyal fans, which is very pleasing. But 31 times. Steve, didn't William Woolard do Top Gear? He had a weird way of always looking down when doing his monologues. I remember William Woolard, yes. Loads of people out there who sort of did it. He was another one of those. Historian, retired. He's 82, by the way, now. He's still going. He's 82. He's a historian and retired British television presenter. He was on the original Top Gear from Series 6 in 81 through to Series 25 in 91. He appeared in over 174 episodes. Isn't that better? That's quite something. Please say hi to Nikki from the GLT. Another spiker says, Ian. And Ashley says, I made that that double cream and condensed milk recipe in the papers today for the ice cream. It actually tastes like Mr. Whippy. I just wish I had some flakes. Well, you can go to Iceland and buy a box of flakes. They sell boxes of flakes. They do the wafers. They do everything. And only 2 ingredients. Condensed milk and double cream. 1.9 million people have been making Mr. Whippy ice cream. That's all you need. 2 cheap ingredients, condensed milk and Elmley double cream. Whether it has to be Elmley double cream, I've got no idea. You could probably use just about anybody's. And that makes Mr. Whippy ice cream. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? I see that the Jordans, the most boring couple in the world, he was nasty when he was on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here or whatever it was, or Big Brother or something like that. And what they've done now in a desperate attempt to try and get some publicity, they both piled on weight. So they can then go, oh, we're really desperate to lose weight. I mean, honestly, you could see through their little shenanigans for ages and ages. Steve, I laughed when you called Charles Bronson a mamby-pamby. Well, he is. He's not the brightest penny in the box. He should have learnt a long, long time ago, but then he sort of goes to apply for a parole, and then he makes a mistake, and he stays in there. His real name's Michael Peterson, but he's changed his name on so many different occasions. I mean, you look at him and you think to yourself, he said he was going to go, where was he going to go? He can move somewhere, which we were all heartily in agreement with. Yeah, move somewhere. But no, the Ola Jordans, it's a desperate attempt to try and get some publicity. He was also known as Charles Arthur Salvador. He's married about 2 women since he's been in Nick, and neither of them have worked out. Big surprise there.
Steve Allen on LBC.
My friend Ian over in Dallas says, listening to a Christmas station on my Alexa, Silver Bells playing. He says, lovely stuff. And he said, I'm listening to you, reading out a message from Perdita about a massive dessert she had. How does she stay in shape for Magnum with that type of food? So, listen, Ian, don't even question it. Some people are just very lucky and they don't put on weight. They can eat whatever they want, and it makes no difference whatsoever. I know, it's quite sickening. I was like that until about the age of 25, and then all of a sudden you put it on. It's like all these kids at the moment. You see them, in Kentucky Fried Chicken or getting pizzas or, kebabs and stuff like that, and they will pile the weight on. Guaranteed, because that's how it works, unfortunately. It's like some of the people in the office. Some people are prone to putting on a little bit of weight, and some people seem to be able to eat just about everything and not put on anything at all. And those people I don't talk to. Who the heck wants to talk to skinny people? Steve, you can also park on double yellow lines, providing there are no chevrons down the side of the curb if you have a blue badge. Thank you. And it is true. Steve, if Michael Fish had predicted the heat wave, would you have believed him? He couldn't predict a storm, let alone a heat wave. I would say, oh yes, somebody's written in saying, well, I wouldn't, nothing to worry about. Next day, power lines down, trees uprooted. Poor old Michael Fish. I always said weathermen were a bit of an old fakery kind of thing. All they do is they just go, oh, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. Yeah, I'm not going to tell Chris Lowry that, of course. Steve, I would travel to the ends of the earth, says Pablo, to see Roger Whittaker. Nobody can whistle like him. I loved Roger Whittaker. There's a ship lies rigged and ready in the harbour. I thought he was great. I'm gonna leave old Durham town. Roger, yes. Huge in Germany. Huge. He sings in German. He's got German albums out. Because when I was working over in Vienna, in Austria, he came in and I interviewed him over here as well. He's great. Great. He must be, I would think he's about 86. Is that right? Yeah. He's been going for ages, but he's got the most beautiful voice, and he whistles, and that's how he became famous, through the Mexican Whistler. That was his first hit single, and then he's brought out all the "And I Don't Believe in If Anymore." Get one of his albums out, but he sings in German. Because when I went to see the concert, the whole concert was in German. I was absolutely amazed. I didn't think that. So I agree with you, Pablo. Big fan. Big fan. The whistling. I mean, I think you can whistle in German, can't you? I think it is possible. I don't know how they do it, actually. Steve, jolly good morning to you, says Ash from Margate. I used to love William Woolard on Top Gear. In fact, I used to love Top Gear. It used to be so much better when it was informative and told you some actual facts about the cars they were driving. Whatever happened to food quality televisual programs? I don't know, actually. Nowadays, it's sort of just people cooking on television, and then they sort of drag out Fred Sirieix. God knows what he's doing on it. And all the different presenters now, the amount of people who do cooking on television. In fact, there are probably more people doing cooking on television than there are doing motoring programs, I would think. It seems to be the most popular. You know why? It's a cheap, easy program to do. Very cheap and easy. Although I would rather see the people who know how to cook presenting the programmes. I'm not interested in comedians, and comics and things like that. Mel and Sue used to pop up. For what reason, God alone knows. They were about as funny as nothing. And they used to pop up on things. And then you had that other one who thought he was a comedian. And again, he never said anything remotely funny at all. Can't remember his name. Which chefs do I like? I don't know. I don't like Ainsley, no, not particularly. He tries a bit too hard. It's a little bit too hard. We've had all the jokes about, his giant pepper mill and all that kind of thing, and I'm thinking, oh God. Phil, obviously, because he's just normal. I like Jamie Oliver because he's like normal. They just get on with it and cook it. And there's quite a few people like that, actually. Marcus Waring, I like. Again, another one of these sort of people who just gets on and cooks. And I like everybody. I like Nadia Hussein as well. She's always been very nice. James Martin is very nice. They're all good. Gino D'Acampo, it's a bit sort of campy and a little bit a bit sort of in the trying too hard category and not really particularly funny. And listening to that funny little accent that he's got when he does Family Fortunes, I mean, I can't believe it. Everybody's totally convinced that he mispronounces things. So, just to get the cheap laugh, because he must speak perfect English. He's been in this country for God knows how long. It's a bit to put on, so we do with it. And you think, oh, God's sake, I bet he wasn't like that when he was in prison. I bet he wasn't like that at all. So Neil says, listening from Mumbai, with a flight delay and your show is the perfect tonic. No, if my show was the perfect tonic, there'd be a gin that goes with it as well. Bombay gin. I never understood why they changed Bombay to Mumbai. I preferred it when it was Bombay because we did an overnight stop there coming back from Hong Kong years ago. And I always remember the smell in the airport terminal. It was fantastic. It was a combination of spices and it was white marble. And it was just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. If ever I won the lottery, I think that's what I do. I think I go travelling in a I go as far as the end of the road. We can also get them to change the name back as well, I think. That'd be quite nice. For the purposes of Steve Allen's programme, we're going to call it Bombay. Peking is now Beijing. I'd love to go back there. I'd love to go to I want to go to the Forbidden City. I've got a DVD on it. This is Beijing, isn't it? The Forbidden City. Oh, goodness me. I want to go there. But I want to go in all the places where you can't go. There's only certain places, but it's a huge tourist attraction, and you think to yourself, when they built this place, it's have you ever seen it? Oh, it's amazing. Oh, it's absolutely amazing. They used it for The Last Emperor. It's like a film set. When they made the film The Last Emperor, they filmed at the Forbidden City, and bearing in mind there were all the concubines who used to look after the emperor, and when the emperor died, they all hanged themselves. It's the history of the Forbidden City. When you look at it, it used to have a zoo. It was run by basically, there were hidden tunnels all over the place. It's just absolutely stunning and amazing. I'm amazed you've ever seen pictures of it. It is the most amazing place you've ever seen. It really is. But they had a lot of criminals who worked in there, and there were what do they call them? Hermaphrodites. And people who sort of looked after the emperor, and they basically washed their feet. They did everything. And if the emperor didn't like you, whoosh, off with your head. And there were lots of women. It was basically prostitution. The emperor used to have all these different wives, and it was just amazing. But if you watch The Last Emperor, the Bertarelli, was it Bertarelli? I can't remember. But that was filmed there. And it's got the biggest gates. They open them up, and it was amazing. That's where I'd like to go. That is where I would like to go. Thank you very much indeed. What else we got? Oh, Princess Diana's brother wants the police to act over the Panorama interview. Do you know, they're more bent at the BBC than you can shake a stick at. This isn't the first time they've had to cough up. The Cliff Richard thing as well. And this is supposed to be somebody we look up to. I don't think so. The BBC has now paid substantial damages to Tiggy Leg Bork, who now runs a guest house, over allegations that were made by Martin Bashir. Why isn't Martin Bashir in prison for making these why is he not paying for this? Why is the BBC paying for it? So they've paid substantial damages. We don't know what substantial damages are. Rumour is about £250,000. But as I say, I might as well have said £1 million to you. But and Princess Diana's brother wants the police to act. Even Williams said, this basically contributed to my mother's demise. All these things that were being said on Panorama by Martin Bashir, that bent reporter. It's absolutely disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. And so they've had to pay substantial damages. Of course they have. I wish they'd been taken to court. My favourite chef was Rusty Lee, says Ian. No, I'm afraid not. No, Rusty Lee got canned from television, you remember? Although she popped up the other day, I felt like phoning up and saying, do you think that Dermot O'Dreary knows what her history is? The old backhanders that Rusty Lee was taking. Did you know about that? Oh, my goodness. She was dropped from television for ages. You know, people thought she was just famous for her laughing. No, she did a recipe, I believe, with condensed milk. And I believe it was a scandal at the time, an absolute scandal. You know, she was sort of terribly funny, but then, you know, I was watching Dermot O'Dreary and Alison Hammond laughing at her the other day, and I was thinking, you quite clearly don't know her history. I remember it very well indeed. I'll tell you how I know it, because I was watching it on the television. And secondly, we opened a supermarket, Rusty Lee and I. We were both booked to open a supermarket, and it was out at, where was it, Edgware or somewhere like that. And the owner of the supermarket said, well, you know, as your fee, you can go and fill up a trolley. She piled her trolley high with so much food. I've never seen me. I just had a few little items in there. She piled it high. So, and also, I compared Mr. Gay UK at the London Hippodrome years and years ago, and she was co-presenting with me. She was co-presenting. So I know all about Rusty Lee, thank you very much indeed. All about it. I was just amazed to see her back on the television, but only famous for the laughing bit, which I didn't quite get. But again, it's all, you know, they put people on there because they think, for some reason, they think on daytime television you want to learn how to cook. Well, most people don't want to learn how to cook. That's what we've got restaurants for. What's the point of learning how to cook? You're taking away somebody's livelihood. You know, and especially when we saw the other day, Alison Hammond actually managed to open a tin of Fray Bentos, you know, which I thought was an achievement. Corned beef, yeah. I mean, an achievement in itself. And then she chopped it up into pieces. And Dermot O'Dreary's going, oh, this is really delicious. I thought, I'm sorry, have you been out before for food? Never seen anything like it. It was the most peculiar thing I've ever seen on the television. What was the other one? Oh, petrol stations under fire for dropping prices by just 4 pence a litre. I don't put petrol in on certain stations. If I see what the price says on the, no chance. Oh, and I've got a ram in Australia, Shane, just sold for £64,000. It is the most expensive sheep in Australia. I don't, well, because it's a ram. I don't know. Don't ask me. I've got no idea. You're asking the wrong person. And what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, who's the top-earning actress on Hollywood's rich list? You won't be surprised to know who the top-earning actor is, will you? Go on. Who's featured on this programme? Yeah, Cruise. Dreariness personified. What was the other one as well? Oh, Truss and Sunak trading blows over tax pledges, sorry. Top actress. I'm not going to tell you. You have to wait. I'm not giving it all away at the same time. Blimey, honestly. And potassium-rich banana keeps the heart doctor away. It's very good for you, but don't eat too many bananas.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Are you well? Are you good? Are you looking forward to the weekend? Not particularly. Is it going to be hot again? It might be. So, you know, we just have to put up with it. I didn't mind the heat yesterday because what if you've got air conditioning in the car, or comfort cooling as they call it? Makes it sound very posh. It's actually quite nice. It is actually quite nice, and I do enjoy it. I didn't even bring a coat today, and yet when I walked outside, I thought, oh, perhaps I should have brought a jacket. But I didn't. So I'm going to have a lazy weekend. I like lazy weekends every so often, where I don't have to do anything at all. And I went to pick up my Rubik's Cube. I got my Rubik's Cube the other day, which is... I love the way that the bloke, when I went in there, he said, is it a big parcel? And I said, no, not a very big parcel. I said, but it's come all the way from Canada.
Shopping online this festive season? It's not just you looking for a steal. Help protect yourself with an email password that's easy to remember and harder to hack. Just look around you right now and choose 3 random words. For me, it's chocolate, keyboard, ooh, snorkel. What a bargain. Go on, make your password even stronger with 3 random words and take your email security to another level. Search CyberAware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
I said, but you'll never guess what it is. And he didn't want to play that game. He didn't want to play the guessing game. And so I just took it, and that was that. And it was quite nice. I'm very pleased with it. It's very nice. And what else did I do? Sorry? Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, it's very nice. And then I was sort of thinking, what do I do this weekend? Because everybody gets paid on Monday. Well, not everybody, quite clearly. That would be ridiculous if the entire country got paid on Monday. And I remember thinking to myself, do I need to buy anything for this weekend? I don't. Sometimes I get really disappointed going out. I think, oh, I'll go and buy something. And I bought ready meals before. I'm a bit lazy when it comes to cooking. I can't cook. I mean, people say, yes, you can. I go, no, I promise you, I really can't. I really can't. And I don't know what to have to eat in the hot weather. I don't know whether or not to get salad stuff in and then get coleslaw and things like that. And then I think, would that be enough for me? Or do I want to go out? I mean, M&S do sort of lovely prepared salads. I like their crunchy one. They do a nice crunchy one, which has got all sorts of bits and pieces in it. And I do that, and I get the extra coleslaw with cheddar cheese. I don't mind Caesar. They didn't get a great review for their Caesar salad years ago. I remember reading the reviews from... It was okay. Is it nice now? Oh, right, okay. I'm surprised you eat salad. And, salad and chips. Salad, chips and kebab. Yeah, there it is, yeah. Crisp Kos lettuce, Parmesan shavings and black pepper croutons in a rich Caesar dressing. Actually, you're right, I might have that this morning. It was quite nice. I feel a bit better if I eat something healthy. You know, I like stuff like that. If it's healthy, I mean, it's not really for me, is it? Keith Lloyd was great on television, Steve. Yeah, he was drunk all the time, that's why. He was off his face. He'd say, oh, no, just have a little slurp here, and he'd sort of slurp it. You know who owns his car? James Martin's bought his car. He bought Keith Lloyd's car. He takes it round the country. Kathy says, Steve, check out the new telly show, Julia, which has just been on Sky Atlantic. It stars our very own Sarah Lancashire as the cook Julia Childs, who was a famous TV cook in America before anybody else had done it. It's brilliant. Oh, I've never heard of Julia Childs. Oh, wow. And she was famous in America, was she, for sort of cooking? I think that's quite nice, actually. Quite nice. Oh, I've given up with Marks and Spencer's at Twickenham Station. I don't know why they bother employing staff there. They didn't have any sandwiches or any hot food at all yesterday. They just stand there like dummies behind the counter. It really is a waste of time. Oh, is that... that's Julia, is it? Oh, that's Sarah Lancashire. I was going to say, actually, she looks remarkably like Sarah Lancashire. And she does cooking. See, I used to like Fanny Craddock. But in fact, Julia Carolyn Child, née McWilliams, was a cooking teacher, author and television personality. She brought French cuisine. Actually, they've got loads of chefs on the television in America. There's one, I think she's called the Duchess or something like that. There's a very good woman who's got a big family and they live on a farmstead, and her husband farms and they've got cattle and everything else, and all the kids. This woman, they have a restaurant as well, and she cooks farmhouse stuff. She's got ginger hair. She's really good. You know, she's cooking food and she's doing, and I haven't seen her for ages on the television. I love her. And I love this other woman. She either called the Duchess or something like that. And she would go out and get hunks of cheese and then grate it and do all this beautiful food. And I used to look at it thinking, oh my goodness me, this is so clever. So clever. But there again, I watch, you know, the Jamie Olivers, Nancy. No, definitely not her, no. This is the 17th Century Kitchen. There's another... What is this woman's name? Somebody will know it, because you know these things. You're better at I am at remembering stuff. The red-haired woman, yeah. I mean, she lives on this farm. It's huge. They must have thousands of acres. And they've got... she must have about 6 children. And she cooks family meals for them. And it might be, I don't know if it's called the Farmhouse Kitchen or something like that. There's been all sorts of these sort of programmes, but this particular woman's great. Come on, help me out. Don't listen to a poor radio presenter floundering, going, I can't remember what it is. But she's very good, and she cooks it, and she makes it, and then they go off and do picnics and stuff like that. They've got their own little cemetery as well in the grounds of this house. It's the Pioneer Woman. Show me the Pioneer Woman. Show me the Pioneer Woman. Stop messing about with me at this time of the morning. Don't want to incur the wrath of Steve Allen. Thank you very much indeed. That's her. She's fab. Ree Drummond. And that's her husband. And they've got kids. And they've got this huge farm spread. And she's very ordinary. Do you know what I mean when I say ordinary? She's not flash. She's not trying to be something she's not. And she cooks what I call... home food. I mean, that kitchen never stops, and She makes squirty cream, and she makes cakes and everything. And when they go off to do the cattle rustling to brand all the cattle and everything else, she makes all the food for them and takes it out. She's really good. I mean, she's really, really good. I like her a lot. She's very down to earth. My mum would be like her. My mum would be like her. She'd be just cooking food just to eat. You know, nothing fancy, nothing posh. You know, my mum would sort of, none of this buying bags of chips. My mum would buy potatoes, peel them, cut them up, you know, and do all the whole... I know, she makes delicious food. And she does it, and she does it quite innocently. So if you've never seen The Pioneer Woman, she's my favourite. She's my favourite. Ree Drummond. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you. And do you remember Maureen from driving school? I do, actually, yes. Look at that, easy ice cream cake. Ice cream cake. Oh, look at that. But yes, I remember, excuse me, Maureen from driving school. Don't tell me she's she's dead. She's still going, is she? They did the thing because Scarlett, excuse me, Scarlett Moffat's doing a programme about driving because she's basically a failure on the road. Failed her driving test 13 times. So in this day and age, they go, oh, that'll make a good television programme. No, it won't. Why you'd want to watch Scarlett Moffat trying to get herself into a car, I've got no idea. She can't drive. It's as simple as that. Ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. Charlie Stemp. Remember I told you about Charlie Stemp? Very clever little boy. Very clever little boy. Sings, dances, acts. Is at Chichester Festival. A jilted Tinder date tried to get the girl expelled from uni. Backfired on him. It backfired on him. In fact, it backfired so badly because he was jilted. He took her to court. He lost. He's had to pay £130,000. That'll teach you. I love it. Oh, it's Frantic Friday today. Frantic Friday. We like that. You know why? Because it's all the kids going away on holiday and... Are we going to the airport, Mum? Yeah. Will we be flying away? No. You know, are we going on holiday to sit on a beach? No. Where will we be? You'll be spending it in customs. That's what'll be happening. The Pioneer Woman, Ree Drummond, comes on as soon as you finish at 7 on Channel 43. And I've tried one of her recipes, says Julietta. I think she's great. I really like it. And I believe they've got a restaurant in the town where they live very near. But she spends all her time in the kitchen, and I think she's good. And it takes a lot to impress me on the television. It really does. I mean, I'm fairly critical of most people, because I think it's just, you know, it's like, as I say, when you watch, you know, people like, you know, what's his name? All these different people. It's like Gordon Ramsay. He was arguing the other day on they did this dreadful road trip programme, which is about as boring as you can possibly get on the television, with Gordon Ramsay just being his bullying self, you know, picking on, you know, Gino D'Acampo, who is another one, you know, we do this and we do that, and then he sort of misspells something or mispronounces it, so he gets the cheap laugh from the other people. It's all set up. It's ghastly, really ghastly. Steve, I went for lunch with a friend yesterday, and she was very excited about going to see a Simply Red concert at the Open Air Theatre and was praying it wouldn't rain. I've just checked the forecast. Guess what? Rain. Oh, right. Well, that's all right. I mean, listen, it's only water. You're not going to drown. You're not going to drown. It's just, it's quite nice. A little bit of rain. Take an umbrella with you, or take one of those sort of pack-a-mac things and just sit there. Scarborough Open Air Theatre tonight, which is where Simply Red... We haven't heard from them for a while, have we, Simply Red? But I like them. I like Simply Red. There's nobody I really want to see. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I would sort of... Look at all the dates they've got. Blimey, they were all over the place. Lincolnshire Showground. Blimey, Taunton. Sandown Park in Surrey. That'll be a race meeting. Scarborough Open Air Theatre, North Yorkshire. They're all over the place, aren't they? Actually, there's quite a lot of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. Must be nice, hasn't it, to be in a group that's had so many hits, and you know, and still touring. Look at that, Belfast Botanic Gardens. We used to have botanic gardens in Hong Kong, and they were lovely. Botanical gardens, we called them. And it was just basically lots of palm trees and everything else. They were great. But now they have them in sort of seaside type resorts, which is I quite like the idea of things like that. Going to the seaside when you're young is really lovely. And some of you youngsters listening at the moment, and mummies and daddies, you'll be going to the seaside for your holidays. You know, go and have a week in Brighton, go and have a week in Scarborough, go and have a week in Skegness. You can go all sorts of places, and, you know, hope that there's going to be some good acts, which I like. Do you remember Graham Kerr, the Galloping Gourmet? Do I ever? Do I ever? Do you remember Graham Kerr, the Galloping Gourmet? He used to sit on television. He was Australian. And his wife Tricia used to produce the programme. And when we sort of all of a sudden didn't use butter, he did away with butter and everything else, but he would go and get somebody out of the audience to eat the food he'd just cooked. He would run into the audience and bring them down there, and the camera would do a close-up of him eating food. It was all a little bit disturbing, actually. But he would cook the meal, and then the lady would go there. We used to sit watching it with our grandparents, salivating, says Mickey. I remember it very well indeed. Graham Kerr. I'm not even sure. I think Tricia died. I think his wife died. I'm pretty certain. But it was they started doing healthy stuff. But, you know, people wanted to watch people cooking. And he would cook something, and so he'd be doing it, and you'd be watching it, and people would be writing down the recipes. And that's why Delia Smith became so successful. She became the most successful because her recipes worked. It was as simple as that, because some recipes you try it and you think, oh, I must have done something wrong. It doesn't work. Her books did phenomenally well. I mean, absolutely. You know, to actually receive, I didn't, obviously, you know, a Delia Smith recipe book. I could always remember one for Christmas, which had a lovely picture of something with some ice on the outside of the book. It was a really lovely picture of sort of berries and things like that. And I remember thinking, her recipes worked, and Graham Kerr's recipes worked. You know, and I sort of watch all these things. I mean, some of them are a bit basic, but I like what... It must be quite nice. I was looking at... There was a picture the other day of Phil Vickery's house, because I think he's still living in the same house that he used to live in before they got separated. And so he actually cooks his, you know, in the garden and everything else. It must be quite nice, though. You know, but if you are somebody who does cook for a living, you can't really go out to a restaurant, can you? How do you go out to a restaurant? People go, oh, God, Phil Vickery's in. Quick, get another chef in. Quick, get somebody else in. Go and buy the food at the local takeaway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Sorry, a little bit throaty, don't worry, it's getting better. So, the Barefoot Contessa is the cook you're thinking of, says Yvonne, and you're absolutely right, it's Ina Garten. Ina Garten. She's a woman of, I don't know, she could be in her 60s. She's another one. I just like her. But we found this woman in America, and this is the woman Julia Child, and this is the one that Sarah Lancashire is playing in this piece called Julia. But I wanted to play you a little bit because of her voice. We think she's got a fairly unusual voice. So this is Julia Child, and this is a clip from Favourite Moments from The French Chef.
Julia Child presents the Chicken Sisters. Miss Broiler, Miss Fryer, Miss Roaster, Miss Caponette, Miss Stewer, and old Madam Hen. But we're spotlighting Miss Roaster of the Year.
Roaster of the Year? Maisie, she's got this whole lineup of chickens in front of her. And because I just thought it was Fanny Craddock who had a peculiar voice, but no, she had it as well. Because after Fanny and Johnny, along came the Galloping Gourmet, says Pete, in New Zealand. Mary Berry's a great cook, and all her recipes I've tried to work, said Jane. Yes, I like Mary Berry. I like Mary Berry. I like those sort of people. I mean, you know, to be honest with you, they're what my mum used to be. She cooked. She learnt to cook. She did domestic science at school, and people learnt to cook. And so most of it, my mother, we've still got my mother's recipe books. I mean, everybody should have that at school, domestic science, so that you can throw things. I mean, you stand a better chance if you're in the army of being able to cook. I mean, nobody cooks nowadays. Nobody's got life skills. I mean, seriously, it's like sort of, you know, do you think Harry's ever ironed a shirt? Shouldn't think so. Think he can cook? Shouldn't think so. We know she can't cook. Yeah, I can iron a shirt. I used to iron shirts, and I can sort of cook in a rough kind of way, very rough. And Shane in Sydney says, I remember the Galloping Gourmet. I think he'd cook on the midday show on Channel 9. They were just everywhere, these cooking programmes. They really were. They were absolutely everywhere. But Kim says, I've got to give the Pioneer Woman a watch. Sounds like my kind of programme. She's brill. She's brill. I mean, she really is absolutely brilliant. That's Ree Drummond. Ree Drummond. And she's very human. She's not poncy. She's not anything at all. She's just nice. So Kathy says she has got the most unusual voice. This is Julia Child. That's why we decided to play it for you. And Steve, by the way, says Ron, Dawn Neeson wore a lovely shade of pale blue jacket yesterday. She's good for block colours, Dawn. Very good for block colours, which I like. Kim says, I prepped a tuna, red onion, corn baked potato with a salad on the side for last night for din-dins. Very simple and apt for the warmer days. That sounds quite nice. I do sometimes when I go to Costco, I do have a baked potato. And I'll either have it with chili con carne and cheese, or baked beans and cheese. Very nice. Very, very nice. Very nice. Steve, you mentioned your mum used to cut up potatoes to make chips. Oh, is that where they come from? Well, actually, no, Neil, not for you. They probably come in plastic bags from your local Iceland. But, yes, we used to make chips in those days. Can you imagine making things, boiling up things? Boiling up potatoes so that you could roast potatoes. I'm going to sneeze. Enjoy it. There you go. Only one. Oh, something's wrong somewhere, isn't it? How can you just have one? So Neil in Stafford, who only ever finds chips from the local kebab shop. Don't want to push it too much for him. Get ready, they say, for 12 hours worth of rain. Good. Doesn't bother me. I couldn't care less. Although it does mean I have to go and get the car washed again. One of those things. And Britain flies out hundreds of weapons and drones to the Ukraine, which is good. Plus, the outline of a stately home garden hidden for 300 years has finally been revealed, because as the grass has all died back, you can see the outline and the curves of where the flower beds were, looking a little bit like Versailles, which is very nice. Happy holidays. Prince George has been released, or his photograph has, to mark his 9th birthday. It was taken by his mum, the Duchess of Cambridge. She's the best amateur photographer, because she took the one that's on the front of Country Life of what's it? Duchess of Camilla, her, which is quite nice, actually, is it? And here we go. The new theatre, inspired by the Epidurus in Greece. And this is quite nice, actually. Soho Place Theatre, but it's got more toilets for ladies. More toilets for ladies. So, because normally ladies have to queue forever and ever and ever. And it's just not right. Even when I've been to, flower shows, you go there. The men, you just go in, you have a wee in a trough or whatever it is. The ladies, you come outside, they're all queuing. They queue because there aren't enough ladies' toilets, which is not so good. So the BBC paying damages to the Prince's nanny over the Bashir interview. What a ghastly person Martin Bashir is. And I always thought that anyway. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, so here we go. The Bashir bill. Martin Bashir has apologised for fabricating papers. You're a ghastly piece of work, mate. You're a ghastly piece of work. But this is what the scandal has cost so far. Ready? Payment to charity chosen by the royal family, $1.5 million. Lord Dyson review, $1.4 million. Matt Wiesler, graphic designer, compensation, £750,000. Alexander Pettifer, former royal nanny, compensation, $200,000. That's Tiggy Leg Bork. Patrick Jeffson, Diana's former private secretary, compensation, £100,000. Mark Killick, former Panorama journalist, compensation, £50,000. That's what it's cost so far. All down to that piece of filth that's Martin Bashir. A very expensive show. A very, very expensive show. Which, of course, you're paying for. You're paying for. Because the BBC, sort of, they're not responsible for anything, are they, really? Steve, I love Julia Child. She taught me how to make a fabulous omelette. Check out the lobster episode, The Behemoth, she shrills. I swear she was always somewhat refreshed, always dropping things, constantly out of breath, and then at the end of the show she wobbles to a dining room set and tells you the best wine to accompany it, says Anna. She does look as though she's a bit Patricia Routledge, doesn't she? Ugh. Love Patricia Routledge. And so this is the omelette show. And because in those days people didn't have these sort of things. So you put the butter in the frying pan, then you would swill it round, and then you'd whisk your eggs up and put them in there. There were no gimmicks, no sort of frills. I don't know what's in the other frying pan. It looks disgusting, whatever it is, doesn't it? looks like something you've scraped from the back of the cooker. Oh dear, look at that one. That's even worse. That looks like mushrooms. Looks like mushrooms. So here she is. She's got her her mixture of egg, and then she spoons it in, and she makes a little omelette. I used to love omelettes. I used to love an omelette, honestly. My mum used to make lovely fluffy omelettes, which is, a bit of an achievement, actually. And you take them out of the bacon roll now. I don't like that sort of thing. I don't like it at all. It's not my sort of thing. David is heading from Rye to East Grinstead. He said, for me, the master will always be Keith Floyd. If you ever get the chance, look out for the programme of him cooking on the trawler. It's amazing. But boy, oh boy, does he like a glass of wine. It was tiddled all of the time. I don't think he ever did a programme sober. Tina says, I think Meryl Streep portrayed Julia Childs in a film called Julia. Yes, she did. It came out I think it was about 2009, wasn't it? I believe. And it was a bit of a challenge. Because it's based on two books. My Life in France, which was Charles's autobiography, written with a guy called Alex, and a memoir of 365 days, 524 recipes, and one tiny apartment kitchen. My favourite... Oh, God, what was it called? It's a Christmas film. And it's a woman who... Oh, my friend Ian will know. Christmas in Connecticut. Oh, it's fabulous. Fabulous. Black and white film set at Christmas of a woman who writes for a magazine, cooking. And she talks about, as I look through my farmhouse window, I can see the cows out. Well, of course, she doesn't live there. She lives in a small apartment block in New York, and it's all made up, and the recipes are done by a man who owns the local restaurant, and it's Christmas in Connecticut. It's a very good film. If you like a good old-fashioned, and we do like old-fashioned, there it is. Barbara Stanwyck, Dennis Morgan, Sidney Greenstreet. Do you know what I was watching yesterday? Another fantastic Bette Davis film. They obviously had a season of Bette Davis, and she played these sort of society women, but she was able to, I don't know, there's just something magical about her. Absolutely magical. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. A disabled IT manager has been awarded compensation after his boss complained he was too slow in evacuating an office during a fire drill. He's disabled, for God's sake. Andrew Lawton told an employment tribunal he felt humiliated after he reached the bottom of 5 flights of stairs, only to be told by the owner of the company in Manchester he'd not moved quickly enough. I mean, some really stupid people. Anyway, he got 30 grand. He got £30,000. He has a condition that involves debilitating leg pain and regularly uses crutches. He was also questioned by the owner, Raj Singh, over the time he spent in the lavatories. I'm glad it's cost that company £30,000. What a stupid company. Really, goodness sake. Look at this. P&O Cruises, plus £740 to spend on board, which looks lovely. And serving up summer. Oh, look at this. Oh, it's lovely. I like something about new potatoes and salad and burgers and all sorts of nice things. Yeah, so just food, basically. Just food. We'll take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock. Then we take more of your texts and emails. If you have just joined us, it's Friday morning. It's going to be Frantic Friday. Everybody trying to get away in the great summer getaway. Hopefully you're going to be flying. Well, I say hope. Hopefully. You might not be flying anywhere at all. Plus, there'll be the sad story of the family who are looking for their dad's coffin. They've been visiting the wrong grave for 17 years. They didn't have it marked properly, so now they want to know where their dad's buried, and at the moment, they're not having much luck.
At GSK, we believe that prevention is the best medicine. Prevention is pioneering new medicines to reduce HIV transmission, applying decades of experience in asthma control to limit long-term lung damage, or stopping chronic conditions from progressing to more serious complications, because preventing disease is the best possible outcome for all of us, and is why GSK unites science, technology and talent to get ahead of disease together. Visit gsk.com to learn more.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. We get excited about Friday. Mind you, we get excited about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday as well. But today we get a bit more excited for the simple reason it's Frantic Friday, which means that most of the schools, I think, will be breaking up today, and the kids will be going, oh, good, we're going on holiday, and the parents are going, well, let's check first of all. And when I say check, not just check the aeroplanes, check everything, because it can be cancelled at short notice. Trains, all sorts of things. Coaches, there could be all sorts of reasons why they cancel things, and it's such a pain, it really is. And so I hope you all manage to get away today. Or tomorrow, because the roads are going to be absolutely chock-a-block. Also, I think Extinction Rebellion, you know, these people whose lives are so sad and tragic, and they're so sadly feeble, they have to ruin your life as well. The other day, there were 9-mile tailbacks on the motorway. Why they've not thrown these people in prison, I've got no idea. It really just absolutely amazed me. We're so useless in this country, aren't we? They go, oh, that's all right, you go and sit on the top of a bridge. I told you years ago there was a bloke in, was it America or Japan? And somebody was on the top of a bridge on a motorway and it was holding it back. And he was threatening to jump. And this bloke gets out of his car, he climbs up the ladder at the side of the bridge and he pushes him off. He goes, right, now we can get moving again. No, but this was in Japan. They did it. And it's a case of, we had people on Tower Bridge. And you think, why should we have to put up with this? What's it got to do with us? Absolutely nothing at all. And they're generally a bit peculiar. If you've seen them on the television, they're not the full ticket. Peter Jackson is planning to make another Beatles film following the success of the documentary Get Back. I don't think I ever saw documentary Get Back. Did I see it? Did I buy it? I can't remember. I might have actually bought it. I probably bought it. But I'm not sure I could sit down, watch 8 hours. I don't think I've got enough time for 8 hours. Reality star Vicky Pattison has admitted she once made a crude, drunken proposal to Sir Tom Jones. Who is she? Are we surprised about this? She was on, apparently, Geordie Shore. She met him after a few drinks. But speaking on her podcast, she said, I met him once. Ollie Murs was doing The Voice, and I went with my pal for the final. Something the matter with it. I'm so glad we don't have Geordie Shore anymore. It really is. It just lowers it, doesn't it? There was another one I liked, Gary Rhodes. Gary Rhodes came on my programme years and years ago, and I went to watch him cooking in the kitchen of the restaurant. And he was absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. And when he died, I was like, what? You know, he was very, very young, very, very young, but he was lovely. He had the spiky hair and all the rest of it. But he did like things like calves, liver and mash, which, of course, unfortunately, is my downfall. Calves, liver, mash, bacon and onion gravy. You could tempt me out of this studio naked, ladies and gentlemen. I love calves, liver. Not everybody likes it. It's a very odd thing, isn't it? It's a bit, you know, sort of people like it and people go, oh, no, I couldn't touch that. My mum used to do it, and it used to be crispy around the edges. Oh, it was delicious and very good for you. Very good for you. Gesundheit, Steve. I remember my mum putting on a large pan of chips, cooking them and then putting them in portions and wrapping them in newspaper and then handing them out to me and my pals during our school holidays. And the old Tupperware mould ice lollies. Oh, God, I remember those very well. I remember those very well indeed. So, I'll see. When it's funny, when you look back, I was thinking to myself the other day, we have these sort of moments where you start, remembering things. And you sort of remember all the things that your mum did and sort of Christmas and getting stuff ready for Christmas. We never went without, but where all this food came from, I've got no idea. When we lived in Yorkshire, we lived in this little village. I mean, we didn't have supermarkets or anything like that. And families used to save up. And I seem to remember thinking that, in fact, the turkey probably came from a local farm where they would breed turkeys throughout the year. And you used to save up for the Christmas club. You've all been familiar, well, you should have been familiar, because even in my early days, we had Christmas clubs. The local butcher would open a little book for you, and you'd go in there and you'd give them £1 or something, every week, or £2. And then by the time you got to Christmas, you had about 300 or 400 quid. And that would buy all your steaks and your meat and your turkey. And they would do, there used to be a tin of Old Oak ham. It was called Old Oak ham, and I always remember it. See, I remember all these things. I've obviously gone completely round the bend. Talking about France, says David, you just reminded me of another really great series of cooking programmes from a few years ago. It was Rachel Khoo's Little Paris Kitchen. Never even heard of it. Never heard. What television set have you got that produces these programmes? I love stuff like that. Catherine Ryan, pregnant. Oh, there she is. Little Paris Kitchen. It's on the BBC with Rachel Khoo. I like watching people cooking Chinese food as well, because I do like it. Oh, look, quiche Lorraine. I used to love quiche Lorraine. In fact, actually, just food full stop, really. I don't know why. We don't cook enough nowadays. I can't cook. But when you look at... Oh, look at that. That looks delicious. I could eat a whole quiche without too much trouble at all. Egg and bacon, anything like that. Anything like that. People just say to me, oh, you'll put on weight. And actually, the funny thing is, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. It's getting to the embarrassing stage now. Perhaps I've got to that age. Look at that. She's cutting that kit. Look at that golden quiche. Now, what would you have that? See, I'd have that with a potato salad. Also, you'd have it with chips. Producer would have it with chips. Big surprise there. Big surprise. Amber Heard is officially appealing against the outcome of her multi-million-dollar defamation case. Why don't you just go away, dear? Do us all a favour. You lost. Still waiting to find out about the other one, Colleen, and the Vardy woman. Still waiting. That one's dragged on a bit, isn't it? But anyway, the actress's legal team claim errors in the trial prevented a fair verdict. Yeah, well, you waste more money, love. And are you coughing up the money that you were told to pay him in the first time round? You're not pleasant. Not pleasant. What else we got here? Fed up drivers at the Eurotunnel entrance. There were long tailbacks at the site in Folkestone, with holidaymakers warned to expect delays of several hours. You know, I'd turn the car around and go home again. I really couldn't stand sitting... But meanwhile, fuel price protesters were due to cause disruption in southwest England today. An image posted on the Facebook group Fuel Price Stand Against Tax suggests that demonstrations will take place in Birmingham, Cardiff, Liverpool, London and Manchester. Good. Well, you sit out there. Hope it rains. Hope it rains. Hope you get soaking wet and then you get a cold. And you have to take time off work. Oh, I forgot you don't work, do you, really? The hunt for UFOs. It's the trucks and the lorries. I know, trucks and lorries, aren't they a pain? The lorry just pulled out in front of me yesterday as I was driving down the motorway, pootling along at 40, and this lorry just sort of pulled out, and they did the usual thing. He puts his winker lights on, as if to say, thank you for letting me in. And then he was running parallel with another lorry the other side of him, and they were obviously communicating. People like that drive me mad. Where were the police? Nowhere. Nowhere. Probably round here trying to get their McDonald's, I should imagine. That's what they're doing. Anyway, the hunt for UFOs has been extended to alien craft that don't just fly, but now travel underwater. These people become madder by the day, don't they, really? Apparently, US defence chiefs have expanded their probe into 143 unexplained sightings by military personnel to include UFOs, unidentified submerged objects. Yes, of course, dear. I love the way that they obviously believe this drivel. And they go, yes, of course, the US defence chief. No, they're not. No, it's nothing to do with the US defence chiefs. They're actually the ones who aren't drinking. It's all the Looney Tunes people who are drinking far too much. Far too much. Steve just got home from the club and de-weeding the garden. The good thing is I can finally listen to you live rather than a podcast. Oh, there you go. And Pete the Pool Man says, my son Charlie and I are going magnet fishing today. Oh, I know. That's very popular, isn't it? That's where you get a magnet tied on a thing. You go into rivers, you can find anything from unexploded hand grenades to knives, forks, all sorts of things. They found a watch, bangles, tools and coins in previous trips. We're going to leave the passport in the cupboard till October. Can't be bothered with the aggravation. I agree with you. I'm not bothered about the aggravation. It's sort of just not something that we need to sort of worry about. And as far as I'm concerned, a nice quiet life. Nice quiet life. I might have chips this morning. Should I have chips? No, I can't have chips, no. Adrian Childs. Do you remember when they actually booked him very unwisely to do breakfast television with Christine What's-her-face? And she was all, hi, here, and all the rest of it, and he was, I mean, seriously, he sent more people to sleep than anybody else. He would love to see mixed-sex footy teams. Oh, dear. He hates blokes who sniff at women's soccer. Well, we don't want mixed teams, dear. I mean, that's the most stupid thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Also, boffins have given two fingers to table manners, saying we should eat with our mouths open. Apparently, they claim it heightens the brain's perception of food, making it tastier. Eating with your mouth open? Who on earth ever came... I mean, I do it, but it's different. I'm doing it because it's sort of, I'm trying to talk at the same time. And it's the only way you can do it. I don't know. It's a very odd thing. We were always told, keep your mouth closed when you're eating your food. I don't want to watch people eating. That's terrible, isn't it? So eat with your mouth open and swap the cutlery for your hands if you want food to taste better. We used to have a secretary years ago who used to work for UBN. And we went to an Indian restaurant. She was Indian. And we went to, it was a very nice one actually, in Mayfair. I think it was Tandoori Mayfair. Anyway, she ate with her fingers. She literally, that's how you're supposed to eat it. Well, I mean, I was sitting there with a knife, fork and spoon. You know, I was going the whole hog. So much cheese, but she ate with her fingers. And you use them. No, she was basically getting the rice and the meat and squidging it all together and then doing it like that. Because we all sort of sat there going, what's she doing? Eating with her fingers. Eating with her fingers. Here we go. Poor old Ola and James Jordan. The publicity has bypassed them now. Their careers are finished. Nobody's interested. And they've piled on the pounds to motivate themselves to get fit. They're so desperate to actually come up with some sort of story in the paper. Professional dancer Ola, who is obviously just pushing her stomach out. I mean, seriously, dear. You know, we've seen through this one a mile off. She says, we know we're not in our best Strictly shape. You're not on Strictly. They kicked you off years ago. Nobody wants you. And she says, I think I need to avoid the ice cream for a while. So it's obviously a way of, oh, look, coming up to Christmas, they're going to be losing weight. I mean, honestly, you must think we fell out of coconut trees, love. We really didn't. We never liked them to start with. Never liked them to start with. Look at this, 5:15. And what was the other one here? Oh, Lord Sugar is being urged to declare his UK tax status after he paid himself a dividend of £390 million. Seems quite a lot, doesn't it, to pay yourself? But, you know, such is the way of the world.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
So funny, we were looking at pictures of Gladiators. You remember when Gladiators was on the television? It was basically a programme for children. And they had Wolf. And you look at him now and he's a sad old man of 70. He just doesn't look anything like the original man. And you've got all sorts of other different... What have happened to Jet, Rhino, and all these other ones? But the kids liked it because it was adults fighting with giant cotton buds. Do you remember? And I believe one of them went out... Oh, look at... Who's that one? Kim Betts, a.k.a. Lightning. Oh, dear. Something about female bodybuilders doesn't quite look right, does it? And Cobra was Michael Wilson. Never to get that figure back again, by the look of it. Never to get the figure back again. Ace was Warren Furman, who was engaged to... Engaged to who? Who was he engaged to? Engaged to Jordan. He was Katie Price's first fiancée. Oh, she's been around the block a few times. James Crosley was Hunter. And Saracen was Mike Lewis, who doesn't actually look too much different. Rhino was Mark Smith. And Rhino, I know, they gave these names. Panther was Helen O'Reilly. They all had to have big hair. Did you notice? Everybody was back combing their hair to make it look as though they had big hair. I can remember vaguely watching it. Nightshade was Judy Simpson. Wolf, Mike Van Wyck, is it? I don't know. I'm not very good at pronunciation. But I remember him. Sharon Davis was Amazon. And it was, I mean, I suppose it was there. Predator was Duane Ladeo. Yes, it was, but it was for kids. All the kids stood in the audience, didn't they, with these fake hands pointing with the finger and all the rest of it. I don't know why we watched it, actually. I can't remember why I was watching it. I don't think I watched it with any sort of degree of interest. I think it was just that there was only 4 channels. Bad news. I say bad news because, to be honest with you, I couldn't care less. So Mo Farah's child slavery saga is going to be turned into a film, apparently. Well, we've already had the documentary on the television. We don't do anything else, love. And especially as the person who is his brother in this other family said he wasn't treated like a slave at all. You know, they said he was treated as one of the family. So anyway, tipped to play the Olympian are John Boyega and Daniel Kaluuya. Leo Burley, director of The Real Mo Farah, took 2 years to make at the BBC. They're very slow. The film has excited a lot of people I know who work in drama, and some have been ringing me, saying don't ever show it again on the television. I mean, 2 years to make this film, and now they're thinking of making it. Who's going to go and see it? We've seen the film on the television. Why would you? Are they going to tell you something different? The answer is probably not. Probably not. Lots of pictures of animals, which is very nice, in the paper today. I don't mind that. And congratulations to Queen for being the first ever band to reach 7 million UK chart sales with the Greatest Hits album from 1981. 1981. It's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing, which is very good. And who's that a picture of? Missing Emilia Clarke and Game of Thrones picture, please. I've never seen Game of Thrones. I don't know anything about it at all. Biggest selling of all time, Queen's Greatest Hits. Yep, hotly followed by ABBA. About 1 million behind. About 1 million behind. Rod, the undertaker from Wells, he says, I'm off to deliver the Caribbean funeral in Slough. Me and the crew are on a day trip to London. We rarely get out of deepest, darkest Somerset, but today is an exception. So I should be listening to you on LBC Radio all the way, which is just as well because that's what I'm on. How does that work out? We are addicted to your radio station. I'm not surprised, actually. I am not surprised, Rod. Not surprised. It's an odd job, isn't it? An undertaker. You know, I mean, how'd you get into it? I don't know. How'd you get out of it, I would imagine. I mean, I think it's a calling. I think it's like being a nurse because you're dealing with, and bearing in mind, it isn't just, you know, nice old people who've passed away through old age or something like that. It can be all sorts of terrible things. All sorts of terrible things. I remember the river police have to collect bodies and stuff like that. We had a boy the other day drowned at Richmond, 13 years old, swimming the Thames. So they have to go and do things like that. People who've been involved in car accidents, babies, all sorts. You know, it's not... You know, I'm sure they do a fantastic job, but it's certainly not something that would ever interest me in the slightest. Although my brother, years and years ago, used to look after a building society, and he had a client, and they got talking about fishing. And it turned out the bloke was an undertaker, and he didn't have any family, he was looking for somebody to take over his business. And I think my brother was seriously thinking about taking over, you know, an undertaker's business. Because what you probably don't know is you'll see a lot of undertakers, it'll go, say, for example, Allen and Son. But the chances are it's owned by a huge insurance company. Mostly they're very few private funeral directors. They're mainly owned by the insurance companies, and the big insurance companies own quite a lot of them. But they keep them deliberately looking as if it's a private business because you think you're dealing with a family. But, I mean, it's quite something. They did do a programme on the television, didn't they, about that one in the East End, who I think did Jade Goody's funeral. They've got lots of horse-drawn carriages. And that was very... Because the family wrote to me, because I'd said it was such a fantastic programme. Because to do something like that takes, you know, it just takes an awful lot more. You can't really be born into it. But the dad was fantastic. And they had them, and they used to walk in front of it as well. And... Was this Crib and Son? No, I think it was another one, actually. Was it Crib and Son? I'm sure it was another one. They did the television programme. And I know that they do a big thing every year where people go down there and they sort of remember things. It's quite something. Quite something. And the dad died, I think, but he used to look so smart at the front. You know, they would walk the last bit into the cemetery. Quite something. But as I say, I used to work in a department store where we had a funeral directors. And I can always remember the smell. Always remember the smell. It's kind of something that sort of sticks with you, you know, for a long, long time. It's like a spray. They use a spray to sort of mask any sort of nasty smells. I'm a celebrity, Chiefs. Love having a political figure in the jungle. So it's no wonder. Guess who's thrown his hat back in the ring? Dreary old Lembidopic. There's the failure of all failures. I mean, God in heaven. And he's actually tried everything, hasn't he? He's tried being a stand-up comic. He tried being an MP. He's tried being... And it's all failed. But they've all done it. Edwina Curry, Nadine Dorries. However, Lempic, who famously dated a cheeky girl, thinks he's the ideal candidate. I shouldn't think so. Very boring, I'm afraid, so definitely not there. Steve, T. Crib and Son. Marcus, top bloke. T. Crib and Son. Ah, interesting. Apparently, Steve, today's my birthday. I'm 36 on my way to work, going to see Mary Poppins later. She's not still alive, is she? Where are you going to see her? We love Mary Poppins. Lewis, you'll love it. It's very, very good indeed. And Steve, eating with your mouth open sounds plausible. My wife asked me why all football managers always chew gum, so I Googled it. Chewing gum stimulates your brain and keeps you alert. Absolutely. If you're driving and you get tired, chew gum. Or failing that, eat bits of apple. You know. Plus players chew it until they play. There's actually somebody who reminds them to spit their chewed up gum into their hand. Yes. Oh, it was Crib and Sons, John and Graham, says Mark in Essex. I thought they were really good. And there was another one as well where they were showing a girl who worked for this funeral director, and they were teaching her embalming. And again, you've got to have a strong stomach for things like this. But that's why I thought it was so interesting. And Cribb and Sons, it was called, oh, that's right, The Business of Death. But they had, it was just amazing, just amazing. Because at some point, they're going to get us. Whichever way you look at it, it's one of the only businesses you can guarantee nowadays somebody's always going to need you. And you think to yourself, I mean, there's a 6th generation funeral director here, and they do between 20 and 40. It is slightly morbid, but it's a fact of life. Not only do the funeral directors have to deal with it, but the hospitals have to deal with it. You know, and they have to deal with it as well, because when my dad died, he was in hospital. Ironically, the same hospital I was in for my burns. Because I remember as I went in, I remember thinking, wait a minute, I've been here before. I'd definitely been there before. Steve, I'm taking you to Rome on Sunday for 4 days, says Sidcup Julie. My lovely niece will be getting married. Oh, I hope the weather's okay. It's so hot in Rome. I promise you think it's been hot here. Rome, whoa, let me tell you what they're offering at the moment in Rome. 35 to 37 degrees. Okay, so sunny and a gentle breeze. They always say that, don't they? Sunny and a gentle breeze, and you go, yeah, I don't think we'll notice it. It gets really hot, Sidcup Julie. Take water with you. You know, it'll make life a little bit easier, because it really does get boiling hot. What else we got? Bestseller The Doll Factory is being turned into a scary thriller. It's about Iris, who paints dolls for a living in Victoria, London, but wants to be an artist. Sounds riveting, doesn't it? And Jay Blades, Joe Lycett, Ashley Banjo and Ellie Simmons are all being recognised as pretenders to the crowns of Louis Theroux and Stacey Dooley. Oh, well, there you go. I've noticed that Jay Blades has ripped off another programme. This is the one where ITV do it. It's this woman, she goes to the rubbish dumps where they're dumping stuff in, and she says, oh, can I have that? And then she takes it away and turns it into something good. Jay Blades has done the exact rip-off programme over on the other side. Absolute rip-off. Dreadful. He isn't as good as she is, because she's a little bit more genuine. Star Signs today. It says here, you might admit you've been making excuses to avoid finishing a task you've grown bored with. I don't think so. I filled in the stuff to go to the company's house. I've done all my right little bits and pieces. I've got nothing to do this weekend. I've got the driving thing sorted out, so that's done. I've got to arrange a date to go see my godchildren. My brother's got a birthday coming up as well. It's just expense all the way through. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Just ridiculous. Anyway, do send your texts and emails at 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And I quite like this GPs may go private like dentists. I see no reason why they shouldn't. I do like private doctors. I have encountered private doctors before. I think they're brilliant. Seriously. And provided you have the money to afford a private doctor and a private hospital, it's worthwhile going, because you can get stuff dealt with quite quickly. Because I've got a little operation that needs doing, and I don't know whether to find out how much it's going to cost to go private. But I've got this. I'm not going to tell you what it is, actually. No, I'm going to save it as a surprise. Steve, don't want to bring back bad memories, but how did you get burnt? Mind your own business, you nosy old baggage. I'm not telling you, honestly. What do you think this is? It's not two-way family favourites, for goodness sake. More on the dreary old Ola Jordan and her boring old Albie James and their mum and dad bodies. I mean, this is just so obvious, really, honestly. It's just absolutely appalling, so we shan't bother with them ever again. And believe it or not, 7 out of 10 cops in Britain's biggest police force failed to make a single arrest in a whole year. Can you believe that?
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
I'll tell you what's really embarrassing at the moment, watching poor old Ed Balls, the man with zero personality, trying to climb down from being a politician to being an ordinary little person and failing miserably, and then sort of trying to come back into the real world. It just doesn't work. It just does not work at all, but they sort of stick them on television, and you sort of think to yourself, no, just doesn't work for me. TV lies and delusions of the week, getting filthy rich, Olivia Attwood. I don't want to make it all about me. The trouble is she did, and it was ultimate switch-off time, I'm afraid. Plus, The Chase's Bradley Walsh. Fought on English soil. Which 1066 battle was won by the Duke of Normandy? Jamal. Battle of Wellington. I don't know where they get them from. Seriously, the terminally stupid are out there. Bradley Walsh, what sea reptile follows the word mock in the name of a soup? Becky. Chameleon? I mean, tipping points, Ben Shepherd. I mean, this programme defies description, actually, Ben Shepherd. What letter precedes the word day in the name of the World War II landings of June 1944? Parveen. Doomsday? I mean, you do worry, don't you? I don't know where they find them. I think there must be an agency, I think, that finds people who are going to be so terminally stupid that people are just going to be going, what? Can't quite believe it. Caption of the week came up on Sky News on Monday, which was great. Experts have advised people to drink plenty of water and stay in the shade. Thank you, experts. That's marvellous, isn't it? Well done on that one. Also, Britain's on the brink of its first hosepipe ban in 10 years after water bosses declared a drought. Well, let's hope that we end up with 12 days of torrential rain. Still won't help. I mean, 12 days, isn't it? It's not going to fill up the reservoirs. Also, the price of a bag of chips. I mean, come on. Who's ever had a bag of chips? When was the last time you walked into a fish and chip shop and got a bag of chips? It either goes in a polystyrene box or they do it in a cone. Never a bag of chips. They say it could go from £1.80 to £2.50. It's all right. That means more for us rich people. The only ones who can afford a bag of chips. I wonder, is that a medium bag of chips? I haven't had a bag of chips for ages. Although, to be honest, I'm thinking of whipping out my £2.50 for that one. £2.50. I think that sounds good value, doesn't it? Very good value. Millions facing the summer getaway nightmare amid turmoil on land, air and sea. Apparently the RAC said 18.8 million road trips are planned between today and Monday. Oh, God. Doesn't sound good, does it? Ferry users, 3-hour queues at Dover. And Gatwick is limiting daily flights to 825 this month. And everywhere you go, Folkestone, Heathrow, all over the place, queues. TV presenter Lorraine Kelly, they have to tell you that's what she is. They can't just put down, even after all these years, they can't just put down Lorraine Kelly. They have to put down what she is, just in case you hadn't worked it out. They said Dame Deborah James's funeral was perfection, as you would expect. What else would you say? God, it was terrible. It really was. What a miserable thing. But Lorraine was among mourners in Barnes, and she told Good Morning Britain, we celebrated the life of a truly incredible person, our Dame Deborah. She was remarkable. And it was beautiful. Yes, it was very, very good, actually. It was very, very good. Well, so it should be, for goodness sake. So it should be. I mean, I've never been to a bad funeral. Have you been to a bad funeral? You don't get bad funerals. You just get good funerals. Because it's a celebration, and that's why we talked about celebrants yesterday on the programme. Steve, I can't sleep because of the heat. What heat? We haven't got any heat. We're freezing to death around here. Says Chris on the East Coast. Or it could be Jack. He's not too sure. He says, I'm walking the dog on an empty beach, something I don't usually appreciate as I live here, but this morning is lovely. It is. There's something nice about empty beaches. Do you do country shows? Says Andy. I've done the Essex show. He said, there's a Yorkshire Food Fest near Skipton this weekend. I won't be doing the cookery workshops, just buying everything from pies to jams. Oh, I like stuff like that. I always worry, though. Don't you worry? It's when you get farmers markets and you see this stuff and you think, have you bought that in Costco? Have you made that? I'm always terribly dubious. But in the Yorkshire Dales Food and Drink Festival, 23rd, 24th, what's the date today? 22nd. And they've got the Hairy Bikers and James Martin. And they've got all sorts of things being sold. People go there that looks quite nice. They've got workshops. Oh, that pizza looks lovely, doesn't it? I like that. Plus, they've got live cookery demonstrations, and they've got tasting sessions, hundreds of exhibitors, and the best street food the UK has to offer. Isn't it funny how all of a sudden we're into street food? Oh, we're all into street food. You know, hope it doesn't rain for you. But even then, you can always go and stand under a marquee. You know, you can go and... So that's always quite easy, definitely. Steve, off to Oslo Court tonight, says Sevenoaks Sarah. Can't wait. Can you recommend what to eat? No, all of it's good. Oh, and Sidcup Julie must go to the Gladiators' tunnels at the Colosseum in Rome. Yes, she must. Well, I mean, if she can get there, you never know. And Steve, it is definitely getting darker in the mornings now. Having my normal early morning cuppa in the garden and my sensor lights now come on. Winter's... Well, we've got daylight here. Where are you? We've got daylight here. It's quite normal. And you think... Isn't Lorraine Kelly an actress? She is. Yes. The reason we know that she's told us that the person you see on the television is not the real Lorraine Kelly. She's playing the part. That's what she told the taxman. So when she goes, oh, you're beautiful, you're marvellous, you're wonderful, she's acting. That's not Lorraine Kelly. That's not Lorraine Kelly. It's a character that she's playing. Did you know that? That's what she told the taxman. So you have to accept the fact that what you're watching is fake. She's acting. It's like when you go and see somebody playing Joan of Arc. They're not really playing Joan of Arc. They're just acting. Okay? It's like me. I'm playing Steve Allen. I'm generally, as you know, a very quiet, serious, politically motivated, slim sports fan with Amazonian hair and a six-pack. You know, the fact you're listening to a slightly tubby, overweight 68-year-old is neither here nor there. But the Lorraine Kelly thing I thought was quite funny. When they were talking about her sort of taxing, and she said, oh, no, this isn't me. This is me playing the part of Lorraine Kelly. I remember thinking, what a load of old cobblers is that? Yeah, I mean, really. So that's why she's definitely acting. Anne says, yes, you can get a bag of chips. I do, from the local Three Brothers, a step up from the old days when they were wrapped in newspaper. A bag of chips? I've never seen anybody with a bag of chips. Stop saying yes, they don't do them round here. This is Londinium. We don't do bags of chips. It's like getting, you don't get your chips served in newspaper anymore. You know, people used to say, oh, it's great in newspaper. You go, no, it isn't. The newsprint used to come off on your hands and it was all very messy. But at least you could read it while you were eating. Especially if they actually did the, salt and vinegar. Yes, please. Yes, please. Salt and vinegar. In fact, actually just salt. Just salt, which I quite liked. A Victoria Cross. Oh, look at that. That's not a bag, though, is it, of chips? Is that a bag of chips? It's quite nice, actually, doesn't it, really? I don't know, perhaps I'll have fish and chips today. Oh, I don't know. I can't decide. It is Friday. We're supposed to have fish on a Friday, aren't we? That's the whole idea. I don't know. I feel like sort of oh, look at that. You see, it all comes in these polystyrene trays now. All comes in those. That looks quite nice. Chip shop chips with battered cod. Oh, delicious. Absolutely delicious. Why can't we have it now? Why can't we just bring in a deep fat fryer and start cooking? Can you imagine? What's he doing? He's cooking chips in the studio. They'll be going, he's definitely not. He absolutely is. Another picture of Victoria Beckham. My God, she's emaciated. She's sizzling in red in Sardinia. Maybe not in the future, love. And she sported the two-piece while holidaying with husband Dave and family on their £5 million tugboat, which is very nice. And a Victoria Cross awarded to a hero bugler on the first day of the Battle of the Somme, sold yesterday for £446,000. These things go for big money. Amid machine gun fire and a lack of leadership after the death of so many officers, 24-year-old Walter Ritchie mounted the parapet of a German trench and continually sounded the charge. He'd breached rules by taking his bugle over the top, but he still received Britain's highest gallantry award. Wow. On this particular July the 1st, 1916, the bloodiest day in Army history, almost 20,000 men were killed. A third of his Seaforth Highlanders battalion was wiped out. He died in Edinburgh in 1965. His medal group, including French military honour, the Croix de Guerre, was sold by the London-based auctioneer Spink and Son to a private collector. 446,000. So that's the trouble. The families have got these things and they don't really know what to do with them. It's nice to have it, but they'd rather have £446,000, I suspect. Still to come, the Hollywood top 5 earners and how they did it. And what have we got here? Jimmy Carr has been naughty again, apparently. He doesn't really care, actually. And comedian Joel Dommett and his wife are still blissfully in love nearly 3 years after tying the knot. And the romance has even survived collaborating on the podcast Never Have I Ever, because they were at ITV's big summer party together with Helen Skelton, who, I mean, she hasn't got a husband anymore, so that's all sorted out now. And they had a few other people, somebody from Towie called Danny Imbert. Never even heard of them. Not a clue. Last year's Island at Liberty Pool was seen giggling with Towie cast member Roman Hackett. Again, two people we've never heard of. Who are these people? Perhaps ITV... Oh, they were obviously working serving the canapes. That's why they were serving canapes. Because if you've been on Love Island, let's face it, your talents are not going to extend to anything barring, would you like a drink? Sausage roll? That's as far as it goes, isn't it, really? As you can well imagine. Super cheap and super chic, the supermarket midi. And do you know, why are clothes for women so cheap? There's one here, it's for the fuller figure, 20 quid in Morrison's. Asda, George, 20 quid. 2 at Sainsbury's, 32 quid. F&F at Tesco, £20. M&S, £39.50. So go everywhere else. It's a lot cheaper in loads of other places.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. I found out which were the funeral director they did this television programme about. It was Albins in Bermondsey. How I could have forgotten that. I'm so sorry, guys. So sorry. They've got lovely hearses. Look at that. Beautiful. Really is. They've been going for about 120 years, and it was Barry. Sorry? More? 200 years of bereavement care. Blimey. And they were lovely. I loved the television programme, but it was Barry Albin, and his son runs his son's run the business now. They did Jade Goody's funeral. And that was the TV programme. So sorry to have got that wrong. I should have known because they brought out a book as well, which they sent to me very kindly. So it's Albins in Bermondsey. But really, you know, the cars are immaculate. Because the funny thing is that hearses don't go many miles. They're a bit like funfair vehicles. Not quite the same, I realise. But, you know, funfair vehicles, they've all got low mileage because they just do a small circuit. And exactly the same for hearses, because they're literally only going from the funeral home to the cemetery, and then once you've deposited the person at the cemetery, the hearse goes, and they don't do big mileage, put it that way. But Albins, they were very good, very, very good, and they're still going after all of these years, which I think is absolutely amazing. It really is. Steve, isn't Bag of Chips a drag artist? Possibly, Chris. Possibly, but we were talking about a proper bag of chips as opposed to some of these dreadful people on the television. I mean, honestly, it's getting so bad now. Every time we turn on I'm surprised Blue Peter's not being presented by drag queens. They might as well do that, mightn't they, really? The BBC apology over Bashir's Diana interview. An apology, that's it, is it? Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. So sorry we had to cough up nearly £2 million because Bashir screwed up. Thank you very much indeed. Also... Jade Goody's fashion model son Bobby Brazier makes his acting debut. He has no experience of acting whatsoever, but they're probably the best ones. So there was a part before, and he's sort of got it now. And then, you know, I don't know whether it's a long standing thing. I've got no idea, or whether or not it's just a short little part. Charles Bronson becomes the first person to formally request a public parole board hearing. The 69-year-old inmate who spent most of his life behind bars was at the front of the queue as reforms came into force. He was jailed in 1974, but violence and blackmail have kept him locked up. He's not the brightest penny in the box. He should have learnt this years and years ago, but he didn't. And he was freed for 53 days, but then jailed again for plotting another raid. I mean, he doesn't seem to learn, does he? He's obviously not, you know, perhaps the family brain cell is out. But apparently he took 2 Iraqi hijackers and another inmate hostage in Belmarsh prison. During negotiations, he demanded a cheese sandwich and reportedly threatened to eat a captive. And during a rumble with police officers, he covered himself in butter. He really isn't the brightest penny in the box at all, is he, really? Never mind, might work for him this time round, but I have a sneaking feeling not. Lawyers for Archie Battersby claim a judge was wrong to say life-saving treatment was futile. Doctors were cleared to turn off a ventilator keeping the 12-year-old alive after a social media challenge in April left him in a coma. But yesterday his mum and dad appealed that ruling, and so we've just got to wait and see. The hearing continues. They've said he's brain stem dead, but the family say not. And as I say, would you want to make that decision? Would you want to make that decision? Absolutely not. You can't make that decision. You really can't. It's just something you have to keep going on, don't you? Do you ever remember Phoenix Nights? Did you like Phoenix Nights? That was very good, wasn't it? Anyway, the nightclub sign, which was used to transform St Gregory's Social Club in Farnworth in Bolton into the setting of the sitcom, has just been sold for £3,000, which seems quite good. Props from the Channel 4 series were auctioned off, which means it's definitely not coming back. And Andrew said, I had to have a go at it. I'm a big fan of Peter Kay in the show. It's a 15-foot sign. What, Phoenix Nights? Yeah, I bought the box set. Absolutely. He said it's going to take pride of place in his office. I see comedian Peter expected to soon unveil a UK-wide 2023 arena tour, the first in 12 years, because the last one was cancelled, if you remember. We didn't know what the reason was. We never ever discovered what the reason was. But so he's going to be touring again. I must be the only person. I don't kind of get Peter Kay at all. Never did. Never did. I've sort of watched him doing it, and it just... But then, so like loads of other comedians, some people didn't find, I don't know, Morecambe and Wise funny. It's the way it goes. Steve, I live in Londinium, EC1, and I can confirm that bag of chips are alive and well, says Colin. Don't start that one. They're not. It's a polystyrene box, as everybody will tell you. I don't know why they don't do them in newspaper. Do you think there's something in the ink now that means that you can't have fish and chips in newspaper? And my uncle used to have a butcher's shop, and he used to sort of rip up the paper and all the rest of it. I mean, the newsprint used to seep into the chips, but it added to the flavour, I thought. Added to the flavour. I don't know why, actually. I don't know why. But here we are. If you're thinking of going to a beach over this weekend, let me warn you, if you have a lilo or an inflatable raft or something like that, you need to make sure that your child is supervised, because there is a boy here who lost control of his inflatable raft and drifted a mile out to sea. A mile out to sea. He was saved by a boat taking staff to a wind farm, and he got into difficulty, lost his paddles, and he was carried further out from this beach in North Wales, fortunately spotted, by the workers. Offshore winds and turbulent sea meant he lost control. I mean, he's very lucky to be alive. He could have been knocked off this thing. And a spokesman for Flint Coast Guard said, do not use inflatables in the sea, saying the wind can change with no notice and you'll find yourself blowing out to sea with little chance of getting back. Yeah, we used to have a lilo years and years ago, and it wasn't one of these cheap plasticky little things. This was really quite a nice one. Blowing it up was exhausting, as with most of these things. But it was, very, very nice to have. And you'd sort of paddle out to sea, and then before you knew where you are, you were having to fight back against the tide. So just be careful. Steve, just wanted to let you know, went to see Crazy for You at Chichester yesterday. It was blooming marvellous. If you can, go see it. Oh, I saw the original. This is one with Charlie Stemp. I saw the original, which was on at the same theatre in London, which is currently showing Mary Poppins. And it's brilliant. Music and lyrics by George and Ira Gershwin. And Charlie Stemp's fantastic. You should go see. If you've never been, they've got glamorous dancers and everything. It's a story of Bobby Child, who's torn between his showbiz dreams and his rich, demanding New York fiancée and rich, demanding New York mother who want him to run the family bank. On his mother's insistence, he reluctantly heads west for the bygone mining town of Dead Rock, Nevada, to foreclose on a mortgage. There he finds the mortgage in question is on a dilapidated Victorian theatre, and the owner's daughter, Polly, is the girl of his dreams. Desperate to prove his good faith and win her love, Bobby lights on the idea of putting on a show, complete with dancers from New York's Follies to save the theatre and renew the town. And it's a real feel-good musical. It really is feel-good musical. You'll love Charlie Stemp. He's fab, and he's a 24-carat stage star, and they got 4 out of 5. Somebody says you'd be crazy to miss it. I hope they bring it into the West End. I hope they do. Steve, my brother and his wife were looked after by Albin's funeral directors. The most beautiful and professional experience, most comforting, sad experience we as a family had ever known, says Chrissy. I thought they were lovely, and also the television programme did them lots and lots of favours. So people can see what goes on behind the scenes, because we're a bit frightened by things like that. You know, I would admit to being exactly the same. You know, people don't think about something like that. What does it involve? How will this happen? What will go wrong here? And that's where they tell you everything, and that's why they were very good. I mean, they all do that kind of thing, but I thought they did it particularly well. And also, everybody looked so smart. Dad, Barry, looked, I mean, immaculate. Absolutely immaculate, which is the way it should be. Steve, I'm having gazpacho today. Oh, how nice. It's cold soup, isn't it? I know. It doesn't appeal to me, really. I mean, it's also called Andalusian gazpacho, cold soup and drink made of raw blended vegetables. I think it comes from the Iberian Peninsula, and they eat it widely in Spain and Portugal, particularly during hot summer, since it's refreshing and cool. I don't like cold soup. I don't want to do cold soup. I only want hot soup. And also, I want to dip bread in it as well with butter on it. That looks... yeah, you can still do... I'm not sure about the bread there, actually. Full of traditional Spanish flavours, which is also quite nice. It's got cucumber and stuff like that in it. But I like haddock chowder. It's my favourite. But I do quite I might get some butter to it. I've not had butter for ages. It doesn't tend to feature in my sort of dietary... Well, maybe it's not very summery. Haddock is very summery. And chowder. It's a winter soup. Well, they're still selling it in M&S, so I might buy it today. I see no reason, and then hang on to it for the winter, I suppose. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And this coronavirus surge may be tailing off, which is good news. Unfortunately for Joe Biden, he's picked it up again. But he is fully vaccinated, and he's receiving different bits and pieces to keep him going. I mean, he's 79. He's fatigue and a dry cough. Boris Johnson sent his best wishes for a speedy recovery. I bet he did. Yeah, speedy recovery. Or whatever. And the head of the long-awaited inquiry into the COVID pandemic has warned she will not hold back if anybody tries to stand in the way. She's going to be rigorous and fair, and hope that her findings can help prepare for the next pandemic, of which there will be another one. Also, another eye-opening dispatch from ITV2's Getting Filthy Rich. This is this ghastly programme with Olivia Attwood. I mean, really rubbish. And she met a cam girl who revealed how one of her clients begs her to talk dirty to him while he covers himself in baked beans or custard. Which begs 2 main questions, says Ian Hyland's TV review. 1, which charity is he raising money for? And 2, have his calls been traced back to Westminster yet? I mean, it's a dreadful waste of custard. And if Olivia Attwood seriously thinks that this is a good career move, she better think again. Tackiest thing I've ever seen. Did you ever get to see Kinky Boots, says Stig? I certainly did. Everybody's talking about your kinky boots, based on a true story, of course. Steve, I think newspaper was banned from chip shops for hygiene reasons, says Paula in Warrington. And Leslie in South Croydon says, lovely to hear you mention Albins. They're very dear to my heart. Freddie Albin was my dad's best friend. My uncle used to attend funerals and sit on top of the horse-drawn hearse in a top hat. When he was about 10, they've been used as our family undertakers for over 100 years. We love them. I love them too. I'm hoping not to use them myself just yet. I'm hoping to be sort of, clinging on to the seat for grim death, as they say. Perhaps the wrong phraseology, but never mind. Let's have the news.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up 2-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on. Take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to July the 22nd. I can't believe it either. I mean, seriously. So where do we go after July? August. Then the September. Then all the plants die. And then we're getting into winter. And then before you know where we are, we're putting up Christmas trees and singing Deck the Halls with Boughs of Holly. It's all very exciting. Lots of intrigue on the television at the moment. About basically Love Island, which sort of seems to lurch from one disaster to another. Record numbers of complaints, and now Laura Whitmore has been dragged into it for encouraging misogyny. Mind you, not that she contributes very much to the programme, which is possibly to our advantage. Also, apparently, BBC Two's Mountain Vets, bit of a shock here on this one, revealing there are rural vets in Northern Ireland. Amazing, isn't it, really? And we just thought it was Yorkshire. Although I didn't watch that programme the other day. They were saying I did watch a bit about the super vet, because we only discovered the other day that little Noel is not married or has a girlfriend. So he's obviously a good catch for somebody, isn't he? Because he must be worth a small fortune, I can imagine. And also this bereaved son, distraught to be told the grave he'd been visiting for, wait for it, 17 years, was not his father's. Grieving Tom Bell and his two sisters discovered the distressing blunder as they arranged the funeral of their mother, Hilda. Her last wishes were to be buried alongside husband Thomas Bell at Holy Trinity Church, but a gravedigger opening the plot found a different name plaque on the coffin. And now a search is underway to establish where Thomas was really laid to rest. 6 plots have been checked so far. The headstone on the grave will be moved once Thomas's coffin is found in County Durham. Tom, who comes from Easington, says losing our mam was devastating. Then to be told the grave of our dad we've spent the last 17 years visiting is not his is just unbearable. How can this happen? The family bought a double plot for their parents when Thomas died in 2005. The mix-up may be a result of the original gravedigger's map being lost in a fire. Apparently, Tom and sisters Denise and Deborah are awaiting permission to have an unmarked plot dug up where they think Thomas may be buried. I mean, honestly, 17 years! And then going to the wrong place. Mind you, I've heard of this before. This is not uncommon. Not uncommon at all. And it's a case of sometimes people have sort of said, I'm sure, are we in the right cemetery? People aren't even sure if they're in the right cemeteries, are they, really? Plus, a tax rise on Russian whitefish may mean that sea bass and pollock replace cod in fish and chip shops. I couldn't taste the difference. I seriously couldn't. I wouldn't know. If I went to buy a piece of fish and just said I'll have fish and chips, which is what most people say, you wouldn't know what you were eating. I would, well, pollock it might be. I don't know. I've never thought about it. Apparently, the new 35% tariff announced in March due to Russia invading Ukraine took effect this week. So different species in fish and chip shops. But I mean, as I say, I wouldn't know. I might have to go and check with Sandy's, our fish and chip shop, and say, listen, I mean, do we still get cod? Is it very expensive? I mean, because then, in which case, I can go and buy a piece of cod and then take it round the fish and chip shop and get them to cook it for me. I mean, once it's battered, I mean, it just, you can't tell the difference at all, can you? Anybody? I should imagine. Steve, excuse me, says Terry in Leighton Buzzard. I had a bag of chips with a sausage in Aylesbury yesterday. A couple of weeks ago, I had an oyster for the first time from a chip shop in Ware. An oyster? Oh, what, as in a oh, dear, I'm not sure about that. I don't like oysters. I'm not very good with oysters or anything like that. But, I mean, a bag of chips with a sausage, I think is a very good idea. And, Steve, can you believe... And I can believe this. Michael, who thinks he's in the posh part of Feltham. I'm not sure whether or not Feltham is at the Young Offenders Institute would be considered the posh bit. But anyway, he says, I saw Chinese lanterns flying over Whitton late last night. These people are idiots. I know. The producer said he'd seen some Chinese lanterns as well. And you think to yourself, these people are really stupid. But there again, we know people are really stupid. You see them on the police interceptor programmes. So thank you for that. Steve, you are not wrong about the great holiday getaway. All I've seen in the last few hours, says Kevin the Milkman, are people with suitcases heading to the stations. Will the last person leaving London turn the lights out, please? He says, happy birthday for tomorrow for Mr. Neil. 39 plus VAT. There you go, Mr. Neil. Happy birthday for tomorrow. 39 plus VAT. Depends whether you're still working. I had to explain that to my brother yesterday because I pay a flat rate VAT. And there's a different way of doing it now, but I leave it up to them. Somebody else has to do it. I can't cope with stuff like that. And do you remember I told you about the jilted Tinder date? This is. Did I tell you about this briefly? I told you about it. This is a jilted Tinder date who tried to get the medical student who dumped him kicked out of university. Oliver Mills Nanin met Scarlett Dew on the app in late 2019, but she decided she didn't want to continue their friendship, which is fair enough. You know, people go out, then they don't go out. She cut off contact in July 2020 after his behaviour became increasingly erratic. So anyway, her barrister said from this point he began a serious campaign of harassment. The yacht deckhand set up puppet accounts on social media to contact her and follow her friends and family, telling her, "I'd love to take you on a date." He set up one bogus account posing as somebody she'd met at a party. When she blanked his messages, he became abusive, but then tried to make a joke about his comments. In March last year, he agreed to cease and desist from contacting her. However, he then wrote to her university accusing her of stalking and harassing him. He's quite clearly got issues. He comes from Oldham in Greater Manchester. He claimed he'd taken out a non-molestation order and was scared to leave home, and I am requesting for her to be removed from the university. Mr. Hamer, prosecuting, said there was no such molestation order, nor was she stalking or harassing Mr. Mills Nanin. The reverse was true, and his account is the narrative of a fantasist. Must be very scary. Very scary. It's understood that Manchester University investigated his claims against the student and found she had no case to answer. But Mr. Hamer said the experience cast a shadow over her time there. This week, she took the case to the High Court, where Mills Nanin, this is Oliver Mills Nanin, quite clearly not the full ticket, admitted 20 breaches of his undertaking not to harass or contact the student. He was handed a suspended 6-month jail term. That's all he gets. A suspended 6-month jail term. She put through hell from this lunatic. He's also got to pay her. Wait for this one. This is the kicker for him. He's got to pay her £30,000 in damages, and he faces a £98,000 bill after being ordered to pay her legal fees. Good. Mrs. Justice Collins Rice said Mills Nanin had no excuse for this calculating and abusive conduct. Addressing Miss Dew, she said, "This can't give you back the experiences of your university life, but I hope you can now put it behind you." Good. Good. Just remember him. Oliver Mills Nanin. Seriously. So he's got to pay up to about £130,000. Good. Perhaps your parents will cough up for it. Honestly, what a disgraceful person. Trying to get her expelled from college and uni and all the rest of it. It's a nice picture, isn't it? This is from Phil, tanker driver Phil. He says, "Beautiful sunrise in Immingham as I go to load liquid nitrogen fertiliser for spraying onto the land. Somehow cornflakes don't seem so healthy." He says, "By the way, newspaper ink was found to be carcinogenic, and hot chips released the ink into the food, and that's why the practice was stopped in the 80s. Interesting. I love that sunset. Isn't that beautiful? And this is, sunrise. Yes, I know. Yeah, right. Make a big deal about things, honestly. Very pedantic this morning, producer. But because he's going to take this liquid nitrogen fertiliser to the Waitrose place where they spray it on all the stuff. That's what he does. Well, one of the many things that he does. So that's quite nice, isn't it? It's a nice picture. What a little road. Doesn't it look like a little tiny road for getting sort of, the size lorry that Phil's got down there? It's amazing. So thank you very much indeed for that. Well, we like looking at your photographs in the morning. I know it's radio, but, it's theatre of the mind. We can paint pictures for you. Steve, out walking my dogs around Stockcross, Newbury. So glad it's cooler now, says Rob. Thank you. I don't even know. I've never even heard of Stockcross. Never even heard of it. I've heard of Newbury, quite clearly, because it's in Berkshire. But Stockcross, where is it? A village in Berkshire. It lies to the west of Newbury. I've never even known. It's near Speen. I've heard of Speen. I've never even heard of Stockcross. Isn't that funny? I should have heard of these sort of places, but sometimes one doesn't. But it's very pretty, isn't it? Look at that. A little bench. Every time I see a bench, I always go, thank goodness for that. Mari says, Steve, I love listening to you every day. I know how you love Christmas and all the festivities. Have you seen that it's Christmas in July on QVC this weekend? You don't need to tell me twice. You don't need to tell me twice. I love Christmas, as you know. John in Hertford says, did you get to see Carole King's Beautiful? I didn't, actually. I know all about Carole King because all those songs written by herself and Jerry Goffin. Was in the West End, where I saw it twice, and last on tour in Cambridge. The famous album Tapestry sold 25 million copies worldwide in 1972. I own a copy of the album. Andy said, can you remember the name of the chef who renovated a boat and crossing the channel to open a restaurant moored under a bridge over the Seine in Paris? It was a TV series. No, can't think of that one, but somebody will mention it, I'm sure. Steve from Wadhurst said, morning, Steve. I'm surprised nobody's mentioned Rick Stein. I think he's excellent. Yes, doesn't he own Padstow or something? Has he? I think he's got the whole of Padstow. They're all his restaurants. He employs all the staff, and he's been on the programme many, many times before. He's lovely. He's absolutely lovely. More on the BBC shame over Tiggy. A humiliating apology over the Bashir smears. What a vile man he turned out to be. And so they think £200,000 payout for the royal nanny. And Meghan, according to an author, did make Kate cry in a bridesmaid row. She's not very pleasant, this Meghan, is she, really? The more you read, it's not even an allegation. It's in a book which is coming out, which will be published and carried by the newspapers. They're already saying if you remember, she had an agent here to try and get her onto Strictly Come Dancing. She's hardly the little innocent wallflower that we thought she was in the first place. But still to come, the pregnant mum, waiting in the heat for the AA.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. So there's this heavily pregnant woman. And the car breaks down the other day, hottest day of the year. The car engine seized up, which is a rarity in this day and age. Cars tend not to seize up, although my brother might think differently. This lady, Laura Jenkins, is 35 weeks pregnant. And so she phoned to get the AA. How long did it take them? 7 hours. Now, to be honest with you, I always thought that if you are a pregnant woman and you need to call the AA, you tell them that you're pregnant so that they can get somebody there quicker. Anyway, they had a series of cock-ups. They couldn't find the family a hire car. They couldn't do anything at all. So Mrs. Jenkins said she'd now made a formal complaint to the AA, which has apologised and agreed to pay compensation. She says, we had to go straight to the Royal Victoria Infirmary in Newcastle because my feet were swollen up. She said I looked a bit like the Elephant Man. But 40 degrees heat. I mean, the AA were phenomenally busy. And also they had other problems which were going on at the same time, which meant that they had to wait. But I've never heard of anybody waiting 7 hours. Have you? I've never heard of that at all. Young Tony from Substation over here, Corey and I went down into the substation and we met John and Miles. Then we went down there, and they're basically underneath Leicester Square. You go down, it's massive. It's like it's an electricity substation. It's quite something. It covers a lot of London. It looks after a lot of London. But anyway, Tony is heading into Leicester Square this morning after their team won the Clancy CEO's Award for 2022 yesterday. John and Miles, who you met on your visit to the substation, won Employee of the Year and Rising Star of the Year at their annual Celebrating Clancy Awards. He said, so can you congratulate the team for me, please, says Tony from Substation. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's fantastic, isn't it? It's always nice to get something. It's always nice to get an award. Doesn't matter where it comes from, it's an award. So to actually get Employee of the Year and Rising Star of the Year at the Celebrating Clancy Awards, well done. Because over the past, must be 18 months so far, I would think, they brought in huge cranes and these huge generators and everything else. And it's quite an all hidden under Leicester Square. The steps that go down, they lift up these bits just outside our front door. There's sort of a hatch kind of thing, and you lift it up, and the steps that go down into it. It's amazing. It's quite five stories down. Yeah, it's big. And I've been down there. We had to put on all these clothes. I had to wear a hard hat and everything. But It's really interesting, actually. So it's the infrastructure upgrade project, and it's quite something. When you see some of the cranes that are bringing in some of the things. Steve, loving the show this morning. I'm coming down to watch Hamilton at the beginning of August, and I'm hoping to pop by Leicester Square to meet you and Chris Moyles, says Stephen in MK. What's MK? Is that Milton Keynes? Oh, thank you. You know all the abbreviations. So Mr. Moyles and myself, yeah, he's here. He's just round the corner from me now. I can see people. I like seeing all the people because we've got so many stations in this building, because we own so many radio stations, that, I can pop down the road and there's Roman Kemp down there and there's Mr. Moyles there and there's Yinka and there are loads of other people, and then you go down a floor and then there's, you've got, who? Toby Anstis, and then at the other end of the building, then we've got Classic FM, and then we've got Gold, and then we've got Smooth, and we've got the other LBC studio. I mean, the place is full of it. We've got Heart upstairs. We've got, honestly, we have got everything in here. Steve, always tell a haddock by the black line on the skin under the batter. Love that fish. Well, in fact, it's the Phil Vickery told me it's the most tasty fish. Most tasty fish. Steve, I bought a waspinator after hearing you mention them. My wife doesn't think it works, as we had 4 under the gazebo last night, but I just think they hadn't seen it, says Matt in Shropshire. And Nina says, I'm so thrilled, Steve, I can listen to you whilst on holiday, as there is Wi-Fi by the pool here in Thailand. It's weird, as it's lunchtime here, and I normally listen to you at this time whilst walking the dogs in Marble Hill Park. How lovely. I bet the weather's glorious. I bet the weather is absolutely glorious over there in Thailand. I was thinking about Thailand the other day, and I was thinking about food. I don't know why I was thinking about food. I haven't had Thai food for a little while. I bought it from Marks and Spencer's, but it's a bit of a limited range. And I should really go to a little Thai takeaway and get some nice little bits and pieces, I think, because I quite fancy that idea. But then I fancied Caesar salad a short while ago. Green curry is nice. Yeah, I haven't had the red curry. Is that take the roof of your mouth off, the red curry? I haven't had the red curry. I don't really like sort of doing that. Honestly, here we go. In fact, even the Daily Mail have said it. Oh no, I've got myself a mum bod, says Strictly Ola. So is a fitness video on the way? Of course there is. They're just fattening themselves up so they can then make the pretense of, we're now going to have to lose weight. Ghastly couple. Can't bear them. There's a housing association in the paper today. This is a well-known one. This is Peabody. Peabody is very well known, and an inquest has heard that they continued taking rent from a secretary. She'd been dead for 2 years. Why did nobody find her sooner, they say? I mean, Wells Chomater of Peabody told the hearing, it's fair to say that we had a picture, but we didn't join the dots. 2 years? God in heaven. They said that when they got to the scene, her skeletal remains were lying in a doorway in a recovery position. She died in August 2019. The balcony doors were open and the heating was off. Nobody checked. Must be horrible not being missed by anybody. Isn't that absolutely amazing that she can be dead for 2 years? An inquest heard the police had visited the address twice, but decided not to break in. This is just another catalogue of incompetence. The hearing was told her rent payments stopped around the time she died, but Peabody was able to arrange for them to be taken from her universal credit benefits. The Housing Association also switched off her gas supply without making any contact with her at all. What a disgraceful organisation. The coroner said any death is sad, but to lay undetected for, in all likelihood, over 2 years is difficult to fathom in 2022. So they carried on taking their rent and then cut her gas off. Absolutely appalling. And then there was somebody else who went there and they wrongly interpreted a record of the visit. She said the staff member had since retired. I bet they had. But if they worked at the force, they would have been referring to the Directorate of Standards. I mean, it's absolutely appalling. But they say in this case we recognise more could have been done. Really? What more do you think you could have done? Could have saved her life? God, fancy taking her rent for 2 years and nobody went to check on her and then cutting her gas off. That is absolutely scandalous. It really is. Head should roll. Head should roll. Lots of jewellery in the paper today. This is very nice. Owned by Her Majesty the Queen. And they really have got loads and loads of stuff. They've got all sorts. I mean, how much it's worth, I've got no idea. Some of this stuff has never been seen before, but it's a new Buckingham Palace exhibition. Because I don't know if you've ever been to see any of this jewellery. If you go to the Tower of London to see the crown jewels, you look at them and you can't quite believe that they're real, can you? Because they are so, so amazing. Plus, happy birthday to Rhys Ifans. He starred in Spider-Man No Way Home and played Hugh Grant's flatmate Spike in Notting Hill. Happy birthday to him. He's 55 today. And also Louise Fletcher, the US actress, won an Oscar, BAFTA and Golden Globe for playing Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. She's 88 today. So many happy returns of the day. I've never seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's. To be honest, it's Nicholson, isn't it? It doesn't interest me in the slightest. I never quite understood Jack Nicholson. I just remember seeing him in all the award ceremonies, sit there with his glasses on, you know, looking as though he really couldn't care less whether he was there or not. And so I thought, well, I can't really be bothered to watch your films. So, you know, just one of those things, isn't it, really? Also, I'm trying to find something. Noel Edmonds, 1970. Noel Edmonds, former student teacher, is to take over Kenny Everett's Saturday spot on Radio 1. But poor old Kenny Everett was employed, fired, employed, fired, fired, employed. So it went on. His entire life was like that. And then they made a television programme, the Kenny Everett television show, which he didn't want to do. So he kept turning down the amount of money, and they kept upping the money. And he ended up sort of saying, oh, I'll do it then. And he ended up on Capital. He was the first person, I believe, to play Bohemian Rhapsody, because it ran for about 6 minutes or something. He played it twice. It literally got to the end and he put the needle back on, and in those days the needle back on, and played it again. I think he lost his job over that. I can't remember, actually. But he used to miss the start of the shows. I mean, he was very clever putting stuff together. He was what they call, I suppose you'd have to call somebody a radio geek, because you don't find people like that anymore. People who literally create their own jingles, and, you know, when he did Captain Kremen and all that, because it was so innovative. It was streets ahead of everything else. People don't do that now. People don't do it. They really don't. Love Island's presenter, although we use the term loosely, Laura Whitmore, has been accused of encouraging misogynistic comments about a female contestant. She faced allegations of slut-shaming? What's that? I don't even know what that is. There's all these different expressions here. Apparently, with guests on the spin-off show, during the chat it was suggested this pair had been intimate under the covers. And so this programme gets worse and worse and worse. It really does. Miss Whitmore said of the incident, once again, Ekin Sue swore that nothing happened with George, and it seems David doesn't believe her. I mean, really is tacky. So it's implying that somebody sleeps around a lot, is it? I've never even heard of that. I should have heard about it. But anyway, the episode attracted 427 Ofcom complaints. So far, 3,500 Ofcom complaints in a week, following claims of male-led misogynistic behaviour and bullying. And now good old Laura Whitmore's jumped in on the bandwagon. I never thought she was the brightest person. Never thought that at all. Look at the time, I can't believe it.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, 26 minutes. A little bit overexcitable then, a little bit overexcitable. 26 minutes to 7, so already the roads are getting busy, as you know. As you know, little Julie says, can you wish Kevin the Milkman a very happy birthday? Isn't everybody celebrating a birthday? Mr. Neil, now Kevin. So many happies for the day, Kevin. I'm sure you'll have a nice time. Must be my birthday soon, actually. Oh, no, March. Ages and ages. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Phil says, I love your show. I'm 60 on Sunday. I can watch my Columbo box set all day. Well, you can't, because it won't last all day. You can watch it for a percentage of the day. But I think they're all on there. I think even the one that he made in this country, he made one over here. You think 24 hours of Columbo? I'm not sure even I could cope with 24 hours of Columbo. I'm trying to think which was the best one, and the answer is I think just about all of them. You know, which is lovely. So the top billing, the stars. How much are they all earning? So here we go. No particular order. Tom Cruise's Top Gun Maverick, 80 million. That's how much he made. It seems like an awful lot of money, doesn't it? And Will Smith, 29 million. Huge gap, isn't it? Tom Cruise's 80 million. Will Smith's Emancipation, 29 million. Leonardo DiCaprio, 25 million. Is this just how much they got for just their last films? Blimey. Brad Pitt's Formula One drama, 25 million. Dwayne Johnson, is that the one we talked about earlier on? We talked about The Rock, didn't we? 18.8 million. Will Ferrell, 16.7 million. Vin Diesel, 16.7 million. Tom Hardy, Venom 3. Such great titles, aren't they? 16.7 million. In fact, Joaquin Phoenix, Ryan Reynolds and Denzel Washington all picked up 16.7 million. Must be some sort of deal going on. Eddie Murphy, Beverly Hills Cop 4, 12.5 million. Positively a pauper. Steve Carell, Minions, The Rise of Gru, 10 million. Margot Robbie for Barbie, 10 million. Timothée Chalamet for Wonka, 7.5 million. Matt Damon for Oppenheimer, 3.3 million. Robert Downey Jr., 3.3 million. He's not doing very well at all. 3.3 million. Emily Blunt for Oppenheimer, 3.3 million. So all the same. Jamie Lee Curtis, Halloween Ends, 3 million. And Anya Taylor-Joy for Furiosa, 1.5 million. But Tom Cruise, 80 million. 80 million pounds. I mean, that's not... They must be... Do you think they're estimates? I don't know whether you have to declare, but then you look at the huge distance between Tom Cruise's Top Gun Maverick, 80 million, and Will Smith's Emancipation at 29 million. I mean, what do you do when you've got that much money? The answer is I have no idea. My brother's picking up a new car today, actually, which is very exciting. And he said it's a bit more expensive than I was expecting, but at least it'll be reliable. Because I don't know what he's buying, actually. So, but they have got another car. He's hoping that his last car's engine isn't completely worn out, because it started leaking and then they had to take it to somewhere else. But anyway, so he picks up the new car today. I love the idea, a bit more expensive than we were expecting. It's always the way, isn't it? But you know, the trouble is, what people do is, you see a car, it's like, if I see a car and I look at it and I go, I always have to phone up whoever deals with my money to go, can I afford to buy it? I have to sort of check, and they go, well, yes, you've got the money. I'm still waiting, actually. I'm trying to clear pensions at the moment, which is, because I've got 2 private pensions, but it's taking such a long time to get the money back. They're both matured. Taking such a long time to get the money back from them. One of them, I mean, I'm beginning to wonder whether or not they're ever going to give me my money back. Yeah, we have claimed, I get the state pension as well, but I've got these other 2 because what I want to do is amalgamate them, and I want to take 25%, which you can take free of charge. That's your little gift. And I thought that'd be quite nice. I'll take 25% of it, and then the rest is being invested. I don't know what we're investing it for. I've got no idea nowadays. The interest rates are so pathetically awful. So pathetically awful. So why are Posh and Brooklyn's wife ignoring each other on Instagram? This is, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped within the... I think the trouble is Victoria likes to pretend that it's all sweetness and light and lollipops and pink ice cream, whereas we all know the difference is, of course, nothing like that at all. And Brooklyn has renamed himself Peltz Beckham, which is quite interesting. And so nobody seems to be talking to each other. The Peltzes keep well away from the Beckhams, because, in fact, I don't think I've actually seen any pictures of the Beckhams and the Peltz family together, because he is filthy rich. And Brooklyn is certainly being encouraged to rename himself because he's building a new career as a foodie and a food influencer. This is a man who can't even make a sandwich. I mean, it's so hilarious. And Nicola told Tatler in June that she loved listening to her husband take career advice from her father. Says, you know, what do you think about all of this? So everything is going. And then I believe that one of Victoria's other children, the girlfriends, split up, and Victoria doesn't want any secrets of the Beckham family. What secrets they've got, I've got no idea, because they absolutely sell every aspect. Dave puts on a little pair of pinky sort of campy shorts and it makes the newspapers. So they don't have any secrets. We know what all the secrets are. But in fact, Nicola didn't like Victoria's happy birthday wishes to daughter Harper this year, and neither she nor Brooklyn liked Victoria's recent post wishing David a happy... Because if you look at all the tweets from Victoria Beckham, it's love you Harper, love you Dave, kiss, 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 love you... It's all a little bit childish. It's a bit done as if, you've got a playing age of about 12 years old. And so they have to mention everybody. Harper, the most beautiful little girl in the entire world. So it just goes on. It self-perpetuates. But it's interesting. Neither Dave nor Victoria liked Nicola's post of the Tatler cover, in which she was called the new Mrs. Beckham. It's all gone pear-shaped. Everybody in the business going, well, we thought it might do. But it is this sort of, we love you, and Dave, you're my most favourite person in the whole wide world. And everybody's going, are you sure, dear? Are you sure? But we have to go along with it, don't we? You can get tickets now to go to the Monaco Grand Prix. I didn't know you could do that, actually. I don't know why I didn't think you could do it. Well, I don't know. They've just launched these for May 2023. And you can experience the exhilarating atmosphere of the iconic Monaco Grand Prix. It's just basically blurred adverts rushing round. The most boring thing you've ever seen in the entire universe. And then you'll be on a boat as well, which seems quite nice. But you do get complimentary booze, which is quite nice. And then you get free Formula Grandstand TT tickets. But, I mean, you only get to see the cars briefly as they pass right in front of you. Might as well watch it on television. But it seems quite nice, if you like this kind of thing. Prices from, if you want a Club Continental suite, you don't want anything a bit naff, do you? This is from about £7,000. £7,000, which is quite good. It's 11 nights, but you can do it from £3,000. Which is better. I think I'd rather do something else. I can't think of anything worse. Although I did know some friends of mine who actually decided that they would go to the Grand Prix, and they loved it. Some people absolutely go crackers for it, but it's not me. Not me at all. Which is great. Imagine if we were all exactly the same. That would be terribly, terribly boring. Other stories in the papers today. The criminals who go unpunished. Every time I watch the programmes on the television about the interceptors or the police or everything else, and they arrest people for burglary and everything else, and they say the case was dropped due to lack of evidence. And you begin to think the police must sit there going, what's the point? What is the point? Sorry? Is that queuing at Gatwick? Is that now Gatwick queuing already? People are queuing at this time of the morning to take off on a flight. Oh, my godfathers. I can't think of anything worse. I'd have to take a seat. Because I'm also looking at the Eurotunnel site in Folkestone, the port of Dover, and the queues to go into Heathrow. So because it's Frantic Friday, don't want to ruin your day, but expect delays. If you haven't left by now, you're going to be sitting in traffic jams, and then you're going to get all these other people who are going to disrupt your day anyway, just because they really want to annoy everybody, because everybody thinks they're complete and utter so-and-sos. Rod Dennis from the RAC said, we're expecting the summer getaway to begin with a bang. Not so much a bang, more a whimper, actually. You imagine if you sit... I used to, when I was going down the motorway, and if it was busy on the other side, I used to put my little trip thing on to see how many miles it used to run for. And sometimes it'd be 15, 20 miles of traffic. And all the people who are sort of, queuing at Heathrow and queuing at Gatwick, and they're all just sitting on the floor. Who wants to spend their holidays sitting on the floor? It is ridiculous, isn't it? The travel editor of the Express says, if I had £1 for every time I've been asked what airports are going to be like during the main school holidays, I'll probably be writing this from my tax haven in the Cayman Islands. He said, so cards on the travel table. It's going to be very busy and there will be hitches, but overall it will be bearable. The very welcome news is that airports and airlines have reacted to the chaos. Gatwick have taken on 400 new security staff. Well, that's not helping, is it? They're just people stopping you losing your temper. EasyJet hire 350 more call centre staff, and they've set up a new dedicated customer hotline. And the Twilight bag drop service at Gatwick has been extended to Bristol. So if you're on early morning flights, you can check in your hold bags the evening before. What a fat load of use is that? You check it in the evening, but then do what? Just sort of hang around. It's ridiculous. You can also pop a Bluetooth tracker in your hold luggage. They're from about 20 quid and link to your smartphone to tell you where your bag is, within 250 feet. Whether you can get it, of course, is another matter.